Yeah. I ain't even know her like that. But I heard the stories. Some women don't love, they haunt you.
They say she emotional, dangerous and delusional, dangerous and delusional, dangerous and delusional. Play with hearts like jewelry, play with hearts like jewelry. Cold but beautiful, cold but beautiful. Every man think he the one, every man think he the one. Till he find out what she'll do to him. Till he find out what she'll do to him. Yeah, emotional. Yeah, she the type that cried and curse your name. Type that smile through pain. Type to post a quote online. Then go spin your brain. Got dudes buying a piece. While she flirting in they face, she don't chase no love. She chase replacement. Her she sweet when she wants something mean. When you falling deep, play innocent in the daylight, but she pray while you sleep. She got angels on the neck, but demons in her speech. She don't talk about the past. She just say it's all beneath me. They say she emotional. Say she emotional. Dangerous and delusional. Dangerous and delusional. Play with hearts like jewelry. Play with hearts like jewelry. Cold but beautiful. Cold but beautiful. Every man think he the one. Every man think he the one. Till he find out what she'll do. Till he find out what she'll do. Yeah, emotional. Yeah, dangerous and delusional. She dressed like Sunday morning, move like Saturday night. Voice soft as a whisper, but she cut like a knife. Some say she broken, others say she ice. Either way, you pay the price. Heard one man lost his mind, heard another lost his soul. She don't promise forever, she just promise control. And once she's done, she vanish like smoke. That's why the real ones don't get close. Nah, I ain't in love with her, but I heard the tales, bro. They say she make you feel chosen, then leave your heart frozen. Emotional, dangerous, delusional. She real, but she ruin you though. Woo.
Oh, yeah.
If I'm in second place and you pass me, what place are you in?
First.
First place.
Yes.
I'm in second place and you pass me. Well, how would you be in first place?
Because I passed you. I passed you, so I'm in first.
I'm in second place, though.
Congratulations. Now I'm in first because I passed you. I passed you. Are we running? Are we driving? It doesn't matter. I passed you. I'm in first.
Good afternoon. Let me tell everybody, make sure you guys like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show, hit the notification bell. We're going to get a conversation going because usually it's customary that I do the State of the Space address after we finish, definitely after we finish the year-end purge, and I haven't done it yet, and there's been a reason why. Okay, I usually try to gauge the temperature of the space. I'm going to do a roll call in the chat in just a moment, but it's been a little tough for me to gauge the state of the space, and maybe it's just me, maybe it's the space, but for the most part, I'm kind of having a tough time deciphering what exactly this space's identity is. And this is a conversation that's open to in any sectors, anybody that wants to come up and kind of discuss it, because I've seen a lot of different conversations going on, streams going on, different things that folks are talking about, but I see a lot of the same stuff, but I see a lot of different stuff. So I see stuff that's kind of like race-based talk, identity politics. Of course, I see the gender warring, I see the space and the tea gossip, and then I see the trolls and the CCs beefing. CCs meaning content creators. So I'm just having a tough time, because one thing that I noticed, in order to have like an entire space in which everybody gets together, people are going to have more in common than they do that separates or divides them. And I'm having a tough time kind of just noticing what exactly everybody seems to have in common. It's so many different things going on. It's like you have a team, but it's really not a team. Like you have a bunch of different folks that are wearing the same jersey, but everybody's kind of playing hero ball. That's what we used to call it back in high school. When someone's playing hero ball, it's like, yeah, you're on the team, you're wearing the same jersey as everybody else, but you're kind of just out there playing by yourself. But I see a lot of that. Let me give a roll call to everybody in the chat. I see TC up in the chat. Chakra King always in the building. Trinity Time Travels is first, as she always is. Shout out to Trinity Time Travels. I'm actually going to read her comment because I was reading that while that intro was playing. And also, if you like the track that we played in the beginning, that was Dangerous and Delusional, produced by Nightish. Okay, that was actually inspired by somebody in this space. We did a stream about Choco Kitty. Shout out to Choco Kitty. That was kind of funny. But yeah, so if you like that track, definitely hit up Nightish. He does good work, as does DJ Witch Doctor, as does Just My 5 Cents. I work with each one of them for a lot of my music production, visuals, things like that. So make sure you hit them up, as well as Princess Cammy too. She does a lot of my AI work. But shout out to Trinity Time Travel. She says, I'm a natural born bisexual woman. All of this in quotes. All right. I'm a natural born bisexual woman with ovaries who practice in the dark arts. If that offends anyone, go talk to God about it. My pronouns are F around and find out. Signed by Trinity Time Travels. Shout out to Trinity Time Travels. I'm speechless on that one. I don't know what to say. I have no clue what to say. But shout out to Trinity Time Travel. Shout out to Raven Knight as well. Knight's Palace up in the building. Shout out to Sheila E, the Quiet Storm, but she can go the fuck off from time to time too. So shout out to Sheila E. And shout out to the one and only, the lovely Miss Candy Cane. Candy Cane Lane. What up, Candy? How you doing? But the link is pinned. We're simulcasting at both the home of the official YT Purge as well as Auntie's The Boiler Room. And I'd like to hear what anybody has to say, regarding this, because I'd like to know. And I even have a poll going on each channel where the question is, what best describes our identity as an online space, with 3 question marks? Because I'm curious. I really don't know. Like, I really don't know. I don't have any answers. Maybe I can help to provide some context, but this is one of those things that you kind of just let the space talk. Is it racial talks? Is it identity politics? Is it just like inner circle tea, gossip panels? Is it gender war, relationship debates? Or is it just trolls versus content creators and trolling beefs and effery? Like, what the fuck is going on? I really don't know. I really don't. I was on a panel last night, with DJ Witch Doctor, and that was, the talk about a few things like just racial identity politics. I know Candy Cane, shout out to Candy Cane Lane. She had this conversation going on her panel last week too. And usually these are conversations I try not to really get involved in, because I know some people can either be offended or it's a matter of perspective, and it's really no like right or wrong answers, because it depends on your perspective and where you come from, how you feel about it. And it's just circular. It never really goes anywhere. It never goes anywhere. There's nothing right or wrong, and it's tough to come up with a resolution. It's even tough to even just say, hey, I understand where you're coming from and we can agree to disagree. That's something, even after hearing those talks for years, I rarely ever hear anybody say that. What's up, Big Brenda? I got Big Brenda Clark in the building. And shout out to Big Brenda Clark. If you guys have not signed up, ladies, because biological females only are allowed to participate in this. Big Brenda Clark will have her 3rd annual High Heels Challenge scheduled for the 24th of January. Okay, 24th of this month. So that's in approximately 2.5 weeks. But everybody make sure that you tune in. And fellas, biological males, damn it, make sure you guys tune in, because them ladies are going to be strutting their shit, doing their thing, looking all good, and just showing all of their style. So make sure you guys go in there and support Big Brenda Clark with the shits over there. 3rd annual High Heel Challenge. Shout out to Big Brenda. We're proud of you. We're definitely proud of you. You got an event going on for 3 years now, which is, it's extremely rare. Extremely rare. So for you to keep that going and for it to get better and better every single time that you do it, we're definitely proud of what you got going on. And of course, shout out to Just My 5 Cents, who's a little under the weather today, but we wish her all of the best wishes to her, and to get well soon to Just My 5 Cents. But yeah, that's something that I definitely do want to talk about, because again, you guys see the thumbnail, the visuals on the screen. I really don't know. That's why you see Penny Bags kind of just stomping everything, in the middle, because we really don't know what really any of these spaces kind of represent. Because I see a lot of different things, whether it's just the trolls and the CC beef, but yet there's supposed to be one thing that kind of brings everybody together, but yet I see more division than I see unity. And I get it. Unity isn't what brings the clicks and the views and all of that other stuff. But for the most part, these online spaces, these panel discussions, these are things that people are supposed to disagree on. That's why there's a StreamYard link or a Restream link or whatever streaming software that you guys use to bring people up. And people are supposed to kind of disagree, maybe agree to disagree. But for the most part, if everybody's coming up in the same algorithm, it's usually supposed to be more that brings us together than spreads us apart. You would think, but I see a whole entire lot. Well, just a whole lot of division, just division. So I'm not saying that it's good. I'm not saying that it's bad. I'm not saying that it's a problem. I'm just curious exactly what the identity of these spaces is. What's up, Miss KA? Shout out to Miss KA. Shout out to Peaches as well. ATX Red in the building too. Salute. I'm saying appreciate you, fam. I'm saying coming through. And shout out to Big Brenda, member for 17 months in the building. what I'm saying? Shout out to Big Brenda. You know. But yeah. So I'm just curious, you know, what you guys think, because I see, of course, you know, just like with any other group or any group for that matter, there's going to be differences of opinion. There's going to be little spats. There's going to be fallouts. There's going to be arguments. There's going to be a lot of different shit that goes on. But for the most part, when they do get together, it's usually some kind of common goal in mind. What up, Hood Conservative? You know, it's usually going to be some kind of common goal or something that kind of brings everybody together in the first place. And I don't know if everybody, for the most part, is that Unique 79? Unique 79 in the building, man. What up? What up? What up? Long time no see, man. It's good to see you, fam. Good to see you. No, I had to stop everything and say shout out to Unique 79, man. Long time subscriber. Have not seen him in a while, but it's good to see him. Good to see him doing well over there. Salute, bro. Salute. Hope everything's going well for you across that water. And shout out to Deacon Dave too. What up? What up? What up? You know. Yeah. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to everybody. But one thing that I noticed though, even though we say Happy New Year, is there really anything new about the year? Is there really anything new? Because I see a lot of the same old, you know, the same old stuff, which I get it. I get it. You know, what brings the clicks, what brings the views, and what people are used to doing, they're going to continue to do. I don't mind that. I'm not going to, you know, put a damper or rain on anybody's parade, you know, when it comes to that. But I will say this much. I have an affinity for this space. I've always said that, look, I am a consultant and the space is my client. And I've always approached the space as if it were my client. I try to do what's best for it, no matter what. You know, no matter what. So I personally would like to say that, hey, I transcend sectors. I move here, I go there, I go, you know, multiple different places. I try to support folks. If I don't support you, you just don't see me over there, you know, for the most part. And even if you don't see me over there, I still try to support people from the clouds if I can. But I've noticed all over the place, you see folks that really don't move. They kind of stay in their circle, but yet I see division within those circles. So this is kind of taking on the identity of a toxic relationship. You know? And stay with me. I'm gonna land the plane pretty quickly when it comes to this. All right. So when you're talking about not necessarily a toxic relationship, but it's like you kind of hit that fork in the road with the relationship where it's like, hey man, what are we? What are we? Real shit. Like, what are we? Do we go together? We gonna take this to the next level? Or are we just kicking it? You know, that's kind of the relationship that I see amongst like multiple different spaces, you know, and sectors, little factions, you know, whatever you want to call them. I'm talking about all over the algorithm that comes up for me. You know. All right. So shout out to Hood Conservative. He says, yo, it's the Chitlin circuit. Damn. Somebody said it was the Chitlin circuit, the EBT sector. I don't know. The trauma bonding space, you know what I'm saying, where people kind of just, you know, it's trauma that brings everybody together and division that fuels the fire. I really, that's what I'm saying, bro. I don't know. I'm stuck. Like, I'm lost. Usually it takes me somewhere between about 48 and 72 hours, you know, to gauge the temperature of the space, you know, after we do that event. But even after about a week, almost a week and a half now, I'm still stuck. Sometimes I can say the space is in good hands. Sometimes I can say, hey, man, look, this is the new year. Like last year, I said, hey, this is the year of growth or death. Straight deletion. You know, one or the other. This time, I don't have a clue. What the fuck are we? Because even when I look at, you know, the different sectors, I see a lot of folks could learn something from each other. But I don't know if anybody wants to. Like, I seen, you know, some sectors that are able to just disagree on the same topics every single day, but nobody really gets hurt. Nobody gets hurt. You know what I'm saying? It's rare, you know, folks lose their channels and get demonetized, and people end up in tears and hating each other's guts, and CPS gets called and all of that other shit. Like, that shit is rare. You know, that shit is rare. But then I see other spaces where, you know, hey, it's something that everybody has in common, where folks are able to get together, and even if they don't like each other, they still tend to support each other, you know, in some way, shape, or form. So there's still some kind of growth. There's still some kind of growth, you know, as a space as a whole. You know, and I'm kind of freestyling this. So let me see what Hood Conservative has to say. And shout out to the Cynical One. What up, Cynical One? He said, always 3 topics: gender politics, race politics, or something celebrity or sports related. General beefing happens throughout. I would agree with that. I would agree with that 100%. 100%. I mean, and granted, it's more, it's probably a little bit more than that. You know, if you were to be able to kind of, you know, gauge even, you know, more of like the subsectors. What up, American Tradesman? You know, formerly known as American Negro. What up, Soul Provider Speaks in the building too. You know what I'm saying? Salute. He said, I'm here to laugh. Simple as that. The other areas I'm not interested in. Those areas are for new people, in my opinion. Hey, feel free to come up and tell me what areas you're talking about. The link is pinned. I'm not, and that's what I mean. Like, I'm not sure, because it's not like a game of Grand Theft Auto or something where you gotta like kind of unlock that area on the map. Like, you got to complete certain missions to unlock that area on the map. You can kind of go where you want. And I understand if folks just choose not to, you know, not to really move around. But I would ask you, Soul, or anybody else for that matter, even Hood Conservative, or anybody, what would best describe, you know, your space? If you had to use like 50 characters just to give your space, you know, the spaces that you actually do frequent in identity, what would they be? If you had like 3 or 4 sentences, what would they be? What Trinity got to say here? She said, I believe we are actively being divided as people in an emerging financial hub, while others are mobilizing, and we are following the status quo for clicks and views. I would have to agree with that too. I would have to agree with that too. Now, unfortunately, Trinity, I mean, folks are likely gonna say, I mean, without the division, people are gonna lose support, views, clicks, and shit like that. So if it wasn't shit to argue about, it probably wouldn't really be much of shit going on. So I understand that. It's just, I don't even think folks could really agree on what the fuck to argue about. Call me crazy, but that's what I've come to that conclusion. Like, there's not even an agreement on what the hell we about to argue about every day. You with me? That's bad. It's one thing to get into arguments, disagreements, and be divided every damn day. But when you can't even agree on what the hell to argue about and be divided on, that's even worse. There's division on what the hell is dividing us. God damn. That's what I'm saying. I'm lost. I'm stuck. I don't know. Yeah, we don't have a mission statement. Still. I would have to agree with that. Miss K says right. Okay, and conservative, I get that. You're right wing. So you're right wing. So that's it. Is that what it is? It's left versus right? Because even though like you're right wing, so your arguments are with folks on the left side of politics. I get it. Your guy is Trump, and you like to debate folks that are you're more on the conservative side. You like to debate the liberals and shit like that. But you ever wonder how you go from conservative versus liberal to men versus women every fucking conversation? You ever wonder that? Because I'm like, damn, how did we get here? Okay. Unique 79 says, I stay off panels now. Too much beef on YouTube bores me, although it can be entertaining, but at what cost? At what price? Yeah, it's going to cost you your sanity. That's the price. That's why I said this is like that that fork in the road in that damn relationship when it's like, what the fuck are we, man? It's that toxic relationship. Look, I got an affinity for the space. I ain't gonna bullshit, but at the same time, it's like, hey, I think I might have to move on. I might have to move on. What up, Hood Conservative?
Yeah, what up? You asked the question about why it always seems to go back from politics to gender, something like
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Well, the simplest
And I ain't even
answer is
gonna
that
argue with you, bro. I'm just listening.
women are extremely liberal, and Black America is extremely liberal also. And so, a long time ago, when I first kind of got into doing content, you're having this sort of conversation I had like back then, like, what do I want to do? And I realized a long time ago, all this gender war stuff, it's not like romantic at all. It's not about game and who was having sex with whom and all that. That's like really surface level shit. But I looked at it as immediately a political issue.
Hmm.
And not only is it political, it's economic. But politics and economics are also linked too. But that's really why, to answer your question briefly, that's why it always goes from politics to gender war. Because once you start getting into the politics, if you pull too far to the right, you pull away from most of the Black women and a lot of the men, and therefore conflict.
Okay. Okay. So that's how the conversations are evolving. But just like you said, that's a lot of surface level stuff when it comes to the game and all of that other shit. But have you noticed that a lot of the conversations, especially in the spaces that you frequent, that's what they go into? Like even when you try to keep it on politics, liberal, conservative, all of that, it goes back to game. Oh, how do you get women and what women want and all of this other stuff? So it's almost like even those spaces don't really have much of an identity.
Well, I mean, that is their identity. Whether they declared it openly, you kind of are what you do.
Mhm.
And so when you look at it like that, I mean, I don't necessarily go to those places. Like I'm always on like Witch Doctor channel, whatever. I used to go to a bunch of channels, but like I wasn't necessarily going there just to like, be political all the time. Honestly, sometimes you just want to hang out and shoot the shit about nothing.
Mhm. Yeah, which is something that I did last night, and it's cool. Hey, I like the space. I support it. I don't mind, going over there. Um, it just it it just makes me just wonder. I try to just gauge the temperature of the space and see what's going on. And one thing that I notice is a lot of these spaces really don't have much of an identity, and that's what's kind of stunting the growth.
Bro, this isn't even about like the spaces that you and I may be familiar with and we have a little bit of overlap. I
Mm,
think this is a wider Black YouTube problem. Because again, I try to, travel to a lot of places, so I don't always jump on panels, but they're all, especially like in the middle of the day on a Saturday or some shit like that, there's a lot of live content. It'd be a bunch of smaller channels that nobody ever heard of, a bunch of people who just said, let me go make some content, let me start a show, whatever. The
mm,
same shit that we, do is over here, right?
mm.
But it's a lot bigger world than just the people you and I know. And when I travel around all of Black YouTube, the majority of what I'm talking about, the pattern holds. It's generally race politics, gender politics, or some type of sports celebrity shit. And then beefing on panels just happens to happen. Like once you put panels in the mix, it's always conflict. Well, not always, but that's when conflict occurs, and it doesn't matter what you're talking about.
Yeah, yeah. But okay, so if folks don't have much of anything in common, like do you really have a space or a sector? Because even when I came in, um, with like everybody had their own opinions and shit, and people disagreed on shit. That was the Black Manosphere algorithm. But at the
Yeah.
same time, it was one thing that kind of brought everybody together. Folks were concerned about the same shit. Now it's like everybody's on something different. Um,
Well, that's
or
easy to
just trying
explain,
to do
though.
what just continues to bring the views.
That's the explanation. Well, let me walk you through it. It's actually easy to explain, but it requires a little bit of explanation still.
I'm
Because
listening.
once upon a time, there was literally a debate, which you couldn't stop the time no matter what, but there was literally a debate about bringing women into the space. I don't know if you remember that, but that
Yeah,
was a thing. Because
I was
what?
in the class
Because
for that. But
the
by the
the
time
whole
I'm gonna bullshit. I'm not even gonna bullshit you. Like I'm in my fifth year now, and by the time I got here, women were already here. They were already here. But go ahead.
Well, this is the thing, because the technology evolves, right? Because when all the content originally, and a lot of this original content has been like purged from YouTube. You can't even find a lot of this stuff. But before there was the panel era, people were just making content about men, women, black women. And then from there, the content kind of shifted a little bit because you had like first it was like Google Space or some shit like that, but you
Mm,
had a huge wave of panel interaction, and this is when like the O'Shea, the Obsidian, the Big Three. That's when they came out. Angry Man, right? That's when the Big Three came out. When it was like not came out, but that's when it all kind of clicked together. When it was like a lot of panel interaction, and it was a heavily male leaning space, right? And then because it's a panel interaction and a lot of other YouTube, there's a bunch of women around there. Eventually, more and more women started like it was like some barbarian type of beating down the walls thing, where eventually they just became inside of the manosphere. And what happens, I think it's like this, bro. The quote "Black Manosphere" is kind of doesn't exist at all anymore. It's just a black space, and the majority of the black online space is like a bunch of I want to say most of the content is oriented toward a what do you call it? What's the word for male and female together? Co-ed. It's a co-ed. Most of it's co-ed at this point. Like you got Lapeef, you got Anton, you got this might be risky or whatever. Like the bigger channels. Oh, even Kevin Samuels, he was a part of the blending of it all when he focused mostly on talking directly to women. And so over time, the whole thing just really shifted into that direction where it was just like, it's become more of an open space, like an open co-ed space. So it's not a manosphere at all anymore.
I would agree. I would agree. So, all right. So, open co-ed space. What would you say the identity is now? Because I mean, regardless, even if we can say that the identity is shifted, whatever, and the space that you frequent, Like, what would you say the identity is? Because, okay, this is actually what made me do this. And shout out to the Mo3 sector. I saw they held an award show. And shout out to Big Lack. They did it on his channel. But they gave awards for, the biggest troll, nicest voice, best content creator, a bunch of different things. And when I came in this space, y'all were doing the same damn thing. I didn't even know there was an award show, and I got nominated for like 2 awards my first year in the space, and I don't see that no more.
I guess a lot of those guys came and went. That's another thing too. Not everybody's around that used to be around. Things change, things evolve over time.
Yeah,
people come and go.
But that's what I mean, and things like that. Like I see that, like that. That's what makes them over there a sector. In a space, and of course, what I'm saying, they beef, they scratch, they go at it, but at the same time, they still kind of use each other. The algorithm.
I'm having a problem with your framing of it all, and I think maybe the problem I'm having is
as an example, though.
Well, hear me out. When you keep saying space, like nobody has agreed to really be a thing outside of their own individual channel. And so, like, every channel is its own space unto itself. And so that's kind of the problem I think I'm having, and maybe you're having as well, which is like, there isn't a we involved in this, really.
Now, do you think that was always the case? Because even when I came across you, I think the first time I saw you was on, like, Bernard Riley's, and that was more space, like all of y'all rock together. That's
that was an agreement between he and I that worked for us both at the time, right? But look, Bernard, who knows where Bernard is? That nigga going to milk cart as far as I know. I think he got like a CDL. He ain't never looked back. But like the space just evolved like that. But see, again, he and I had an agreement to work together. We had a Saturday show. We kept that shit going for like a year or two, maybe.
Oh, y'all Saturday show was the shit, bro. I'm gonna get back. Let me give a quick roll call. Shout out to Ebo Sosa, Octavius Prime in the building. Shout out to Octavius Prime. I already said Deacon Dave in the building too. American Trev, Bronze, most hated flat power God. You know what I'm saying? Anybody I missed, shout out to y'all, man. I appreciate y'all coming through. But dog, okay, so even though y'all had that Saturday show, man, I saw a lot of folks I found out about a lot of channels just by way of that channel. When people were on their cusp of 1,000 and stuff like that, like you brought a lot of folks over. And just like you said, people were doing their content. People had their own supporters and their own kind of brand. And then, what I'm saying, y'all would, even if people would come up with contrarian talking points or whatever, that was still a place where people were able to promote. I think I found out about Platinum over there. I found out about DJ Kudo over there. A lot of different folks, and those are things that are missing. And I think like channels like that were like kind of like the tie that bonded and made you a sector, made you a sector or really like a space. And now like that shit really doesn't exist no more. So just like you said, it's just a bunch of individual channels. Like I said, a bunch of people wearing the same jersey, but not really a team. What up, Soul?
Hey, what's up? Good topic. I like it. Mm-hmm. So I saw your poll. I think you're covering politics, space and tea, fuckery, and gender war, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, there's a rotation for sure. I think people will find the space based on what angle they just found it. It could start in any of those 4. But I think what happens is that eventually you reach a peak when you're consuming the max of that content, and then you go down in decline. A good example would be the gender war. Like that one has a peak. You already know what the topics are going to be within, I say, a year. If a new person enters that area within a year, I think they already know what the reruns of those episodes are. It's like a General Hospital with every season. There might be a new character involved or something, but it's the same thing that's happening in every episode. But yeah, the thing about the gender war is that it's where you can make the most money. And you can thank people like Kevin Samuels, which made magnified that area and made a lot of people come into the space, right? But that's where you can make the most money. That's where I think the most people might jump through the portal to find the space, actually, compared to like politics and all that. So, because there's already a political community on YouTube, right? So gender war is where people are gonna jump through the most to find a space. But there's a peak, right? Compare that to politics. Politics is ever changing. There's always something different and new, news related, right? So you can always talk about politics. It's not going to get old. But when it comes to entertainment, that's not where you go for entertainment. Now, it could be entertaining based on the characters, right? And I think you were kind of getting to that when you're talking about what makes a space. Because there was a time where like the content was based on who was in the chat and who was actually on their channel, right? It was based on the actual YouTubers or the people that were guests on the panels. And you see that in the beef sector. Like their content is based on the actual people.
Yeah.
There is a pro and con to that. The pro is I think it's a lot more engaging when people become the content versus, we're gonna talk about the gender war and 50-50 and all the bullshit. When the people are the content, it's way more engaging in the chat. There's way more engagement. There could be money, but not as much money compared to gender war, right?
You think?
I think so, because the fuckery. I mean, beef sector. I mean, well, beef sector's different though, right? They get a hell of people in their chats, right? So they're fully focused on fuckery and all that, and they make a lot of money, right? But I guess that's that section of the niggers, right? But this side obviously is focused on gender war, and that's where, and on this area to make the most money at. I don't think a lot of people are making money off fuckery on this side of it. But I prefer content that's based on the actual people in the chat, people on the panel. I think that's way more engaging and way more entertaining. It could always change up. You just never know. Someone could be normal in the chat and then they become their own character and make a channel. That happens. It doesn't happen as much like it used to, which I think sucks. So I agree with you on that. But that's what I'm saying. I prefer when it's based on people and the actual people becoming characters or characters becoming people. I think that's way more engaging.
I would have to agree with you. I mean, if you want to add something to that, Hood, I'll elaborate on what he just stated. Conservative, you want to add something? All right, so I'll jump in. I would agree with you. I would say, okay, if you're gonna move like as an entire space or a sector, whatever the case may be, yeah, it would be best to make each other the stars of the show.
Yep.
Instead of just dividing folks, because I don't know. Like, I mean, these spaces are always going to be divisive, just like Hoodservative said. Like, look, you drop in StreamYard links, people are going to come up and argue with each other. People are going to troll. People are going to beef, and I don't give a fuck what your topic is, what the sector is, what the names are, whatever. Everybody is not going to come up and sing Kumbaya. If you're not up there by yourself or just you and like a co-host, it's likely going to be some conflict, which is cool. That's cool for the numbers. That's cool for the views and everything else. What I'm talking about is just like the lack of identity. So even when you mention, the other sectors, I'm not just going to mention, the beef sector, because there's so many other sectors on top of the beef sector. But I just see like they're able to just make each other into a hot topic every single day.
Yeah.
And everybody's still engaged, and it's always something that's interesting. As far as this shit is concerned, the only person I see that can be a hot topic every day is Jay Prince for president. And I'm like, if that's the hottest topic, ain't no damn topic, man.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, we used to have that before. This is before Kevin Samuels, though. I would say like.
Remember, Kevin was the hot topic every damn day when he was on his way up.
Yeah, but before that, like maybe 2019 or 2020, right before Kevin Samuels, like we had characters that we could rely on to be the topic, space talk, right? And that was also thanks to people like Bernard Riley, people like the Penguin, people like the Penguin, people like Angry Man.
Him too. And I saw he tried to make his rounds and come back. But I mean, what do you think? Because it seemed like me and you were kind of on the same page with it. I think okay, as far as that space is concerned, it's for the most part it's over.
Pretty much,
it's over. But like, what would you say the identity is now? And if there is no identity, what would you suggest folks do to get back to having an identity?
I mean, the identity right now is this area of the space is just TMZ, tabloids. I mean, what happened to what rapper? What happened to someone's baby mama? Who got divorced? I mean, it's just the tabloids. I mean, that's what the topics are. Now, what happens is that if your channel has some characters or special characters, it can be entertaining, right? And a good example would be like RBR. RBR used to talk about politics a lot. Now, I think politics in general is boring, but because RBR was a character and he had other characters around his channel that overrated his channel, it made it entertaining. But yeah, it's the tabloids. It's pretty much what the tabloids. And Kevin Samuels did not help. I don't think but he did help in the gender war. If you want to make money in the gender war, yeah, you're good to go. But
I've been I had to step away. I've been listening. I want to say this though to kind of answer that last question about like the identity thing. And I think really this is a big thing, but it's an individual thing for everybody to solve on their own. If you really want to sort of find your identity, you have to be willing to move away from quote unquote black and just find stuff that's generally interesting and then be you talking about interesting shit and not worry about chasing like the cool table conversations or whatever. And that's tricky because then your audience might shift. You might have to find a new audience after that because a lot of the quote black audience, why do you think the Chitlin Circuit has the audience? Because that's what a lot of niggas want to listen to.
Mm-hmm. And just like Stacy said, the poll is tight. I got it going on both channels. But for the most part, everybody's really leaning toward like the gender war thing. It's kind of split down the middle, with gender war relationship debates. Because just like you said, okay, liberal, conservative, and then it turns into men versus women, and then it turns into relationships. Which I'm like, believe it or not, those are three different fucking topics. I don't know how everybody turns like one conversation or one topic into three different conversations. But that happens often. That's like I said, I don't know, and that's kind of why it's just tough on me to kind of gauge the temperature of the space, right now, because I don't really see much of a space.
Like I said, the focus.
I see just what Hoodservative was saying. I see a lot of individuals doing their individual thing.
Well,
and I guess so. What would you saying? You were saying pretty much it's the money that kind of made it like that.
I think it's the money that makes, like you said, a lot of people want to watch the gender war shit because and that's also the site that has the most money too. That's why YouTubers may shift to that area more because there's more money. You might get more participants. Currently, you might get more people wanting to get on and hit the link and participate because it's gender war shit. I mean, aren't they doing that all on all the other platforms like Clubhouse and TikTok and stuff? That's a really big topic, and that's sadly it's become evergreen. Sadly, but it wasn't like if you did this poll like a couple of years back before Kevin Samuels, I would think you would see different results completely. But
and to be honest, I probably would have had the same options up there.
Yeah, same options, but different.
I probably would have had the same options. Yeah. But now, I mean, I know things kind of changed. Like Hoodservative was saying, like when, and I'm not even gonna put it all on Lapeef. I'm not gonna put it all on Lapeef. I think
that didn't have a play though. That just like Kevin Samuels, yeah, Lapeef was also definitely affected too.
Well, I wouldn't even put it on Lapeef because Lapeef kind of took the formula from someplace, so it wasn't like them that innovated the I call it the makeshift podcast, pretty much just full panel podcast.
Oh, and another thing too, right?
Everybody cammed up, one topic, full panel, like that's it. You got, 6
Yeah.
women, 4 dudes,
Yeah,
and
that's
start an argument. Like that's
just whatever. Those are just clone podcasts. But going to what you
even
said,
even,
right?
even before Lapeef. I think we kind of saw the space starting to move in that direction as you had other creators starting to grow large platforms.
Yeah,
They were getting together and arguing with each other, or just getting together to debate different things.
and once again, like just because you have the perfect mic and the perfect little backdrop and all this other stuff doesn't mean you're like a character, right? Doesn't mean anything. You just have, like I said before, Kevin Samuels, you didn't need to cam up. I mean, you could, but if you're not, like I said, you make the content creator the content. That's whether they're cammed up or not. It was about, are they funny or not? I mean, are they entertaining or not? I mean, can they get people in their chat to start some mess a lot? That was the thing.
Yeah, let me add another element to this conversation. Right now, more so than maybe any other time ever in history, we have an oversaturation of single women with money to spend. And when it comes to this type of content and this sector, if you want to tap into the money, you're not really going to get it out of the men as much as the women. And that's what made the Kevin Samuels thing so big. And then people can kind of see the money in this conversation is really on the female side of the conversation. It's not that there's no money on the male side, but you're just going to get way more if you tap into the women.
Yep, and that's in the gender wars area. Yep.
I mean, I would agree, and then I would disagree to an extent. So I don't think the money comes from the women. It just comes by way of the women, dude. It's just like a club, bro. There's a reason why ladies get in free up to a certain time. That gets the dudes to start spending money. So it just kind of is what it is. Once you make it co-ed, more money just starts flying, just naturally, bro. Create the vibe.
No, even on that end, I'm betting that the majority of the viewership is once you go co-ed, it's female leaning by nature. It's almost impossible to have a co-ed space that's like a male dominated thing. It's going to turn off too many chicks, bro.
Well, I think that male dominant that's over. That's and it's never coming back. But hold on,
It's not over. It's
give a
just a
shout out
niche.
to Drip. You know what I'm saying on the panel. What up, Drip?
So what you ain't?
Salute, bro.
Yeah, man.
Welcome
How y'all
to the
doing,
panel.
man?
You got the floor,
What's
bro.
up with
Jump
you,
in.
Soul?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, man, y'all done hit on a few though, but I don't think like I want to hit on your poll first. Like as far as
Go
your
ahead.
poll, I don't think that it's more gender war. I think it's more of the messy shit because yes, I do think that it's fucked up how men are talking to women on here. You know what I'm saying? And the way that they're disrespecting them. But it goes to say that, they accepting it too at the same time. And then besides that, hold on real quick. Yeah, but I don't think it's more of a gender war on as far as YouTube. I think the messy shit and the sloppy shit will get you more numbers and more attention than it will actual real conversation. And that's why I be over here listening to you and I be like, why ain't that many people over here? Then it made sense to me. You know what I'm saying? That when it comes to that sloppy shit, it's not a gender war. It's what you allow yourself to put yourself into and what you're gonna put yourself into. Because if you know this app, everybody know this app is sloppy. So if you're gonna put yourself in this app, then that's what you're gonna have to do. But I think like coming up with new rules, depending on where you at, I don't agree with that if you have your own space. So if you joining spaces and stuff, you putting yourself where you want to be. So I don't think it got nothing to do with gender. It's what you allow yourself to go through on this motherfucker.
No. Hey, I would agree, and I'm glad you touched on that. I mean, me personally, I do try to at least do that shit in moderation. Cause I can get messy, I can get loose on here too. But I try not to do it every day. I try not to do it every week, every month. I don't have the mental. I just don't have it. I don't know how folks should do that shit every day.
They need the anti though, because I'm kind of like you. Like if I hear my name for like months and months, eventually, yeah, I'm gonna pop out and I'm gonna say something. But to do that shit every day, I ain't got the energy for that shit. So you tiring yourself out of talking to me.
Ignoring folks, but. Just to give Hood Conservative and Soul a little context, you know, Drip kind of frequents, you know what I'm saying, the other sectors where, yeah, shit is pretty damn messy and pretty sloppy. But the creators, the folks are more the star of the show. It's not like men versus women. It's not political or anything like that. So even if that's the identity that you would say that your spaces have more so is just mess, just effery. Troll CC's effery.
Nah, I be everywhere though. That's why I say I don't claim no area, and it's just what I see, and I see a lot of excuses because people can blame it as it's just YouTube. I hear that a lot. That's just an excuse, you know. But shit that people do on here really do affect motherfuckers in real life. Shit really do fuck with people, but people use a lot of excuses talking about it's just an app or shit like that, you know. But you're really affecting people. I mean, there's a lot of shit we could talk about on here, but it'd be a lot of excuses on here as far as it's just an app, and it's really not, because you're really fucking with people.
I would agree with that. Like, look, even if you were to kick off a new YouTube account tomorrow or today, whatever, and you just see what comes up in your feed, it won't be none of this shit. None of it.
I know. Yeah. That's true.
And I have one I'm starting. It only got 3 on there. And I won't let nobody know what it is. I'm going to let it grow itself.
I'm talking about even if you don't start a channel, you don't hashtag nothing, you just see what comes up in your feed and what's suggested for you to watch. It's not going to be any of this shit.
Have you seen that one little short, NT, where he'd be like, I started with 1 subscriber. Next week I had 3. The week after that I had 5, and it was kind of like an inspiration video.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, it's an inspiration video like that and shit. Yeah, if you stick to it, man, people will come around.
Hey, I mean, oof. And I mean, I don't know if it's just. So what do y'all think? Y'all think a lot? I know a lot of folks kind of go where the numbers are, or you know what I'm saying, they go in the direction that brings the numbers rather than, you know, kind of picking their own direction and letting the numbers find them. I think that's what Drip was trying to just touch on. You know, like your thing, let your audience find you.
Yeah, that's why, like I said, people will. Right now, probably going to want to start up in the gender war side, at least on this area of the space, because that's where all the numbers are at. But your content's going to run out really quickly because you already know the topics have already been talked about. So the only thing that can really help you in that side is having different characters. You know, that's it. That's all that can help you with that area.
But you don't need no character if you come in yourself, because the way you come into YouTube, you got to keep that shit up. So the way you come in, if you come in hot, you come in talking shit, the way you come in, you got to keep that shit up. And like you just said, that's why I agree with you, because that time is going to run out. So if you're not coming genuine, how long can you keep up your charade?
Right. It won't last. Even if you have different personalities, it won't last. But the money will be there, though. But I prefer the other way, like you were saying, Auntie, just being your own self and let people find you. Maybe you talk about whatever you want to talk about. You know, I think that's a bit more fun, but it's based on what people are coming here to do. You know, if you're coming here to make money, then you know.
And that's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to rain on anybody's parade. I'm like, whatever folks are doing, you know what I'm saying, to either make money or get views or dopamine rush, whatever. Hey. If you like it, I love it, and if it's working for you, you know what I'm saying, more power to you. I I would just have to ask. It's like, me personally, I don't know if I could really be part of something that's not growing. Like if it's not going anywhere. That's why I use that analogy of like, it's like me personally, I didn't hit that spot in a relationship where it's like, what are we? Like for real. Like I still like you and all, but hey, if we ain't gonna take this to the next level, I don't even see a reason to do this shit after today.
What you saying, Auntie? That's one
You know what I'm
damn I
saying?
love you, but I don't like you moment.
You feel me?
That's why
it's kind of like that.
That's why a lot of people left the Manosphere though too. That's exactly the reason. Because it wasn't going. It didn't go anywhere.
And it's like for real, hey. And then oof. Because I'm like it just, you know, a lot of these spaces for the most part it's just like there's no identity. It's just I know, shout out to May, I think she was in the chat, she mentioned like current events, you know what I'm saying, they're good for combo, but you know those current events, those change from day to day. You know, it's tough for an algorithm to group you or put you anywhere if you don't have a clear-cut direction or an identity.
Okay, and that makes point to your title now. So it'd be best if you just have your own thing. Because what's sticking out to me in your title is that R, identity. You know what I'm saying? You should put that in capital letters.
That's twice now this has come up, Angie. I told you earlier.
You said,
the weed thing.
He said our. No, trust me, y'all ain't got no arguments from me on this one. No arguments. That's why I'm asking, bro. I'm asking. And
you know,
title just as it was on my damn brain. Like, what the fuck is our identity?
So you just said that. See, I popped in and I didn't hear y'all full conversation, but then when you were just talking, I looked up and I seen your title. That's what caught my attention.
But see, Ant, I think asking our identity is false, bro. Start with your identity. And I'm not saying that it's not a command for you here and now, but that's kind of the way you should approach it, because there is no our identity as far as this online space is concerned. You know, like I'm my father's son. Imagine me trying to figure out my identity on YouTube. That's not how that shit goes, bro.
But that's why he's leaving it open. He got more than one question mark. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When you have more than one question mark, that's plural.
Yeah, and also I understand, like, for the most part, all of us are, regardless of what sector, what your topics are, we primarily do live streams. That's why y'all are over here now. We watch live streams. We do live streams. That is what it is. So that's why I say you really can't grow like that by yourself.
No.
So that's why I say we have an hour, because I don't see. Yeah.
That I disagree with, Ant. You should focus on growing by yourself, actually. You know why? Because ultimately, when a person comes to your channel and you do live stream content, they come to see you. Your audience is there for you. And if you can't deliver to your audience, then what are you doing?
That's a contradiction, Hood, though, because without the people, how can you grow without the people around you?
That's what I'm saying.
No. You guys are talking about using other. No, you guys are talking about growing with other creators. I'm saying no. Don't worry about the other creators. That's why the whole identity question doesn't work. No, hear me out. Of course, growth as a creator means the audience, right? But when they said growth a second ago, they weren't talking about the audience. They were talking about we live stream with other people, we connect, we network. And what I'm saying is don't focus on that. That's gravy. That's extra. You got to focus on getting your shit up.
Yeah. So you wouldn't call that being selfish to get where you want to be?
Said in the chat. No, like, hey, but even if it's just not necessarily even growing with other creators, you still share subs. Like it's a small sub pocket that watches live streams. Like we're doing live streams. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, and I feel like Hood, you can't come in here thinking that, oh, I need to get myself up before I start thinking about everybody else.
Did he just lose connection?
His audio went like mad low.
Okay, it is me. It's not me. But no,
Can
I
y'all
mean,
hear me now?
yeah. Start that over. Start that over, bro.
Do I need to drop down and come back, or can y'all hear me?
Nah, I can hear you.
Yeah, good.
Oh yeah, I was asking Hood, do you think that's selfish because you trying to get yourself up the way you trying to explain it? So you get yourself up, then you think about your subscribers when your subscribers is the ones that's getting you there.
No, getting yourself up is literally gaining subscribers. So what I'm saying is me getting myself up is me thinking about my own subscriber, my own audience base, my own vision. Like I want to attract people to my thing, whatever the thing happens to be, right? Me getting myself
Right.
up in that regard is that. But I think we're having this context of this conversation about like Ant just said, we have sometimes overlapping audience. You know, we might even sometimes one of the things I do hate is when I have like personal relationships with other streamers. I try not to overlap their streams or whatever. Like if he's on at a certain time
Right.
and I'm cool with him, I'll wait a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I'll start up 2 hours
Hey
later, let him
Hood,
have his
I got
shine or
one
some shit
better
like
for
that.
you.
But I'm
I got
worried
one
about
better
my
for
own
you.
audience because even then, that's a benefit for me. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to just steal his
Right.
audience, but I want people focused on me when I come up too. So
It hit me hard and fucked up kind of my algorithm when I was sharing out people that I was fucking with. So I shared out so many people, so that's how many so many people follow me, but at the same time they following me, I'm having haters following me while I'm sharing these people out. You understand me? So it stopped me from sharing other people out because I noticed that other people was following me off my page. You hear me? Ain't that fucked up that you gotta stop sharing people because you got haters following you?
Yeah. But that's kind of the way the game goes, and especially when that's one of the reasons why I talked about, or I put that in the poll too. You know, kind of like the troll and the beefing and shit like that. A large percentage of us are gonna have, hate watchers and shit like that. I always say the chat box is the lifeblood of the stream, so there's usually got to be some kind of conflict in there. Because engagement is what kind of drives it.
So we agree that some of the identity is following the bullshit.
In the Nickerverse, yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, the chat is undefeated, like New says. It really is. Really is.
I mean, it's the chitlin circuit for a reason. I mean, think about this. Away from YouTube, what's the most popping black pop culture? Like, what do black people congregate toward the most? Like, I remember a long time ago, everybody was watching shit like Empire. Then we shifted over to Power. Like, what's really, really like the things that black folk gravitate toward? And so, I say when you look at it that way, you just don't be surprised that you tend to think toward the lowest common denominator when you just focus on, doing black content purely. You kind of have to pull yourself up and do other shit if you really want to grow a little bit, as you say, Aaron.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the problem with that is you get too comfortable with somebody doing something like that. You know what I'm saying? So you make yourself comfortable as you sit and gradually sit around it. So you have to you got to turn your attention towards something else, because the longer you be around something, the more you're going to want it. The longer you're away from something, the less you're going to want it. Mm-hmm. So I feel like you got to gravitate.
Yeah. I mean, I know I try to move. Monica asked a pretty good question in the chat, right? She said, actually, she's talking to me. She's like, this is your community. Are you trying to identify the sector? And this was something that was open for anybody from any sector. That's why I kind of have the different questions in the poll. Like what is the identity? Because at some point, like if we're gonna move as a space, or any space is gonna move, like just kind of like what Unique said, like in order to be able to grow, not just even with numbers, but just as people, just in general, we're gonna have to have a little bit more in common than the shit that divides us. If the only reason why we get together is to either trauma bond, cuss each other out, argue every damn day, and that's cool, but it's got to be some kind of common denominator that gets
I mean,
everybody together.
let me help you out there, bro. My realest friends are niggas that I made money with in one way or another. If we're not tied together like that, what do you like? What are you expecting outside of that? Because if we're not actually tied together, we're not working together. You know what you do benefits me. What I do benefits you. Without that, what are you actually asking for? Which I don't think you have the right to expect anything without that.
I really don't. I'm just curious because even if even if a space, and when I say a space, pretty much the algorithm, because let's keep it real, we most of us frequent the same channels and shit like that. So even as a space, whether you like the direction or the identity that it has, it's still got to have an identity. So what the fuck are we? Is it
that's
just
what I'm
Black
saying.
YouTube?
So,
Is it
so
like is it
Nancy,
just
are
Black
you?
YouTube? Is it just effery? Is folks beefing, talking shit about each other? Finding shit to argue about? Is it like racial identity
I
politics?
would
Is it
say, I would
yeah?
say, are you going to establish yourself around a certain area because of what's going on? You know what I'm saying? Because you got homie hoppers, you got motherfucking CC hoppers. You know what I'm saying? Because certain people can have something popping, they gonna hop over there and talk shit about you. So, and then you can have certain people that's gonna ride with you 100%. So if you got people that CC hopping and all of that, how can you establish anything? Because should you stay by yourself? And what did he just say? Yeah, as far as establishing yourself with somebody, or are you gonna ride by yourself? Because you can catch on to somebody that sound hot when you want the numbers, persuasion. That's the word I'm looking for. Are you gonna go with the persuasion, or are you gonna stick by yourself, or are you gonna ride with a group of people that that's just hot for the moment? And I think people move on YouTube for the heat of the moment when I'd rather stick by myself. That's
This
why I
is what I
put
was
Zone
trying.
behind my name.
This is what I was trying to explain a second ago about focusing on your craft, your thing. Like when I was doing the Bernard Riley show years ago, it was obvious to me. He and I never discussed any money. We never made a deal. It was an unspoken thing where like I got a channel that has almost nobody listen to me. You got a big channel that people know, and people kind of know me through your channel. So I'm gonna grow my channel through your channel, right? But here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. I can't rely on me being on Bernard Riley's show to grow my channel alone. I have to provide something that audience members want to listen to, want to pay for. They're gonna hit the super chat, cash app, that whole thing. You have to work on your shit on your own end. So that way, now it doesn't matter whose channel I go to. I can draw a little bit of my own audience almost anywhere I go because you have to build your shit. And I think that's why when you keep asking this question about identity, and I think it's a false question. It's like, don't worry about what the black people are doing on the internet, bro. Worry about what you want to do on the internet. You can talk to the niggas whenever you feel like it, but if you're gonna worry about them, I think you're gonna lose you.
Uh, right, and that goes with Neo's news comment about only worry about your chat. I also agree with that too. If you got a box full of maybe 30 people or so, or 50 or whatever number, 500, you can, if you're consistent with them, they'll always come in your chat no matter what you're talking about, and Black YouTube, like I said, is all of those topics. You're like multiple choice, right? You don't have to stick to one topic. But using conservatives example with Bernard Riley, one thing that we don't have that I think we did have years back was there were multiple channels where I would call them like multiple choice channels, like where you could go to Bernard's, like different people, that were talking about different stuff would go there, right? And different topics altogether on their channels, right? We don't have that much anymore. Like I would see Auntie as a good example of that now currently, where you might get different people from your sector, not just because of the purge, but that's also is another factor why a lot of people from different sectors would come here, right? But I don't think we have that anymore. I mean, I'm using an example, right? Like DJ Hemp. I don't think everyone wants to go there. I think only people that are alone with like gender.
I have a question for y'all. Have y'all ever been victim or seen or witnessed behind the scenes talking on here? Once you trying to build that loyalty with people and then shit start happening behind the scenes, you know, like when motherfuckers say, let me get your Instagram, that's behind the scenes to me. That's just a way to get your real number. So have y'all ever experienced behind the scenes talking that altered real life shit on here?
Absolutely. I have.
I mostly avoid these niggas behind the scenes for that exact reason. That's literally the truth, bro. I do not want to talk to most niggas behind the scenes because niggas be messy as fuck, bro.
Yeah.
This
I mean, yeah, this is social media, man. So people use this as a way for people to socialize, and that's social. That's how a lot of folks socialize through gossip.
That's another thing, bro. This manosphere low-key became a dating space, bro. This shit became an actual dating space, bro. Niggas about to be putting Tinder profiles and shit up here.
If you ever heard anybody on here say, let me get your Instagram, that's just a way to say, let me get your phone number. That's just some sneaky ass shit. Even if it's just a homeboy or whatever. Now that's a sneaky way for you to talk to a nigga if you're in a relationship. I mean, it goes a whole lot of ways. You know what I'm saying? Social media is just fucked up.
But I can just remember, like, even what Hood was saying with Bernard. Just like Hood used that platform to kind of promote his platform. There were other platforms that helped me to promote mine since, like, before there was a purge or any of that shit, you know. And even before I changed the name of this channel and it was just my name on it, people were calling this shit was like a hole in the wall club where we'd be live all damn night, and you might not sit here all night, but everybody would make their way through this motherfucker. People would laugh, joke, roast, cuss each other out. Beefs would start. People would review the shit. You never knew what the hell was going to happen. Yeah.
I actually prefer it that way. That's why my channel is kind of like that. This gives you more freedom if you want.
Yeah, but
it's not every day you want to talk about gender war.
That's the thing, though. That can get extremely stressful.
Exactly. That's why I don't stream every day. Exactly. It can get stressful dealing with niggas.
Yeah, I can't do that. And I see people do it, and they go through the same bullshit every day, and be the same arguments, the same everything. And it took me back to Facebook.
Listen, I've been doing this for a long time now, and I try to not do just, black woman is bad content every single day. And I've really kind of gotten away from that, generally speaking. But I will say this. Even when you try to get away from the gender war stuff, generally having a thing to talk about every day is weird and difficult. It's like, because it's a performance, you know what I'm saying? It's hard to get on stage and perform every day. Sometimes you just don't feel like running your mouth about whatever the hell's going on in the world. Like, sometimes I don't care about whatever celebrity gossip is on the news cycle or whatever, or it's a slow news day or some shit like that. But ultimately, like, because that's the other thing I want to say too. And when I do my content, like my show, it's very much like topic driven. I pick a sort of idea. I find a lot of video that I can use to kind of buttress the story around that idea. And I can come at it from different angles, get other people's opinions on it, comment on that shit. But it's generally topic related, and then I'm out. And sometimes it's hard to keep doing that shit every single day.
Yeah, that sounds stressful every day.
What makes gender wars, though? I mean, hold on. I want to say this right. Okay. A penis and a vagina go together. What do y'all think creates or starts gender wars? Do y'all think it's misunderstanding? Do y'all think that
You see, this is literally how it
because of
starts right here.
history,
These innocent questions is how it starts.
No.
shit you done been
No,
through?
I would
You know
narrow
what
it
I'm
down.
saying?
Sexual deprivation and intention.
But shit, that's still a lot to say. I mean, is it because of some shit you done been through, or is it because of a written word?
No, but people are just lonely as hell. Yeah, that's really it. People are lonely as hell, and this is a good way to interact with folks without having to leave the house and actually interact with folks, like physically interact with folks. You can just do it right from your phone or your device, and bam, you know.
That's called
It's like
lazy.
being able to go to the club without having to go to the club.
No, but see, as far as the club, it ain't nothing that I can't do out there that I can't do in my own house. But now, as far as getting out and moving, that's different. That's just being lazy.
Well, yeah, most of these folks are lazy. Now, you can just get on here. You ain't got to do your hair. A lot of these motherfuckers don't even take a bath.
Hey, and
They
see,
just get on
and
this
that's
shit.
the real shit
You know
because
what I'm saying? They
that's
don't
one of
brush their
my
teeth. They don't do shit.
that's one of my new shit. That's one of my new preferences for a woman. I mean, I want to see a woman that can get up and comb her hair every day instead of just getting a hairdo for the next 3 months.
You know, and I feel attacked, my nigga. I really feel attacked. Let me just say this, because that is the benefit of never camming up. You will never know all the days I did this show in my underwear with no shirt on, just smoking at my desk, bro. I'm just sitting there. Who needs to be pretty, bro? This is radio. Radio is for ugly people.
Nah, hey, I work from the same damn desk, so there's plenty of days I went through a whole damn work day and I did streams and all that shit in my drawers or in my bathrobe.
Hey, man.
Oh, so it's true that niggas will have a blazer on with sitting in their boxes at their computer desk.
I think folks do that. I'm not gonna go too much of the damn day. I try not to go past damn 12 noon without getting straight for the damn day.
Because it's like
I had to
you
learn
can
that
do this.
working from home one day will spill into the next and will spill into the next.
Right, like you can do this job. Like if it's the morning, like there's been plenty of mornings, bro. Like Trump was on this morning, and I wasn't even gonna stream yet, and then I seen him about to go live. He did a speech, so I just rolled over, turned the TV on. I mean, turned the laptop on, set up the live stream, started, rerunning his speech, and like sometimes it's really that easy. That's the other thing that I like about this business. Sometimes it really is that easy. When you just want to get some raw views up, you don't got to do all that much, but. Again, it takes a little bit of a creative mind to get out the rut and figure out shit, bro.
Because my page, I built it with as far as the live part of it, you know what I'm saying, the interacting. I ain't got there yet. I'm still nervous about that, but I've done it, but I ain't got the best parts of it yet.
Well, Hood Servant, if you call this a business, though, I wouldn't really label this as, for me, it's just like having fun. But I understand it because you can get monetized, and I understand the business comment, though.
Yeah. Hold on.
It's just the thing with me. I never was social, but now I'm trying to break out that shell of being more versatile and more just talking more, period,
You know what the thing, Soul Provider?
I know.
I was probably a lot more talkative before I started doing this shit.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah.
I was never this talkative.
Yeah.
But I didn't have that many people to talk about this shit with either. That's the other thing.
This space taught me to just shut the fuck up and listen. For real, I would honestly, I can honestly say I had a lot more shit to say before.
I wanted to respond to Soul Provider a second ago about the hobby thing, or the business thing rather.
Yeah.
This YouTube thing, and I mean, I've been kind of pushing myself into being a little bit more professional about it. I'm going to kind of do a better job of it, make it more business-like in the long run. But this has been the most lucrative hobby I've ever engaged with, like Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, fishing, chess. Nothing has been this lucrative ever. So it is very much a business. So you kind of have to not ever lose sight of that.
That's fair.
Do you feel like you got to commit once you feel like you're gonna do it, you got to commit to it.
Well, that's a me thing anyway. Once I'm committed, I'm in.
See,
Real
and
shit.
okay, so that's when I'll kind of get back to the topic, but not. And that's something that I was always kind of fearful of. I was always taught, a very wealthy man, taught me that, hey, look, if you do what you love and you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. So I always knew if I just did this just for money, I could never succeed at it.
Yeah, I mean,
It makes sense.
because if you try too hard, you won't really. Sometimes trying too
Yeah.
hard make you not succeed. You know.
So
And
so
it's-
that's why I even did this stream, or even everything. Even when I go back to the purge and shit like that, like I never did any of that shit for money. Never. Not for money, not for views, nothing. I always did it just because I either felt like it was necessary or it was something that I enjoyed and wanted to do. And money, views, more subs, growth, or whatever will just come. It would just come. But as soon as I turn this shit into a job, I'm like, fuck it, I might as well get a job.
Yeah,
But
man.
shit, that's even happened with me in real life when it comes to real jobs. I try different things. I'm good at them. And then you invest and you put so much time in it and it end up being a burn in the end. I mean, that's a hard feeling too. So starting a new career and doing something else, you know what I'm saying? Growing up as a man in this world, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of hard too. Having to start a new career and getting burned on ones that you put your time in.
I just understand that, but just like Hood Conservative said, like, look, at some point though, it's like, what are we doing this for? So it's like growth got to come from some place. Either you're gonna grow as a person, you're gonna grow as a space, and the numbers, even though that's not the end all be all. And when I say the numbers, I'm not just talking about the sub count, the live viewers, any of that, because I mean I know that shit comes and it goes. So you can get it popping, you can be a little bit down, whatever. All of that shit can change overnight. That's no big deal. But that is how you keep score.
Those are the days where like that gave me sign that I could really do this for money. Where like, especially a long time ago, where I would put out a little video because I used to make just regular short content videos, and I would punch way above my weight class every now and then, getting like 12K, 20 some K views for a little simple video I made. And I was like, wow, if that's what I can do just on a humble, shit like that makes you just grind a little bit harder. But I've never wanted to fully commit either. That's why I always, keep a regular job or something else that I depend on.
Yeah, you can never commit on negative. Not a good idea. Not a good idea. Do not do that. Definitely not.
I mean,
Side hobby, little thing, cool.
it's extremely stressful, but that's why I would even ask that. Like, is that the new identity of a lot of these spaces where it's like everything's just a cash grab? We're gonna do what just brings in views, what brings in numbers, what brings in money. That's it.
I mean, you could look at some of the
Everybody's
channels.
kind
I
of
mean, you can tell based on
Same.
what they're doing. I mean, they got the same mic, same backdrop. I mean, same little setup. You already know what they're here for.
I think it's becoming an addiction. It have become an addiction, and so people so far gone, they done train themselves to only this that they don't even fuck with the outside world because they're too worried about coming to this little box over here. They done trained their minds to this is what I'm gonna do every day. They wait to get off work to hit YouTube or while I'm at work. You know what I'm saying? So it's more of an addiction. YouTube is an addiction to
You know what? No bullshit. There is an addictive quality to it. Like, there have been days where I just made sure, like, I'm not talking to nobody on the internet. I'm going to watch movies and do chores and shit in the house. I'm going silent away from this shit because you got to pull yourself out of it every now and then.
You know it's an addiction when a motherfucker say who going live next and everybody go over there. It's addiction for all you motherfuckers.
Yeah, see, Not on
But I'm
this
like,
Also,
or not like
I would agree with that. But then, at least in that case, you got a space
yeah.
because everybody kind of moves as one. I know when I first came in, that's kind of how it was. I saw some like the same people everywhere. People would just move over, move over, move over. I see a lot less of that now.
Yeah, we don't have that on this side. We don't have that. We used to. I think it's
That's because a lot of people bumping heads now, and a lot of people starting to fall out. That's what people finna mix. In 25, it was a lot of collaboration. I think in 26, it's gonna be a lot of fallout, and it's gonna get crunker than it was last year. So, I think the 26 purge gonna be that shit.
Yeah.
That's my prediction. Because shit, we barely what? We ain't even 2 weeks in the new year, and ain't
6
nobody
days.
stopped shit.
Yeah,
Ain't
same-
nobody
same.
even, ain't nobody stopped nothing. It's getting tougher.
Man, either man came up on Witch Doctors last night and said, "Yo, we in 2025 now." I was like, "No, it's 2026." He's like, "Yeah, it is." I'm like, "You didn't even know what fucking year it was, bro."
Yeah, we ain't
Still
trained to
same
it yet.
shit. So, like still on the same shit, It's the same topic, same everything. Like
Yeah,
one day is spilling into the next, spilling into the next week, spilling into the next month, spilling into the next year. Nothing's changing now. I'm like, I've never gotten old before, so is this just part of getting old, or is that shit
It's-
normal?
it's
What's
not
up?
just the part. It's. I mean, that's a pattern of getting old where you just settle into shit.
He
But it's
told
also
us.
a choice. You know, you got to choose to want to reach for something else, bro. That's an internal thing. I can't give that to a nigga. You know.
How old was you before? How old was you before the first time you noticed that you learned a lesson from somebody that told you something?
Oof. Shit.
I don't know. That's a weird question. I always listen. If you tell me it's gonna fuck you up, if you tell me this thing fucks you up, I'm probably not gonna do the thing that you did.
No, but I'm just saying, as you growing up, somebody told you not to do something, but it took you to go through it for you to think back like that motherfucker told me.
Oh, you know what that is though? My pops, he got that title in my life. My pop was right about a lot of shit, and I had to become a parent to really grasp the depth of it all.
I don't got no kids yet, but I had a lot of experiences like that.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I was probably about either close to 30 or pushing, or in my 30s by the time I realized, like, damn,
Before you noticed it.
they
huh?
was they was right. All that shit they
Right.
was telling me, man, that shit actually happened. So, I mean,
Yeah, and I think that's why they say you don't get a lot of grown men until they actually grown. Does that make sense?
Well, the
Yeah.
brain doesn't even stop really expanding and maturing till around 25-ish. And then from what I'm really hearing and noticing, a lot of men, especially like us black men, we don't really hit our stride until like 30 and mid 30s.
Yeah.
Not all. Most of us don't really be balling in our 20s like that.
That was a small shot at the women. Like, maybe you should have kept the nigga that you had, you know what I'm saying? But
I mean, it wasn't even a shot. Nah, it was just that's the reality of life, though. And then, frankly, man, these they know, they fucking know.
but okay. So even you said earlier though, you was like, okay, so you still go on other panels and you still make sure that you're one of the standout personalities when you're on the panel. So you don't just go anywhere. You still go to specific spaces and you're yourself. So what would you say the identity is of those spaces you go to, Hood?
Well, I mean, as far as the places I go to panels where I have a friendly relationship with the host. That's the only real criteria. I don't look at it like, I'm going over here to the Asian gang or I'm going to the blue gang or none of that. Like, if I'm cool with you, then I'll just hang out, we'll talk. And it'll go from there. Who knows where it might go, but like, I generally just do that based on personal relations. If I've spoken to you on a panel, we got along good, and you're going live, then I'll hang out and chop it up on your panel. Because honestly, I'm really mostly just looking to hang out and talk about whatever. Because like right now, I'm on my way to work. I'm gonna be up all night driving, and this for the last couple of weeks. I don't want to listen to music all night long. So talking to niggas about random shit keep me up.
That's what's up. And that's what I base my page on. You know what I'm saying? As far as meeting new people and just shooting the shit. And if we ever link up one day, that'll be a plus. You know what I'm saying? But as far as the drag and shit, man, I'm tired of that shit, man. Unless the purge. Shout out to
But that's why, like, when I do my content, like I try to find something to actually talk about. You know what I mean? I want to find a subject. I don't like to just get up and riff for an hour about nothing.
Don't get me wrong though, Hood, because I'm kind of like playing both sides of the fence, because it's good to listen to and be in the chat about, unless it's about me. You know what I'm saying? So we can't do the double standard with shit like that. But I actually interact with people that, you know what I'm saying? I got a story too. So when people be clowning me in the chat, I play a storyline with them. I'm clowning with them, or we going back and forth. You know what I'm saying? Because my story already on her, so it's gonna happen. So you gonna make the best of it, or you gonna let them keep doing what they do. I'll let them keep doing what they do because it's not bothering me. You know what I'm saying? So I just keep going. The crazy part is, you something if they keep talking about you when you stop initiating. Because there's a lot of shit that going on this motherfucking app, and motherfuckers don't just pay attention to it, or like, I don't know. I just think different. A lot of shit don't bother me. Like,
You know what cracked me up, bro? Like, you see how, like, you and I never met you before we got on this panel, right? Don't know you from nowhere. I don't even know if you have an opinion of me before now, right? But a lot of times I get on panels and talk to people I've never actually talked to before, and they got an opinion of me based on somebody else don't like me or some shit like that. Like, you picking up somebody else beef with some weird shit. And it's like, people really be catching a lot of feelings on these panels. I do not understand. Like, why are you so bothered, my nigga? Like, I don't even be talking like about you or to you directly, and then the motherfucker just be having the biggest attitude about some shit. I don't. That's one of these things. That's one of the things about this space that kills me. Like, people take it so fucking personal when it wasn't even about them.
It's because they don't have nothing to talk about, and they want to make themselves relevant, so they use other people. That's just like pulling somebody out the chat when you losing on the panel. Don't go pull somebody out the chat when you losing on the panel. So motherfuckers use you to make themselves relevant, is my point.
Going back to Conservative's comment about, having a good relationship or being cool with the host, and he's able to jump on any panel or topic. I'm the opposite. Even if I do have I know I'm cool with the person, if their topic is not something I'm into, I'm not going to fuck with it. I'm just going to be in a chat and just support that way, or supporting the clouds. Because I don't want to just waste some space on a panel. I'd just rather be in a chat and say, hey, what's up?
Yeah. How many people have y'all fell back from this year?
Yeah. I'll sit my ass in the clouds.
But see,
in the super chat or member milestone or something like that.
That's what I was trying to explain though, about like being interesting, keeping an audience, performing quote unquote for an audience, right? How many people can actually just hold the floor about any topic? You know what I'm saying? Like, can you really hold floor and keep people engaged while you just talk about anything? Like, bro, I've had so many wild conversations about shit on my channel, and it was like fun and enjoyable the whole way.
You drop your link.
Yeah, well, I tend to not even drop the link half the time. I'll just go for 3 hours sometime, and I'll have whatever. I mean, the longest show I've ever done, bro, was like more than 8 hours, I think. Nah, man, you got.
Like, I could talk. You know what I'm saying? I can initiate my content, and then after a minute, I would like people to converse with me. That way, the content go more. You understand me? Because I want different opinions that we can boost it up.
I think that's why.
But
I think that's why a lot of
for 2-3 hours. Nah, I can't do that.
I think that's why a lot of channels are panel heavy, because the host either can't or doesn't want that burden of having to like maintain an audience. Because not, bro, it's a weird little bit of like an ego thing. Because you know how you doing this shit, and the first time you ever get like 50 viewers, and then one day you get 100 viewers. You know what I'm saying? Like so far I've maxed out. Like when you do vertical, the numbers go crazy. But on the horizontal, I've maxed out. Like I've hit like 180, almost 200 viewers at one point on some stream, and like
On StreamYard, you hit 180.
on YouTube, just on the YouTube, you like doing my regular show. And what I'm saying is that like the ability to kind of just flow, converse from different topic, or talk about anything like that. That's kind of what you have to train for. You kind of have to be able to be adept at just conversation in general. Because really,
That's
people
being
just want to. People be
consistent.
at work.
You can do
Well,
that every
people.
now and then, but mostly that's when the bullshit comes. Can you
This is why you
consistently hold
focus
that
on your
number?
own.
So
That's why you do
Yeah,
it on your own. Yeah.
I can understand what
Well,
Hood Conservative is saying. Like because when he goes in, he's going in about like a topic. For me to hit that type of number when I'm up here, but just by myself, which I've done that, exceeded it. I be having to have it litty, and I got to be going the fuck in on somebody, roasting somebody.
Yeah, but
On here for the most part.
I'll say
I'm
this
held
though.
about 80 and got 1K views. That's probably my
Yeah.
height.
Going back to what we talked about before, NT, about when the people were the content. When the people were the content, you had to monologue. You had to be able to monologue. You weren't really relying on people to come hit the panel, right? Maybe it was an hour, maybe 2 hours, but if you could do 1 hour or 2 hours, that's pretty good. But it's not guaranteed you're going to be able to do that. Not everyone can do that. But that's why Hood Conservative would say focusing on one specific topic. But sometimes that's why I wouldn't stream every day, because I can talk shit on a stream and monologue for a couple hours and be 1 or 2. Okay, then take a fucking break, and you won't see me again for maybe a couple of days.
Right.
Yeah.
And so, but
That's
you got
something.
people that prep their shows. They write everything down. Then you got freestylers. So that'll be
Yeah.
a major difference in how shows move too.
Yeah, and I
Yeah.
definitely do prep. I prep in terms of like I get the ideas right, I get the clips right, I get the order, like place shit in the order. So it's like like a good story has like a middle, a beginning, like that peak, and then it has the end scene and all that. Like you try to follow general patterns of just typical media production or whatever. And when you do it, when you kind of frame, when you train yourself into a particular frame, there's benefits to it. There's certain benefits to it. You kind of get used to a thing. You can just do it over and over again. It's like muscle memory or whatever. But you know what I learned about myself doing this? I never was talky like this in the real world, because like I'm actually quiet. I'm very happy to sit to myself all day long or whatever, and then not really talk to a lot of people. But I don't know, something about the YouTube environment. I found a lot of words out here. It's crazy. I was never this talky before I had a channel, bro.
No, Nicotube is an outlet. I use it for an outlet, so that's why it's fun, and that's why I keep it fun. And that's why I don't want to talk about politics and celebrity, BS, because that's not fun. So I use it as an outlet. So that's why I
And see, I ain't broke that shell yet because I got a lot of shit to talk about. And at times I have a lot of shit to talk. When you hit that boiling point when somebody got you messed up. But I ain't broke that shell of just being that social yet. So I'm trying to get myself out of that so I can talk about it.
He says freestyle. Well, I mean, writing notes is still, I think it's still freestyle because it's not completely structured though. Writing a note's not structured.
Yeah, no, I mean,
As far as writing
done
it out, I got it wrote out.
bullet.
And
Yeah, the bullets just make sure
Yeah.
you cover this and this. But people don't really like
maybe the
being-
delivery, what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
And like I said, these things I think don't matter that much anymore because everyone's just doing, perfect setup. Everything's perfect. Everything's crisp. And let's sound professional and let's look professional type bullshit. All the other stuff that we're talking about doesn't matter now. But before, it did matter. It didn't matter if you cammed up or not. It was about, can you monologue a decent amount? Can you talk shit? Well, that actually is funny. Not everyone's funny. not everyone on Nicotube is funny. They may think they are, but not everyone.
Can you land the punchline? It's almost like delivering a hot 16. Does it flow? Can you deliver the punchline?
Yeah.
And just like
and you gotta have level change.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? All that shit matters. Because I mean, even if you had a punch in the delivery, the tone, everything right, everybody ain't gonna laugh at that shit.
You know, a second ago, you said something about like doing what's fun or whatever, and I think when you hit that zone of like you're enjoying whatever you're doing, doesn't matter if it's politics, whatever. If you're enjoying it and you kind of hit a zone in that, that's the shit that will attract the audience, and they kind of just get caught up in the whole energy of it all because it almost doesn't even matter what the topic is.
Yeah, that's true. Because they'll hear your voice and tell like, okay, he's talking his shit. He's actually having fun, but he's also into what he's talking about. That's what they'll listen to you.
Well, even with these panels and stuff, the conversation is going to evolve into whatever it evolves into.
Yeah, it's hard to stick to one topic on these long streams.
Yeah,
and that's why I don't think even paying for StreamYard or whatever, having 10 people up there at one time, that's going to be very stressful. You know what I'm saying? Especially if you're trying to conduct the show, then people are going to blame it on the host because it's too much going on up there.
Nah, it is some lion tamer shit sometimes on a panel, bro. And especially like every now and then you get like a personality that's just like they need to be controlled, but they're uncontrollable. So you just gotta kick them or some shit like that.
But here's the thing, though.
I think that's what it is. But then you get people that get mad. Oh, you kicked me off your panel. Then they go live on you. I really don't care if you went live on me. But if you ain't gonna respect my shit, then you gotta go.
Yeah. What was you gonna say, Soul? I'm gonna add to that in a moment.
Yeah, I was saying that, like I said, the personalities really do matter because after all the TMZ tabloid news is over, what do you have left, right? What are people streaming about? You know, so you're gonna want to rely on people with the personalities who are funny, like the JP. I know you don't, like Auntie was saying, everyone's talking about JP at a certain time. They were like a couple weeks ago. Like, well, he makes himself, he becomes content. I was like, that's a great example. But it'd be nice to have other people, having channels where they're the content, not just, oh, this article's this article's that, all that bullshit.
All right. And that was actually going to be a point that I was going to get at. Let me just go to what Drip just said in a moment. At this point, I learned to not give a shit. So if I call it to the left side, the right side's going to be pissed. If I call it to the right side, the left side's going to be pissed. If I call it down the middle, everybody's going to be pissed. So if I'm going to pick a side at all, it's going to be my own. So my mission statement was, protect the integrity of the brand, protect the channel at all costs. That's it. So if people don't like it, whatever. Whatever. If I got to drop you, I'm not going to apologize for it. that is what it is. And even if I make a mistake, I might, reach out personally and just say, my bad, we were live. I don't like the way I handled it. My apologies. If it's, I won't give anybody an insincere apology. If I'm actually apologetic about it, you'll definitely get an apology from me. But for the most part,
you ever go back and like watch your own game tape?
It's rare. Doing that today.
It's rare.
Fucked me up.
You mean like
I went back and listened to myself.
And
I was like, damn.
If a stream is funny, I'll watch it. If it's funny, the funny shit happened, I'll watch it.
Yeah, because I get caught up every now and then. Some really funny moments come up. You got to replay that shit.
Yeah, that shit is
But
super
so I've had days where I got drunk on purpose and got on here and start trolling or just had to plan to have fun. And I just started listening to that shit today. And I'm like, wow, you hear me? I was disappointed in myself. I laughed at myself. It was just a bunch of different emotions. But go back and listen to yourself when you hear somebody's shit or your own shit. It'll fuck you up.
I think it's good to do that, though, so that you know what you're doing,
Right.
Well,
and I did because I had a couple people come back at me like, hey, do you remember what you said? And I'm like, which one? And then it took me to go back and listen to it, but I'm like, oh, okay. And a lot of them I was wrong, and some of them I was right. But that replay, listening to yourself, yeah, it'll let you know a lot about yourself.
Yep.
Yeah, I've had a few. See, my drunk streams, I know those aren't very interesting for the simple fact that I'm just not that type of drunk. If I get drunk, I'm probably pretty quiet. It's those extra shot of espresso coffee streams that I'll look back and I'll laugh at myself about because I'll
Oh,
say
that,
some,
that's
You said you
I'll say some
drunk
funny
and
shit when I'm
quiet.
wired.
That's
You know what I'm
dangerous.
saying? When I'm wired, but when I'm drunk. Yeah, all
Drunk
that
and
extra.
quiet.
I'll
That's
be a buzz
dangerous, my
killer. I'm
nigga.
just listening.
yeah. Nah, I get really extra when I've been drinking. I'm a happy drunk, so I be saying all kind of
That's
shit.
what I'm saying. You're a happy drunk like that. I'm just quiet, chill. So if I'm drinking, I'm probably just relaxing. But I like what American tradesman just said. He said he worked in Hollywood, and some of you guys would sincerely become millionaires if you got out here and had the right casting agency. So to go to what Soul said about like the JP thing, believe it or not, I don't have a problem with JP. I think JP is extremely charismatic. You know what I'm saying? Could be funny, interesting. I
Yeah.
just don't see how he can be the only star of the show. I would agree with what Soul was saying. There's a lot of people in these spaces with that type of talent. I see the shit going on. You know what I'm saying, in other sectors all over YouTube. Um, there's a lot, and
Yeah.
to make it seem like this is the only topic in town. Nah, damn that. I always said I was like my channel was more like the arena. Like I don't need to play like Michael Jordan every day when I own Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I own the platform that allows everybody to come up and shine. So all I do is provide the platform for
Yeah.
everybody.
And we need channels like that, and that's why I try to do that. That's why I'm a bit more open on who's in my chat and who's coming on, because we need channels like that. It can't just be all these clones out here just doing the same shit. We need that. And I think back then, a couple of years back, we had more channels like yours,
Mhm.
like mine, like DJ Kudas,
Yeah, that and that's what I'm talking about. Like just like you said, Bernard Riley, folks were able to come up and kind of do their thing. And anybody could become the next, you know what I'm saying, the next star, even if it's, even if you just become, a big fish in a small pond. You know what I'm saying? That could happen. I see a lot less of that now.
I think also a lot of people are insecure. There's, like you said, there's a lot of people that probably should start channels, but they're insecure. Maybe it's their voice or something, or I don't know. Maybe they don't want to cam up, or maybe there's something. I mean, but there's a lot of
It ain't insecurity, but you did explain a lot of them. It could be camming up because, well, yeah, you said it right. Insecurities as far as what people think they gonna look like, or
their voice.
even if you bring yourself in there with your voice and people don't understand where you're coming from, because people still don't understand me, because I could be on the same level with you, but the way of my explanation, we could be talking about the same thing, but it sounds different. You know what I'm saying? It just depends on the level of who understands who, really. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times I've heard Ant try to explain some shit, and I didn't understand what the fuck he was talking about until he dumbed it down a little bit. I'm like, oh, okay, that's what the hell he talking about. You know what I'm saying? It's just you got to understand people different.
That's how I was just thinking too. And like, I don't cam up. I know my voice isn't like radio perfect. I got like a little lisp or whatever, and it amazes me sometimes that I can draw like an audience or whatever. But I think that's just like the power of delivery. You really got to focus on like delivery and the craft of it all. Like it's a personality thing. Even doing the content, like having a topic or whatever, I realize like the audience shows up to see they want to watch you dance every time they press that button. And so it's just a thing. That's why I don't think it really is anything more than just people being shy about getting on the mic, because You never know. People might like you. This is a really weird environment up here to just be like, you put out a video, you talk about some shit for a little while, and next thing you know, you have a name that people recognize. It's a strange phenomenon. You can't really duplicate it, but you never know until you try it.
It's
Well,
a weird.
believe it or not, Hood, it's kind of, for me, it's been by design. And I'm going to give you a little credit for this because I was listening to one of your streams. It was a couple months ago, and you mentioned how like the talk radio thing, where it was just a voice, a topic, and it didn't matter who was behind that avatar or that voice. It didn't matter who it was. It was about what they were saying and how they were delivering. If you remember that stream when you said that.
Well, I remember saying that argument because I've said it a couple of times, but that is why I chose this particular model.
That was one of the reasons why I don't even cam up as much as I did before that. Not because I can. I cam up every day. I don't give a shit. I would cam up right now, if I wasn't just moving around. But I'm like, why bother?
Well, this is how I talk about it.
I wanted to get the conversation going, so ain't no reason for everybody to focus on the wrinkles in my forehead. Fuck it. Let's see what I'm saying. Let's just have a conversation.
I think the cam up thing is another excuse to get people to move the way you want them, the way they want.
Yeah, it's a cheap debate strategy, bro. This is what I realized because I got into I was in the debate league and I get into little arguments and debates about all kind of shit, politics and gender war, whatever. I realized that people have a particular pattern. When they can't disprove you on the facts, they try to discount you on the personality, right? And so, because I don't cam up, I don't really engage in a lot of personal attack. They have to struggle for personal attack because people get really petty about that shit. And I realized that it removes a particular element of pressure when it's just I'm a voice on the radio. And all you got to do is prove to me that I'm wrong. I know, look, I'm ugly, I'm a bad person, I talk funny, I'm a nerd, and my breath stink, but am I fucking wrong? And because, I can keep it on this level, that's how I've been able to kind of argue that, And when people kind of fall into personal attack, then you can kind of tap dance on them a little bit. But because it's just like a voice, like you said, it's like radio, I focus on the argument as much as I can. And then, I try to make other people in turn focus on the argument as much as well.
I was going to say that I don't really think there is an excuse to be insecure because, there's an influx of podcasting being created every second on all these platforms, not just YouTube anymore. So, it's really easy to do this now. I think the entry is pretty easy. I don't think there's a lot of difficulty to this shit anymore.
Let me ask all of y'all something. Through all the BS that been on this app and that you encountered, what are y'all plans going forward as far as y'all pages? Right here, right now. What are y'all planning on doing with y'all pages?
Talk more shit. Talk more shit, basically. Laugh.
I'm trying to focus on the method a little bit. I've been doing crazy numbers with the verticals recently, and I want to know how long how does that translate long term into what do you call it, algorithm hits, like monetized hits on the algorithm or whatever. How does it pay for that? I'm trying to figure that end out.
Vertical is your best way to do it, but I'm gonna learn you a secret. You hear me? And you heard it here first, okay? Do you have more than one email?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay. So, and then you have one that you use your YouTube on. So what I did was I could have been pushed the button. I just not ready yet. But all you have to do is if you have different emails and more than one device, go watch your own shit. You don't got to get on here and express yourself to people and tell on yourself to get monetized. Just watch your own shit from your own shit and get your hours up. And then if people like me, I told some of my supporters, I built my fucking music playlist. If you cleaning your house, go listen to my playlist while you cleaning your house. You know what I'm saying? That's watch time hours. You just gotta put it out there to your people. You gotta promote your shit. You hear me? But your best promoter is yourself. Watch your own shit and get your watch hours from a different email.
I mean,
it's not even that. That's not where I am technically as far as like my channel and growth or whatever. Like I've been at this for a long time, just a couple of years at it. So what I'm trying to do is really grow it to the next level of monetization, channel growth, channel membership, stuff like that. Get merch out. You know, more or less the basics of having a business-like channel.
Oh, well,
because at this point, I feel like I got a proven model. Yeah, I feel like I've proven the model because I had a whole other channel that I was doing. Now that I've proven the model,
you must be in the car.
Oh, you got
now that I've proven the model, like,
or you promoting by yourself.
Yeah, that sound like you going in and off of Bluetooth.
Yeah.
Who, me?
No, somebody kept fucking calling me.
Yeah. I get
all
where
I'm saying is I'm trying to like get to that next level of a business. You know, a more traditional, more lucrative, more financially lucrative channel.
Then you need one or two people that's willing to do it with you. You can't do it by yourself. Your money gonna grow when you got a team, not trying to do this shit by yourself.
The thing I would need from other people is more about graphic stuff.
Quality.
I don't know, because when you have a team,
I don't necessarily need people. Yeah, no, I don't need people as far as like my actual end of the show. The only thing I would require people for was to do like a little graphic work, you know, making some thumbnails or like little stuff that I would like to do when I make videos. I don't know enough about graphic design.
You can be the voice, then you got a promoter, then you got one behind the scenes that's handling everything else moving. So you can't do it by yourself, is what I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's hard to find good people are hard to find, as they say.
I would say you could do it by yourself. Like,
and that's where the game fucked
on
up.
On the older side of YouTube, like when early 2000s, you could do it by yourself because it didn't really require much. You didn't need a whole
team. All you needed was the one device.
Yep.
You can do a lot, but you know now, I mean, like even when you mention things like watch hours, yeah, like we're kind of past that. I know when I originally monetized this channel, like what you needed like 4,000 watch hours or some shit, 1,000 subs.
3 is the first one. The second one is
when I had 1,000 subs. Now when I had 1,000 subs, I had 25,000 watch hours. Those were the
you didn't
days,
know what
right?
you was doing yet with it, NT?
Nah, I mean, I was just live all the fucking time. I was just live all the time.
Yeah,
like I said,
that'll boost your hours up.
That shit was a hole in the wall, and we just be up here for hours, shooting the shit, talking about whatever. Those were the days. Now they kind of changed the criteria where people are getting the subs before they get the watch hours. Before, if you got the subs, you had the watch hours. If you were doing live streams.
I think one of y'all said that a while ago because a lot of my subs, like if even if I drop the right short, I've gotten over 300 subs just from a good short. And then you got people that hate on that. Like I have subscribers that's waiting on me to drop shorts over me going StreamYard. And I actually communicate with them. I actually hit the chat with them and stuff like that. So y'all know how it come to people talking about, oh, you buy subs, all it is? No, it just depends on how you move on it. Because if I'm getting 300 to 500 subscribers just from one short, you can't hate on me for that. They just waiting on me to drop more shorts, not to go live and talk shit about you.
Yeah, there's really no point buying subs in this sector. I mean, there's no point. The subs really don't even matter that much because your chat.
They don't. Yeah, they drop a lot of criteria. So, I mean, like I said, when you ask me like what my plans are, it's just like just real growth, just real growth. So as far as these pages, the boiler room, the home of the official YT Purge, I don't really have anything else to prove. I know some people would be like, oh well, you don't have many numbers. I personally don't give a shit. I'm not gonna do what, like, the algorithm that these channels are being pushed in. I'm not gonna do what the fuck is necessary to get 500 or 600 people to come into this motherfucker, man. I'm not gonna
That's
sit
the
here
answer I
talking
was
about
looking
other
for
people.
right there, Auntie.
I'm not gonna sit here every day opening up fucking files and pretty much airing out my own dirty laundry for views. I'm not gonna do that shit. So
Yeah.
that's it. I personally don't have anything else to prove on these
Not
channels.
coming on here to make nobody else's life miserable.
Yeah, I'd like to do what it is that I do, which is I do marketing and I like sports. I'm gonna kick off some channels doing that. We're gonna branch out to other platforms, and do this shit the right way. I keep saying that, just do it the right way as far as growth is concerned. So there's gonna have to be a Twitch, a Patreon, start working these social media platforms, the right way, and the growth has to be exponential. So, but I'm not really focused on doing live streams and just getting a bunch of numbers in the chat. That doesn't equate to.
Hey,
And
but
I don't like I
we
don't
ain't
really
getting rid of
hold
the
that
purge though,
type
right?
of.
We ain't getting rid of the purge though, right?
No. That's
They
you
gotta
guys.
happen.
No, that's not going anywhere. That's one of the reasons why I took my name. That the home of the official YT Purge. Everybody know that was Auntie. That was my channel. And
Yeah.
you guys took it over. You know what I'm saying? Like that shit was pretty much branded as the Purge. When we started the Purge, that channel had less than 500 subs. Now it's got 6,000. So, I put my name on the boiler room, took my name off of that, put my name on the boiler room. So that's not going anywhere. That event's not going anywhere. I do everything.
That's how you did that.
channel.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll
Okay.
continue to do the event on that channel and that channel only. The event will not leave YouTube. Even if the channel goes away, that event will not leave YouTube. But for me personally, the growth has to come elsewhere.
Right.
Yeah. But because that was a cool idea. It was a good idea. It was a cool idea. It resonated with people, and it worked. But it was one of many ideas that I have. I keep saying, like, I got a lot. I feel like I got a lot more to offer than just that event. That was
But
one
ain't that
idea that I came up
motherfucker?
with
See,
5 years ago. Yeah.
I feel like this year you doubted the purge, but why I think it's gonna grow bigger is because it's the new year, right? And everybody supposed to have their resolutions, then it's already so bad. But then this purge didn't start off like the last one, but it's only gonna get bigger. So please don't get rid of it.
No, it's not going anywhere. I talked about that the other day. I see a lot of people
What's the next one gonna be? What number are you on?
Discouraged from their events. And I mean, if you have a signature event, and I think every streamer, I think, should have their own signature event. That one's mine. And my team's, but and granted, I couldn't do any of the shit that I did on here without a team. So I respect what Hood Conservative is saying. Like he'd like to do a lot of shit on his own. I know me personally, I couldn't have done even a little bit of shit that I've done on here. I couldn't have done any of it. Like very little of that shit could I have done by myself. So I'm thankful for the team that I have and the help that I've gotten. Even the people I've fallen out with. You know what I'm saying? I'm thankful for the help I got from them. Before we fell out. Oh,
I got a couple ideas if you're willing to listen to them next year. With, to be continued. But I got a couple ideas
absolutely.
after listening.
I'm always up for suggestions. We always try to make improvements, but now just like Kojak said in the chat, the purge ain't going nowhere. That shit has its own identity. Y'all, that's yours. So we'll always make sure that you guys have that. But as far as my personal growth goes, I got more to offer than just that event.
Sure.
But I will make sure that it's always there, and I always, put effort into making sure that we try to make that shit better than it was before, and keep the integrity of that shit going.
I know Five gonna be there.
Now
So I know
five looks like
Five
she's
gonna be there.
in there. Yeah, I don't see why.
Hey, that was my favorite character the whole time. She had me rolling. I don't care. When Five kicked in, she kicked in.
But even like when people are like, oh, that's Auntie, he does the purge. I'm like, I mean, I got more to offer than just that event. So, like I say, we don't want to make too many changes to it, but it's still just one thing. One thing.
I agree with
cool
you.
idea, and I got a lot more. As a content creator, that's my job, right? I'm supposed to be creating content. So that was just one thing.
That coffee time be popping. All them coffee time.
And I agree that it shouldn't just be you trying to create these things, right? I mean, you're doing it for yourself, of course, but other people need to, start brainstorming some shit and not just, leaning on purge either.
Well, yeah, even to keep things going, like we try to do the Friday roast off, which we'll bring that back. We just kind of had to preempt it a little bit, just to kind of protect the channel and make sure that there was still a channel here, make sure that it was still monetized and everything. You know what I'm saying, for the year-end purge, because for Halloween, motherfuckers tried to clip me, man. They hit me for the costume contest of all the things. So we kind of tried to just make, and we did a good job. So everything's still here. It's still.
You're just making sure you was following all the guidelines.
That's it. And sometimes you got to keep it on stealth. But that's what I'm saying. Like when I came on here, my goal was to monetize one channel and do it organically. I monetized 2 channels.
That worked out.
And I still got them, and I did it organically. I didn't have to buy any subs. I didn't have to do any other stuff like that, which in my line of work, I know how to really do that shit. You can purchase channels, you can grow so many different ways. You know what I'm saying? You can buy views, purchase channels, do it legally. You could purchase promotion. YouTube will sell you promotion and do all of that. I chose not to do that. I wanted to do that shit organically and have a special connection, with those first few thousand subs. So I personally don't have.
I think something messed up happened like that where somebody gave somebody they trusted the key to their motherfucking channel, and they end up going in there. I don't know if they saved them. I think they kept them. They saved all of their lives, but they deleted them to where they can't touch them no more. So you gave this person the key to your life. They deleted all your lives, and you had to start over. And you had celebrities on your shit.
Yeah, that's another thing. That's one of the reasons why folks have to be careful, you know what I'm saying, with the fallouts. Lord knows I done had my fallouts on here. And fortunately, I've learned a lot. So that's why people like, oh, the numbers are down. They used to be popping. It's like I stopped having all these goddamn fallouts with motherfuckers, to be honest with you. So just like Good Conservative said, I stopped, you know what I'm saying, with all the behind the scenes shit and just the back and forth bullshit, and kind of just kept things all business. And that's worked out. I stayed out of a lot of mess, and it's been safer, and I've been able to focus on what's important, which is content, and pretty much been able to keep my damn sanity. Cause that shit's stressful. It's draining. Just being in the clouds and paying attention to what other folks are doing. I'm like, yo, I don't know how the fuck you motherfuckers remain sane. I'd have lost my shit doing what a lot of these folks is doing every day. I'd have lost it, by now. Because people let my tone and, the way I speak and shit fool them. I'm like, yo, to go through some of the shit I see some of these motherfuckers go through, man, I'd have pulled up on a motherfucker by now, man. Real shit. I couldn't even do it. I'd have pulled up and I'd have reached out and touched the motherfucker, man. Real shit. And I'm not even in the mood. It ain't worth it over some online shit. It's really not. You know, if I'm not on here having a good time, you know, enjoying what I'm doing, I might as well get the fuck off.
That's what I'm here for.
For real.
Meet new
I'll go
people,
right out back
people
and watch
shit.
that water. Say what?
Nah, I say that's what I'm here for, to meet new people and shoot the shit and grow.
Yeah. But nah, like 2026, I'd like to be able to grow this shit, you know, grow this shit the right way. And that's one of the reasons why I did this stream, you know, right here. And I appreciate all of y'all input with it. Just as far as just I usually gauge the temperature of the space. You know, you're familiar with the Purge for years. I usually do a state of the space address where I personally just gauge, you know, the state of the space. Everybody that after they participate in the Purge or after it happens, pretty much, you know, gauge it. And this is the first time ever I really haven't been able to.
Hey, well, Auntie, man, I appreciate you, man, for having me. And to be continued, man. I got plans for my page. I think I'm probably about 60, 80 away from being monetized, 80 hours. So, yeah, just go tune in, watch some, or listen to some music.
Yeah, no, I check out your channel. You don't have to tell me if you got the watch hours and stuff. You don't go live that often though, do you?
Nah, I haven't, but I'm about to.
Okay.
Like, I had a lot going on. You know, when I started my page, I actually started gaming. Then some bullshit happened with me with some wife shit, and it just been building since then. But now I'm actually finna use it.
Well, just remember, like monetization and shit. That shit ain't the end. That shit's the beginning.
Oh yeah,
it's definitely a milestone, and be proud of yourself when you hit it. And I say when you hit it because you will hit it, but it's the beginning.
That's why I say now I'm gonna be consistent.
I always say that shit's
Back
like
then,
high
I
school
wasn't.
graduation. You know, it's for real.
Yeah. When I was
Hey.
building it, I wasn't consistent. But now that I'm seeing what's about to go on, yeah, I'm finna start doing some shit with it.
Yeah, was most important, you know, have fun. I tell people that all of the time. Like growing a channel is fun. That's the most fun that I had on here on YouTube was growing a channel.
Right.
You know, just doing shit and seeing what the hell I could get away with, what I couldn't get away with, you know, pretty much just pushing the envelope. You know. So
well, if you tuning in and you see me slipping on something I ain't supposed to do, please say something.
Nah, it's all good. It's all good. Kojak said I pulled up on motherfuckers for getting slick on other platforms. Ask the dude in London. Yo, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. That's why, hey man. Trust me, it's a happy medium I have for a lot of folks in this space. You know, I got a lot of respect for a lot of folks and their patience and their restraint, and I have a serious lack of respect for a lot of folks because of the way, you know, the way that they fucking talk, but they ain't about shit. So that's what I mean. It's a happy.
You had a name on that one.
No, bro, it's too many names to mention. But I do have a serious respect for a lot of folks, though, because of the restraint that they're able to show by not pulling up on motherfuckers and cracking somebody's fucking head wide open for the shit that they've said and done on some of these platforms. Thinking that shit's funny.
You on that.
You know?
That's why I say I got a lot to talk about, because it's a lot of motherfuckers I ain't said nothing to y'all yet. But don't think that I don't hear or I forget.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's the part that I respect is when people can show restraint, because I know it's easy to kind of just lose your shit and go fuck somebody up real quick, or just call a bluff. So, but we're supposed to be grown adults.
Let me ask
So
you this, Auntie. Do you think it's a statute of limitation on if I feel like rebelling on something you said about me?
now you do whatever you want.
Ain't no
I know
statute of limitation on that
I
shit,
don't
right?
forget anything. But some things I just leave in the past. So nah, ain't no statute of limitations, bro. If you still pissed about that, handle it the way you gotta handle it. But my advice would be this: the best thing you can do for these folks on here is just to succeed in their face.
Right, right,
To
right.
succeed in their face. Ignore them, because for the most part, people like to troll. So the trolls really just want they want a reaction out of you. So it really hurts them worse when they don't get it, or they don't get the reaction that they expect.
Right. And that's what give me the most, because people that ain't even got shit to do with the situation are more involved than the motherfuckers that's actually going through it. So that's what
Yeah.
pissed me off the most.
I done
You
been through that
involve
part.
yourself.
And
Yeah.
no, in that case, yeah, let time heal that. Time will usually heal that. I don't know what you've gone through. I know even the shit that I've gone through. Yeah, people that weren't even involved in shit had their opinions and their comments because they hear one side and they hear another side, and then usually that shit just be a game of telephone. By the time that shit gets to the folks on YouTube, that shit is turned into something that it wasn't, something totally different than it was to begin with. So people think they may know a story, but they just know what the fuck they heard. But time will tell the truth, bro.
See, I was taught the same thought. I was taught the same thing though. The farther a story goes, the farther it changes.
Yeah. But I had to learn that. Like if I were to do a live stream or post a video or hit every panel, trying to debunk some shit or be like, okay, this is, let me show you, I got receipts to prove that this, man,
Go through that whole
I would,
cycle for nothing.
you would have to do it over and over and over and over and over again. So more often than not, you give it time. Most of these folks aren't as stupid as they may seem. I'll be honest. So
You
after a
still
while,
giving them the benefit
especially
of the
if
doubt.
somebody's
Nah, that
full of
motherfucker just
nah,
stupid.
especially if somebody's full of shit. If somebody's full of
Right.
shit, people will notice that shit after a while. Because you
Yeah,
ain't
and
the
I
only
had to
person
learn
that
that because I went through stages of explaining myself, but then it took me for her to hear from other people that nigga, we didn't believe what they said about you, but then
exactly. That's what I'm saying. You
you
just
know
got to
what
give it
I'm saying?
time. You got to give it some time. People will notice. People will notice. They'll be like, you know what? At first, I thought they was making some sense, and I couldn't stand you. And then after a while, I saw that motherfucker do this to that person and this to that person, and they just did this shit again. And, you know what I'm saying? So, you can't really win in the court of public opinion. So, just let time do it. And some people just ain't never gonna like you any fucking way, no matter what.
Yeah.
So,
Hey, even me. It's a couple motherfuckers I will not forgive. That's just on this app. You hear me? I just don't like you. Fuck you. You hear me? I mean, it is what it is.
and I'll be honest, like I can count on one hand, and I would still have some fingers left. The amount of people that I can honestly say that about. On here, I don't really know anybody well enough to do that. But there are some people that have done some fucked up shit that was unnecessary, or just
And
had
I
fucked
could do
up.
it on one hand. That shows
And
you how cool I am. I could do it
yeah,
on one hand. The amount of people I could just say fuck you.
yeah, but most of them, bro, it's not even worth it, bro. If you give it 12 months and just pay attention to where them people are, even if they're still on here, you'll be like, they won't even be worth laughing at.
But and see though, the ones that I say fuck you is the motherfuckers that went back and forth a couple times. You fucking with me this moment, then you not because of Whoopty Whoop said this. Then you fucking with me because I come back. Then they say something, then you not fucking with me. I don't need that type of person around me. That flip flopping just because that ride along, get along shit. No, we ain't doing that.
Yeah, you definitely don't know. You
can't
don't
fuck
need
with
that.
me on your terms.
No,
You know what I'm
that's
saying?
why I
That
can
makes
say
sense.
I've honestly been really, really fortunate with the people I've had, around me, and the people that I've had, assistance from, help from, gotten advice from, the people I've been able to work with. Of course, everything hasn't been perfect, and yeah, there are some people I don't fuck with, I don't rock with no more. But overall, my experience has been positive. You got to take the good with the bad. Like, you got to take the good with the bad. So when you talking in my case, I can honestly say that shit been like 90, like 85 to 90%. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like 85-15 or 90-10 in
Yeah, I'm
favor
at
of
that
the
point now
good people.
because
That you know what I'm saying? Like real shit, like 90%. Decent stand up people, and I got enough of a sample size, like years worth. Enough years and time to see that these people are, what I'm saying, the people that I rock with or rock with me are real folks, dog. So I can appreciate that. What was there some pieces of shit on here? Absolutely, bro. But that's gonna be like that anywhere you go.
I'm still at the point where I'm picking and choosing. Like you said, you got a little motherfucker. I Like you said, I can count on one hand now just the app that I could say is loyal, because no matter through my story, they've been there and they rock out. You hear me? And everybody had a story, but I'm still in the picking and choosing moments, and I ain't picking nobody really. I'd rather you show me than me try to prove myself or show you that I'm trying to be loyal to y'all. Shit, show me you loyal to me, and you'll get the best of me.
Like I say, most people, like real folks, won't even have to show you, bro. They'll just be themselves. They won't even have to prove it to you. They'll be themselves, and you see it. So that's what I'm saying. I'm thankful, for the folks that I've worked with, and even the people that consult me. Circle, of course, it's a lot smaller, than it was in the beginning, and I know more people now than I knew, when I first came on here. But the circle is like a fraction of what it was when I first came on here. I didn't know really who to trust, but I gotta be thankful, and I wouldn't mind if more of the spaces would get back to that point, because I can remember when I started a channel, even before I started a channel, like people urged me to start a channel, and if I was going through some shit where that shit was some beef or something, larger content creators would either come out the clouds and give me some decent words that I still remember to this day, or what I'm saying, hit me up behind the scenes on on IG and just send me a quick message or something like that, or give me some decent advice on either content, how to grow the channel, just kind of shit like we've been talking about on here. So all I could really do is try to pass that shit on.
Minor setback for a major
Deep
comeback.
down, I don't think nobody really told me. And these are folks that had platforms that they own, had platforms that they own. They did not have to come out of the clouds and tell little old me anything, but they
Right.
did, and I'm appreciative of that shit without me having to ask for it.
That's what you want, though.
Yeah.
I mean, because I put it like this: I've met some people on here that I've never met in life, and it's mostly the women, not girls, but the women that'll tell me some shit, and it make more sense than these girls that call themselves women on here. I mean, just the way they say it, or you could just feel the energy they coming from, and it lets you know that they're serious about what they talking about, instead of, I don't know. I'm not lost myself, because I just know you could tell the difference between a woman and a girl, how they talk about you. They could be the same age, and I can feel when somebody telling me some real shit or somebody telling me some bullshit, and they could be telling the same story. I don't know if it's about being genuine or not, but I get it's just a feeling that I got. Perception.
Be
That's
careful.
what perception.
You got a lot of folks on here that are professional liars,
Yeah.
or
That's why I was
chronic
looking for the
liars.
right word. My perception would tell me, like the way you talk to me, my perception would tell me if you bullshit me or not. That's what I was trying to get to. That's one of my gifts is perception. You can't
Right.
just bullshit me and I don't pick up on it. But I'll let you play the game the longer you keep talking to me. I want to see how long you gonna keep talking that shit after I already caught your game.
I got to say the same thing again. Like I'm thankful for all of the assistance and help that I've gotten. You know, I know, you know, a lot of folks they give me credit for, you know, things like the purge and all of that, and pretty much everything else. And I'm like, I ain't never did not one of those shits by myself. Not one. From the promotional edits and, you know, co-hosting the event and, you know, moderating the chat and all types of organic promotion in the shares and, you know, just giving me ideas to make that shit better and shit like that. And, you know, just even shit with the channel, just, you know, doing, you know, graphics and music and all types of shit, bro. I done had so much fucking help, bro. So I'm thankful. And support. Like I didn't have financial support. I didn't have you know, just great advice. I have no complaints.
As far
Great
as the
advice,
graphic,
financial support, people or people just showing up. You know, because sometimes I don't think people understand how big that is. Just like Studio Mansion or Kojak or New or American Tradesman, you know, just dropping out of the clouds and saying what's up like that. That shit is like, damn, man, appreciate y'all. You know, really do. You know what I'm saying? American Tradesman, American Negro. That's one of my day ones right there. You know, day one subs coming through. New, one of my day one subs. You know, Deacon Dave, all of them. So, you know what I'm saying? Just coming through. When they say what's up, it's just like, you know how it is when you was in high school, bro, and you look and you see, you know, you see your people in the damn bleachers or something. You know what I'm saying? Just showing up. It's like, okay, you came to my game. Appreciate that. I didn't think you cared, but you showed me that you did. You know what I'm saying? And just make you play a little bit better. So that gives you just that much more confidence. You know? So I'm thankful. You know, and I know a lot of folks be like, "Oh, you got all them new," you know what I'm saying, them new folks over there. Trust me, man. When I see, you know what I'm saying, the day ones and shit that still support me, I'm real thankful. I always give a shout out to Mahogany Roots, because that is my first ever sub, and she still comes over here. Like every time I go live, she either clicks the link, hits the panel, says something in the chat, or leaves a comment to tell me she caught the replay. My first sub.
that's crazy because I can't even tell you who mine is.
Yeah. Now I'll never forget, because she subbed to me before I even knew I had a channel. I didn't even know how that shit worked on YouTube. I just hit a panel and she was like, "Yeah, I subbed to you." I was like, "I got a channel." I didn't know. So I'll never forget that. So, you know, to still have her, or even when I see like Brenda put the 17-month, you know, membership milestone in there, or when Beachy comes through. I think Beach might have been like my first member or some shit, bro. She got like 36 months or some shit. You know what I'm saying? For as long as I've had memberships available, she's had it, never lapsed ever, you know, on it. Like I'm thankful for that shit. New as well. Like they didn't, like, for real. I'm real thankful for that. Like people have been rocking with me for years. Even through all of the fallouts, the bullshit, the rebranding, changing of content, all types of shit, you know, still rocked with me anyway.
But to all y'all, this one's for you.
So, you know, that's like I say, don't get me wrong, I'm appreciative of anything new that I get, but like that shit really, like that I'm thankful for that when I see folks that's been over there for years, or even moderators like, you know, Bridget, Stacy, that come through like every single time I'm live, you know, come through every single time I'm live and mod up my channel and don't tolerate any of that bullshit. You know, the cynical one, they don't tolerate shit. Because they don't have to.
And I can vouch
It's
for
a
every
hundred.
name you
It's
just
100
said.
motherfuckers live right now. They can go anywhere else,
Them
and
three don't
people would be
play.
thankful to have them. But they come over here and they do that for me. So I'm thankful for that. Or even, you know, whether I do the purge or the roast off or a Sunday show or whatever, you know, after the show is over, like I'll check my alerts and I can see all the people that shared that shit out and all of that. Bro, that shit is, trust me, it's things like that I don't know if other creators thank you guys for that shit, but I'm real thankful. So, you know, as far as 2026 goes, I mean, I know I'm gonna have to do more things to kind of, you know, engage everybody and keep folks together. Even though, you know, I've done a lot, there's a lot more that I could be doing and should be doing. Like I say, other platforms, make sure there's a Patreon, make sure that there's merchandise, things for members. You know, that's like strictly for members. You like when merchandise is available, you know, just for having a membership for a certain amount of time. You know, you should just get merchandise without you having to pay for it or any of that. So I need to put those things in place. And I've been slacking. I'm late, but you know, I told myself this time I'm going to set time aside, you know, to make sure that gets done. So I got a couple of projects right now, but make no mistake about it, I'm not gonna, you know, forego, you know, my supporters, my moderators, my members, you know, just the people that rock with me. I'm not gonna, you know, neglect them to get into some bullshit from people that don't even matter on here. Because I will agree with what Hood Servative said earlier. You know, unless people support you, they really shouldn't matter to you.
You said what? Say that
No, that's what
again.
Hood Servative was saying, and I think and shout out to Kevin Kelly as well. You know what I'm saying, coming through Irby. But nah, I mean, if people don't support you, they really shouldn't matter to you.
Well,
So it's nice to have, you know, new subs and a bunch of viewers and all of that other shit. But you know, like I said, I'm thankful for those folks that come through all of the time, no matter what I'm doing, no matter what I'm talking about. Like I'm thankful for that shit. Because sometimes I know my topics are boring. I do that shit by design. The shit's supposed to be boring, or it's supposed to be something that kind of just activates your mind. And you know what I'm saying? We put in some thought and shit like that. But I already know if I do fuckery every day, there ain't gonna be no damn channel. That's the shit that gets you terminated on here. You know, it gets you terminated, and it'll have you neglecting the people that support you. You know, because I mean, Hood Servative was right. He's like, yo, when people come through, you know, they come through to hear you or see what you're doing or whatever. Even if people like the panels that you're running, because panel hosting is still an art too. So even if they like, you know, the panels that you're hosting or whatever, you know, they come for the vibe that you create. So as soon as you know, make that shit about beef and bullshit and all of that other shit going on, your channel's not your channel no more. You know, the
I
vibe you
would
created,
never
your vibe.
salute anybody in the chat before I salute the host,
Yeah.
because that ain't what I'm over there for. Now, after I salute the host, then I can play with the chat to see who's gonna speak to me or not. It'll let me know a lot about people, because a lot of people speak to you somewhere else, but won't speak to you other places. So that lets you know a lot about motherfuckers' characters too. So start paying attention to shit.
Hey, I get it. I've had people that were you know, that were avid supporters, or at least they said they were. And hell, I might have had somebody on my panel, which I for the most part, I let everybody up. You know, if you're respectful to my platform, you know, I'll let you up. I don't have a problem with that. And all of that shit that went on elsewhere, it's all good. You know, that has nothing to do with what goes on over here. If you're respectful over here, it's cool. But people have withdrawn support from me just because they don't like who's over here or who's on the panel or who has a moderator wrench or whatever. You know, that's not real support, even. You know, so
And, I'm trying
and
to
people
build
have a right
team
to
against
support
you.
who they want, but you know.
Yeah, just be careful with who you associate yourself with on here. Talk to them for a little bit. If you ain't talked to them enough, don't trust them.
Oh no, my circle is extremely small. You know, we keep it confined to there's the core, there are the allies, there are the affiliates, and then there's the audience and the supporters. And you know, we try to keep it at that. That should keep everybody safe, and that should, you know, protect the channel, the brand, and you know, most important, protect the content. Like I said, if I'm running around here and I'm always into something, I'm always, you know, just in some bullshit, then I can't come up with topics to talk to you guys about, because I've always got to clear some shit up going on with somebody else. And I don't think you guys come over here to hear me talk about somebody on here. Y'all can get that at too many other channels. Y'all can get mess and fuckery and that shit elsewhere. Now, granted, every now and then I am going to roast the fuck out of somebody. Yes, I will. And I'm pretty sure, yo, I'm gonna get roasted on here too. I mean, shit happens, bro. It happens.
What introverts do. I say that's what introverts do. You're an introvert. You sit back, you watch that shit, you'll let that shit build up, and you'll flash off whenever you feel like it. Whenever you feel like stepping outside of your own zone, you will. That's an introvert.
Yeah. I'm not gonna allow other folks to pull my strings. I've
Right.
noticed that, you know, a lot of people think that they can, because people will do that. People will, you know, put you in titles, and you know, they'll run from panel to panel. You know, when they'll talk about you on their channel and then you don't respond, they'll go to somebody else's channel and talk about you. Then they'll go to somebody else's channel and talk about you. And I'm like, okay,
And the whole
cool.
time you right there with them, huh?
No. If not, this is one of the reasons why a lot of folks just stopped. I figured out the secret, and I don't even make it a secret. If you're gonna talk about me, then I'll talk about me.
Hold on, you have people that either actually watch you, or you got the motherfuckers with the excuse to say somebody sent it to me.
Yeah.
Knowing
And-
they sitting there watching you the whole time.
I mean, I got some good advice from somebody that wasn't even on YouTube, and this was years ago. And that's what they told me, yo, whatever the fuck happens, because these are spaces full of toxicity. So, you know, the fuck shit's gonna come. And if it does come to you, it's probably because you're doing something right. So if it does, hey, make sure the attention comes back to you. Make sure it comes back to you. It stays on you. So if people are going to talk about you, then you talk about you. That's it. Make it all about you.
Yeah, and that's the point.
That'll get a motherfucker to stop real quick. Because
Yeah,
people
and that's
will,
when
trust me, that'll piss a hater the fuck off.
Correct. And I did that with all my accounts. You hear me? No matter what social thing I'm on, I put my shit on public. Ain't nothing private. So if you gonna hate me, you gotta watch me and see what I'm doing. That's gonna piss a hater off. Hell yeah. You gotta watch me do what I do. So all my shit is public. If you watch me, you trying to dox me, whatever. Watch me do what I do. So yeah, that'll piss you off more.
I mean, well, the thing is that on here they're going to talk about you in hopes that you're going to talk about them, in hopes that they can talk about you, and then you talk about them, and boom, and then they got a storyline. Nah, fuck that. They
Yeah.
talk about you,
Nah.
then you talk about you, and then they can talk about you some more, and then you talk about you, then everybody else start talking about you, and
Right.
then the attention and the eyes come on you. Just bring it back to
I'm
yourself.
with you on
And if
that.
they
Yeah.
they don't like it, fuck it. I've told people, hey, you might as well let me do this shit by myself. Don't help me to grow my shit, because you're gonna feel bad. You're gonna feel
Yeah.
bad, so you might as well just leave me alone.
That's exactly what you're doing because you keep
Yo,
talking about me. You helping me. Thank
that's
you.
what I'm saying. But I'm not gonna help you to grow your shit. So
Nah.
I've told people, even my ops, people ain't even allowed to type y'all names in the chat over here. Like, y'all don't exist over here.
Right, because they'll do that shit because the people that you was, well, it'll be people that's expecting on you to come fire back in a certain way and you don't, then that's another hater on your list. Because you
Really?
didn't fire back the way they thought you was supposed to or whatever, and you ignoring the smoke.
But
Does that make
the
sense?
most important thing is, man, you gotta have fun. If you're not having fun on here, might as well just log off.
Right.
Because it'll be here when you get back, and I don't care who you are. It's gonna be times when this shit ain't fun.
I ain't
It's,
even
it's
gonna
gonna
lie.
be
I got it.
stressful. It'll get time consuming. You're gonna neglect basic shit like a social life, sleep, you know, a decent diet, you know, all types of shit. You just neglect shit. But ain't nothing wrong with just cutting this shit off. It'll be here when you get back.
Have you ever got on the app knowing that you're gonna be on some bullshit, and that's the only reason you got on here because of that
Hell
night?
yeah.
You just knew you was gonna be on some bullshit.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
that's something else too. If I'm gonna be with the shit, I'm gonna commit to that shit. Like, I'm
Right.
gonna commit to that shit. Because the only way to get out of some shit is to get into some shit, deep into some shit. So if I'm not gonna get deep into it, I'm not gonna get into it. But for the most part, I try not to really go there. You know, on anybody.
But
try
sometimes
to.
you feel like it. I do
I
too.
mean, no, I
And
really do try not to really go there. I'll end shit before it gets too bad.
I put like this. I put like this. I go live and I just be wanting to shoot the shit like we are, but I have my moments where I have me a drink or something and I go around just trolling a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Fucking with people a little bit. You know, I have my moments where I do it too. But I don't get to that deep shit where it get personal. To where
Yeah,
it's
that's
gonna
what I
affect
mean.
the
Like,
motherfucker.
like I'll take I'll take a little trip, a vacation to hell from time to time. But I ain't trying to purchase no property there. I ain't
Right,
trying to,
right.
for
Yeah,
real.
we don't want the
Like,
mineral right.
cause I mean, you dealing with demons, you know, on here. So, you know, every now and then to deal with a demon, you're gonna have to take a trip to hell. But
And
you don't want a
you can't
permanent
fight a
residency.
demon until it's too late.
Well, you'll be able to spot them quicker the longer you stay on here. But you just don't want to. You might have to take a trip to hell from time to time, to meet a
That's what I'm
demon.
saying. I'm speaking
Go
of it
halfway,
wrong.
but you don't want to claim permanent residency in hell because it's tough to get
Right,
out of it.
right.
Yeah.
And I've done that to where I've seen the pits of hell and decided to still walk through the fire, but ended up coming out, coming up at that motherfucker.
Yeah,
For
but you
real,
got to
for
come
real.
out of there because you look around. There's a lot of folks that, hey, they stuck there. They can't get out, man. They can't get out.
I made it.
They stuck on a
Yeah,
hamster wheel in hell.
and it ain't easy, and you can't get rid of it. Shit,
And
niggas
that's
still
why I said
dealing with it.
I'm not gonna be a slave to numbers. I'm not gonna be a slave to money. Um, nah, it's not worth it.
Right.
It's too many ways to make money. Um, it's too many ways to grow a platform, grow a channel, than to have to, do that bullshit all the time. So if I'm not
Best
having
way to
fun, I'm
grow,
not
period, is to separate yourself and shit. Do what you know best.
bro. You be amazed, man. Somebody will bullshit like you're just the worst person in the world, and then you kind of go there on them, and then when you just drop them, they'll beg you to keep fucking with them. Like people will beg you to fuck with them some more. I'm like, are you crazy? Like, I thought I was crazy, but you motherfuckers are crazy.
Nah, but you right though. Even in a relationship or when it come to real life, the best
For real.
way to make somebody straighten up and fly right is to show them that you don't care. Once you start showing the motherfucker you don't care no more, that's when they'll straighten up and start flying right.
And that's what I'm saying. It's like a toxic relationship. It's like you tell me you hate me every goddamn day, and then when I just ignore you, now you tell me you love me all day every day. What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you out of your fucking mind?
Motherfucker, you driving us crazy.
Like for
So
real.
that's
And that's how a lot of these folks are. It's like, bro. So
Yeah. And you can take that in many aspects. That ain't just got nothing to do with no man-woman relationship. That's just a life fact. You can't do that to people. You think why do you think motherfuckers commit suicide? Because motherfuckers done played mind games and drove them crazy. They just tired of this
that's
shit.
not funny, but yeah.
You feel me, though?
Yeah. But nah, these people, a lot of folks on here, that's their goal is to drive you crazy. So you can't give them what they want. You can't do it.
But for what? To make them feel better?
That's why I probably say that shit on every stream.
Feel bad, making you feel better.
I'm gonna keep my sanity. Like, nah, y'all will not take that. At least what's left of that shit, because I know I ain't wrapped too tight anyway. But what's left of my sanity, I'm keeping that shit, man.
Yeah. Best thing to say is you.
That's funny. Hey, what's left of my sanity? I know I'm not, and I admit that shit. I never denied that. I know I ain't wrapped too tight, but.
The scary part is knowing what you're capable of and your resistance.
Well, I said that. A good friend of mine on here, knows I say that shit all the time. Most of these folks need protection from their demons, and my demons protect me.
Mm-hmm. That make a hell of a lot of sense.
What up, E the Man? We was talking about you earlier, E the Man. In a good way, though. Quick question, E, if you want to answer from the chat, man. You gonna get back to doing some financial content, man? I missed that. That was good shit. I used to check that shit out in the middle of the daytime. Now you just be fucking with us, man. Nah, bro, we was talking about you in a good way. So now, as far as the polls are concerned, because I got them going on both channels. So yeah.
What the numbers looking like?
Well, 30% say, you know what I'm saying, the identity is trolls and CC beefs and fuckery.
That's 30.
Yeah, 30%. It's close though, 28%. And we got 64 votes. Not a lot of votes, but 64
That's the
votes.
highest?
Yeah, 30%. So yeah, 30%, 28% say gender war and relationship debates, 25% say racial talks and identity politics, 17% say inner circle tea gossip panel. So that's the lowest.
Well, that's gonna be like a Trump when they get to Florida. That
And
motherfucker
the
go
Boiler
anywhere.
Room channel is that's pretty small too. We got 28 votes over there. 46% say gender war relationship debates.
What you going with?
I don't vote in my polls.
Okay. I voted. I had to in that one.
But just like he said, is just what you're capable of. Like people don't know, what I'm capable of. That shit scares me at times, so I don't really want to go there.
So, like I said,
Even
we
all this
both been in that
monopoly
spot.
shit,
So,
that shit came from some people trying to troll me, and I had one damn thumbnail and turned that shit into a whole damn theme.
let me ask you this as a grown man. So when you don't condone yourself for that, do you care if they call you weak because you ain't condoning yourself for they bullshit?
I don't care, bro. If I'm gonna be if I'm gonna be concerned with what all these people say, because people gonna have different opinions. I can't control them. So I learned that shit a long time ago. I can't control people's perception or opinions of me. All I can do is be aware of that shit, adapt, and adjust. That's it. I think people that try to control other people's perceptions and opinions or manipulate them, like those are people with a God complex. I think that's just pretty insulting. So most of y'all, I don't know you personally, but I have enough respect for you for y'all to come up with your own opinion and your assessment. If you think I'm a fake, phony asshole, or just a piece of shit, whatever, y'all have a right to believe that. Maybe over the course of time, your opinion changes. Maybe you double down on it. I don't know. But
that's the crazy part right there, is after the time passed and then the motherfucker try to double back after they get to know you. I'm the type of person that I don't double back like that. Once you scar me once, it ain't no get back once you get to know me. You had a chance to get to know me, so you had a full right in your own manner, in your own way to get to know me, but you didn't take that chance and you judged me quick. And then later on you find out that I'm probably the coolest motherfucker you ever met. That was your fault. I'm not turning back for that. That was your fault. You lost.
I mean, you're gonna get that. You're just gonna get that from folks, because they on here especially, they're just gonna want a reaction out of you. That's it, and they're gonna want the reaction that they want, out of you. So anything that they can do, and a lot of people got their own insecurity. So especially if you come off as that cool motherfucker, people want to prove that you're really not that, and they can make you lose your shit.
You get out your body.
Yeah, they can make you lose your shit. Let me show you. That motherfucker ain't always cool and calm. He ain't perfect. He ain't, you know what I'm saying? Hey, they're gonna go out of their way to do that. So
yeah, you gonna lose every time fucking with me.
Yeah. It's like you say, you got, just like Trinity say, you gotta have thicker skin. I just learned, I can't sit there and address everything, because people are gonna bring up shit from 9 months ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago. People are gonna make shit up.
I had a couple issues where I got out of my body. You hear me? But
yeah,
I left it at that.
People are gonna make shit up, especially when people bring shit up from years ago or whatever. People gonna have their own recollection of shit and everything else. Like if you address it every time, then you find yourself taking 2 steps forward, 2 steps backward instead of any steps forward. So sometimes you just gotta.
And the crazy part about that is, it ain't because of the person that's saying it. It's the crowd that's egging it on, that's boosting you to do some shit that you shouldn't be doing. Quit letting the crowd boost you and shit. Focus on the motherfucker that you actually talking to. That should have helped a lot too. Cause that motherfucker chat, I get motherfuckers places they ain't supposed to be. But don't let nobody do that in your personal life. That's why one of my descriptions of myself is I don't show emotion, but I have feelings.
I know for a fact these folks are crazy, and coming from me, that means something. Real. If I say you're crazy, it's probably because you are.
Or I done dealt with you for too long.
So, coming from me, that means it means something. So,
No, for sure.
but
T man, I appreciate you, man.
I
How much
appreciate
longer
you
you
coming
finna
up,
be up?
bro.
You
No, I'm
finna
about
be
to
up
get
for
out
a
of here.
minute?
I'm about to get out of here. I got
Okay.
a project to work on. If anybody else wants to come up, I'll sit up here for a little bit longer, but I don't think so. That we're gonna probably end this one. We've been up here for 3 hours. Um, we are all going to give. I don't know if just my 5 cents is in the clouds. She's a little under the weather, but
Shout out 5.
yeah, that's one of the reasons why we had to preempt the body camera stuff. So we're gonna wish her a big, happy, healthy, get well soon. And she'll be back with us in a couple days.
A5, if you listening, I'm finna give you a home remedy. Get you some Roman noodles, boil the water. Don't even cook the noodles, and just put 3 packages of that motherfucking noodle sauce in there and drink it while it's hot. That good old hot bro.
We got the happy one in the building. What up, Happy? You on mute, Happy?
What's up? What's goody?
You tell me.
Nothing. I just came on and I seen you were on, so I came on. But then right when I was doing it, you said you was about to leave, so I'm like, should I? Shouldn't I?
And you click the link any
But
damn
get
way.
well soon. Just my 5 cents. Of course. Hey. Why not?
But what's good with you?
I guess I gotta go start my own shit. You know what I'm saying? Fuck it.
You can talk to me.
What?
I'm taking all
Yeah,
opinions.
for you now.
I'm taking all opinions and perspectives
All right.
Usually I gauge the temperature of the space, post
So
purge.
what's the question?
But no, this time, unlike usually it only takes me about no more than probably about 3 or 4 days tops, to kind of gauge the temperature of the space and where I think we're going to be going for the new year after the year in purge. And this time I have no fucking clue. Like I'm lost. I'm stuck. What do you think?
Look, I'm lost too, but guess what? I'm gonna be so real with you. I don't give a fuck. You heard? Me no care. I do not. Like I mean, that's just how I'm feeling about it. Like
Part of New York,
I don't know. I mean, I don't. No. First of all, people don't appreciate me. And they only repeated everything I've been saying since the first year I got here. So I really don't give a fuck. They're not changing my mind about a motherfucking thing, because guess what? They ain't changed a motherfucking thing about me. You know what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, I don't think enough of them people, us people, ourselves included, right? I want it to be known, yes, Happy is talking about herself. But that's not unusual. I always do. Anywho, neither here nor there. But I don't think people do enough living outside of this motherfucking thing. Now, if this is your full-time employment, more power to you people, you know, do your thing. But my thing is the attitudes, the fucking fake ass childish shit, the behind the scenes dick sucking, and then the on camera dick sucking. It's just like, bitch, bye. Boy, bye. Like all that shit is like, come on now. But then they say they're adults and all this other fuck shit. So I'm not with the fake shit. That's my thing. I've never been with the fake shit. I joke around all day, every day. I could be serious all day, every day. You know what I mean? Whatever the energy is, that's the energy I'm giving. You feel me? That's the energy I'm with. You with it, I'm with it. Like that. You know? However, I just feel like a lot of people, they not true to what the fuck? You know what I mean? I'm like, I don't know how you pro one day for one thing and then the next day you completely against it type shit. So me personally, I just don't take a lot of these people serious. Like I listen, you get what I'm saying? But do I read that deep into it? Like, no, I don't give a fuck where this space is going. I really don't. You know what I'm saying? I'm here more so for a good time. If I learn something, that's cool because like I say, you learn something new every day. But I'm not here for nobody's fucking advice. You know, absolutely not.
Is it just me or is she breaking up?
She breaking up.
Yeah.
Where don't they do it?
Sound like she moved.
I thought we were talking about this space.
Now you're breaking up, Happy. Like every
That's what I thought.
every 5 seconds you kind of in and out.
What kind of question is that?
Yeah. Kind of in and out every 5 seconds or so. So that last minute of shit you said, we don't know what the fuck that was. But I'm pretty sure it was profound. What up, D-Shep? Salute. Shout out to the new avatar, too. Yeah.
What you do, shit?
Yeah, her audio is all fucked up. I can't hear shit she was saying. She just went on mute though. She just went on mute, Candy Cane. Like I say, I do know for the new year, I kind of stopped going on as many panels as I used to go on. And I'm gonna be on like a lot less panels and shit. And it's not really, because of the conversations or anything. I'm just not really supposed to have time to be on too many extra panels and shit. That's it. I should be doing a lot of other shit.
You got me? Y'all hear me loud and clear now?
Mine will be 50-50. I got a lot of shit going on, but I'm gonna do a lot of shit on here too.
We got you, Happy.
When the springtime come back around.
So even like larger creators and stuff, I can understand why you don't really see them popping out of the clouds and in the chats too much, because this shit requires a lot of work, if you're going to do it and if you're going to do it right. So that's what we're going to try to do. We're going to try to do it the right way, which means I'm really not going to have much time to really devote to too many other channels. I've got my own, channels and, members and stuff like that. Like it was a lot easier when it was just, one channel and things like that. But now I realized that over the last maybe year and a half with 2 channels, and trying to separate the brands, You know, it was just real time consuming. That, you know, plus a full-time job, and then you trying to balance, you know, a social life, and just as a dad. But you know, my kid's grown now, so he doing grown folk shit. So, you know, that's not to say that I don't have to do that anymore. I don't, you know, have to babysit him or no shit
A
like
lot
that.
on your mental. So what you saying? You finna reevaluate how you finna do everything?
No, I already have. Like, we're just gonna, you know, do this the right way, which means, you know, we're gonna go for as much, you know, growth as possible. You know, we're gonna use all of these platforms the way that you're supposed to be using a platform to promote a platform. So, you know, we're gonna use, you know, the YouTube. We're gonna use the Discord. We're gonna use the Twitch. You know, the Patreon, the IG, the Facebook. You know, all of those things. But they got to be set up properly. We're gonna, you know, use merchandise. We're going to use promotional tools. You know, all of those things.
That stuff scares me, to use all those platforms. I know y'all don't believe me, but I hate social media. Like, I come on YouTube, you know, but I don't really go to these other places. I do not at all, and it's so freaking crazy.
Yeah. But we
They can't
already
be
got
investing
you.
money in shorter
We
places.
already got you happy. We're trying to get new folks.
No, you don't
Alright.
got me, because I need to be there. What are y'all talking about? I need
Those
to be.
platforms, of course, they're for the people that are already here, but that's the part of growth. Like, in order to grow properly, you need people that didn't know who you were yesterday to know who the fuck you are today. So
Oh,
we
that's
gotta
what you're
go
talking about.
elsewhere.
Oh, yes. Oh, okay. Right. But like I said, that stuff scares me. I don't know. But yeah, I do need to grow. Absolutely.
And thank you, Candy. Like that's
Hey,
the
happy
purpose.
we
That's
be
how,
here, so we
that's how
gotta
we get
press.
that
We gotta
that-
press his issue.
that's the goal,
And yeah, he'll
the
do the
platinum
same.
plaque. We want this, we want the silver plaque. You know, that's the goal for 2026. I know people gonna laugh at that, but trust me,
Okay.
I actually have proof. Back in 2021, a motherfuckers laughing at me when I said I was just gonna monetize one channel. Oh yeah, they laughed at me. They said, "Oh, you not an entertainer like that. You can't do this. You'll never get a Google YouTube check. People only you come over for some other shit. Yeah, whatever. You know." That was about 5,800 subs ago on that one channel.
One thing I do admire is all the people that are subscribed
nine
to.
purges. nine purges.
Right. And one thing I do admire is all you guys channels that I go to and stuff. I do admire your consistency and stuff like that, like Bomb Cherry. Oh, can I name all the channels or wait?
You're allowed.
Oh, okay, cool. Like, but y'all know where
I'm not gonna get
okay.
messy, but you can big.
Oh no, I'm not messy at all. Well, first of all, you already know I don't go to anybody's channel to be messy. If I'm on your
yeah.
But anyway, it doesn't even matter anymore. Everybody's channel I be on, they know where I be at. Y'all know I'm in this space, so I basically follow everybody. So you know, it just is what it is. But for the most part, you know. But what was I gonna say? Dang, no, I was just gonna say I admire you guys, because a lot of you guys, I've seen you guys make new channels and everything. You know what I mean? Since I've been here.
Very.
You know, all kind of stuff, and y'all don't give up, and not just that you guys rebuild it, but how quickly as well you guys rebuild it. And the y'all like to what is it? Like me, right? What is it when you just promote everybody's channels and all this stuff? Like, I just admire y'all. You know what I mean? Now there are those that are whatever, but hey, everything ain't for everybody. You feel me? But I do admire that, because I remember telling myself, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna take my channel serious. I'm a this, I'm a that." Shit, life be has been crazy for me. So hey, but that's why.
We had the conversation with Hood Conservative earlier, and he was like he had to do a lot. He wants to do a lot of stuff by himself. But then he mentioned how when he came in, I'm gonna mute you up, Happy. You got some feedback in the background. I don't know if you cooking dinner or some shit. I don't know. But that's real. Keep clanking them pots. You know. But nah, he was talking about how he was working with Bernard Riley and shit like that. And I was like, I get it. You know, you was working with somebody before, but it's nice to have help. I don't know where this shit would have gone without help. You know, and I had help out of the gate. From the first time I did, you know, my first live stream, I think I might have had a total of 2 live viewers or some shit. And, you know, nobody came over here. And it's understandable. I didn't have any. I think I had like 5 subs or some shit. So I mean, it was nice, you know, when I started going live consistently. You know, I had a co-host, and you know, people were passing the baton from other channels, and you know, sending people over here, and you know, doing shares on their community tabs, and sharing my link and all of that stuff. You know, so like I say, I'm thankful for all of that. So we're gonna use a platform to promote platforms.
That's what's up. That's like what's it called? Channel. I do not want to mix up his name. What is his channel?
What's up, Sherry Berry?
Dr. Frizzle, a warrior spirit. That man, he is awesome. He's always promoting everybody's channel, like all his subscribers. He stay promoting everybody. Like, I love that about him. Sherry Berry, my love. What's good, Auntie? I mean, Grandma.
Shout out James because he's a promoting channel and he don't ask for nothing.
He said there is a serial R on the East Coast and they're finding body parts. Yeah, damn. Particularly B-dubs, and this space is something the Tyler Perry topics are limiting. I would agree, Studio Mansion, but believe it or not, that space that you're speaking of is such a small subsector and sub pocket that you're right, it does limit itself. And to be honest, I can understand why. So it's good and it's bad. You know, it's bad because it limits itself, so a lot of growth is stunted. That's why it's bad, but it's also good because it's limited, the circle's extremely small. A lot of people, they don't get into bullshit that I see going on in a lot of other spaces. You know, because you know, people got jobs, people got kids, people got girlfriends, people got landlords. You know what I'm saying? People have monetized channels and they want to keep their monetized fucking channels. So, you know, if they were to do the things that can bump those numbers up from 85 or 90 or 120 fucking viewers to 700-800 viewers, they're gonna have to risk their fucking channels. And I can't blame them for not doing it. They're gonna have to risk their channels. They're gonna have to risk their privacy. They're gonna have to risk a lot of shit. So if you can keep a lot of those gender war arguments and shit in house, you're better off. But I think a lot of these sectors could learn from each other when it comes to that. You know, I think, you know, as far as those, you know, DMP spaces and shit, you know, some of the messier spaces can kind of learn from them as far as like just, you know, keeping the mess on the panel and moving on from day to day, and not necessarily risking the channels and risking the monetization and all of that. And as far as the DNP sectors, they can learn from the other sectors as far as just supporting each other and growing. Supporting each other, growing, coming through, all of that. Everything doesn't have to be a competition for live views. Y'all can work together. Shout out to Candy Kane and Candy Lane. What up, Candy?
Hey, you know what? I have to fix my audio. I gotta drop and come right back.
Okay, it's all good.
Hi. Her audio sounds so good though. But I agree with you there. Oh, dang, what was that last part you were saying? But I totally agree with the last part you were saying, but dang, I had something to say. What was that last part exactly?
No, I was
You
just
said
saying,
they had to do something about
a lot of these spaces can learn from each other.
no, the
'cause
exact last sentence.
like the DNP gender warring sectors can learn a lot from the other sectors that might they might have high numbers and shit because of mess and fuckery, but they support each other. They support each other and they make each other the stars of the show, which they should be doing.
Right.
So I respect. I think everybody can learn something from each other on here. Candy, you good?
I think so. Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am. You sound great.
Okay, good. I didn't have it in my headphones and I didn't want it on speaker. Okay. Well, hello, Happy. Hello, Aunt. I came up to ask a question, and I don't know if anybody has asked this already, but being that you've been here now 5 years, you've established your channel. You said you went monetized in 2021, or was that when you set your goal?
I got monetized like right after the second purge in spring of 2022. So I started the channel in March of 2021, and I was monetized at the end of March of 2022. So it took about a year. Yeah.
Within a year, okay.
Mhm.
What advice would you give to like up and coming or like new content creators, people popping out of the woodworks wanting to get their feet wet? I mean, I know there's been lots of people who have offered up advice here and there, but maybe the new people weren't in those chats or weren't around, didn't start their channels at the time to kind of absorb some of that information.
Yeah, I would offer the same advice that was given to me when I started from people that had already done it, which was, hey, don't be careful what you build your brand and your channel on, because you'll have whatever it is you building on, you're gonna have to stay in it to stay relevant. So just be mindful of that. Also, my personal advice would be anything that happens on here, because especially if you're doing live streams, make it work for you.
Meaning what?
Anything that happens, find a way to make it work for you. Even if it's seemingly negative, if it's seemingly embarrassing, whatever, make it work for you.
Did you
Question.
recall if you set? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. My bad.
I just wanted to know, like, did you ever set up? Somebody asked me recently about like my goals for my channel, and it kind of took me aback for a second, because like I write down goals for a lot of things in life, but I hadn't really thought about goals for the channel, and I've been kind of just doing it thus far, but hadn't thought about like where I want to take it, like growth timelines, things like that. So did you ever actually sit down and write out like a plan for your channel, or did you kind of
Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, so I could tell you this quickly, because I like when that question is asked to me. Okay, so when I started this, because I've been in marketing now for the last 13 years or so. Did digital marketing I've been in marketing for hell, almost 20 years, but digital marketing for about 15 years. So I knew that there were different directions I could go in, to build a YouTube channel or whatever. I chose to go the organic route. And kind of just go into the space that I just was in an algorithm in. So I started with minimal, investment. I went and got a separate credit card, with a bullshit $400 limit on it. It wasn't a lot. And I think I raised the limit to like $1,000. It wasn't a lot, but it was strictly for the channel. And I went and purchased a Yeti microphone, a webcam, and luckily I still had, like computer and equipment like that from work. But I made sure that everything that I made until I got monetized went right back into the channel. And when I say it went back into the channel, just paid necessary expenses like, streaming software. I figured, promotional expenses, which is when I go to other channels and hit the panels, sending super chats and then cash apps. I budgeted for all of that stuff. I ran it just like it was any other business.
So I'm guessing you kept receipts from all of that stuff from the time that you started.
Absolutely. But fortunately, I was extremely fortunate because when I started my channel, support started like it was support that I didn't even expect to get. I didn't think I was gonna like make any money from the channel because I was just coming in. I didn't think that any money was gonna come in until I actually got monetized. So I came in thinking, hey, I got to get to 1,000 subs and get them watch hours ASAP. And shit, first live stream, people started sending me cash apps and all of that, and they were sending it, consistently. I didn't even know, so I was never in the red from it, never.
That's good.
Very fortunate.
Good
it was,
information.
but it was because I didn't even factor that in. I was like, oh shit, they can actually send cash apps. Holy shit. So that was fortunate, but I figured I tried to run it like any other business.
And if you feel like sharing, what would you say was like the biggest fumble that you've had on your YouTube career, and how would you handle it differently going forward? Like knowing what you know today.
The fallouts, the fallouts, fallouts with my original co-host, and things like that. I would have been a little wiser, choosing my co-host and the direction for the channel, and stuff. And nothing against her, she was great, helped me to grow it. It just wasn't a good fit, for the time. So that was a fumble, and we ended up having to rebrand. So the original plan was to be monetized within 7 to 9 months, and it ended up taking a year.
Okay.
So, but that's the way that I always set out. I would set out a 6-month plan, and I always gave myself like 3 months of leeway. So sometimes a 6-month plan can turn into a 7-month plan, can turn into an 8-month plan, or a 9-month plan. If it does turn into a 10-month plan, then that means we got to scrap the plan and do it over again. You know what I'm saying? Just start from scratch. So that happened. But to be honest with you, that's where ideas like The Purge came from.
And I know you said you recommend that every streamer has their own event, but like, I was thinking about that. Like, what, as a smaller streamer, what would you do as an event? Not to take any of your ideas, but just like an example of something that somebody smaller could do.
No, I think everybody should have their own signature event, but it's not something that you come up with immediately. Like, for example, with me, I can only speak for me. The Purge came from watching the space for almost a year. Like, I just watched the space that I was in, and I'm like, this is what the space needs. This is just what the space needs. So it kind of just, it was literally something that just came to me. I didn't sit there with a pad and pen and think about it for a while. It just popped in my brain one morning. The name of it, the concept, how long it was going to last, everything. And I just happened to to run it by a homie, and he was like, great idea. Boom. And then we announced it, and because we announced it, now we have to do it. So it happened like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to turn it into like a
No.
interview,
But
but I
I
did
would
have
say
some questions.
anything. Like Big Brenda has her high heels challenge. What I know, there are so many other events. What I'm gonna mention some more. I know Lady Nika does the ugly sweater competition, and I think she does a couple more. So many people have their signature events. So that should kind of come to you, because it's got to be right for you. But even a smaller content creator, I'm like, start with a birthday party or something. Just throw a birthday party for yourself.
Yeah, we did that. We kind of, remember that had a little drama attached. Yeah, but
That's that
okay, good
opening
advice.
track. That opening track was Inspire. But yeah, things like that, like just like I say, whether it's a costume contest, or it could be, and it doesn't even have to be just a contest, could be anything. Karaoke, just something that's yours.
Yeah,
Like I say,
I will
even if it's
definitely.
a birthday party, just make it special, make it unlike anybody else's birthday party on here.
Well, I appreciate that. It's definitely something for me to think about. Yeah.
But yeah, just
Happy, how are you this afternoon, evening?
Yes, good evening. Thank you for asking. I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. No complaints.
That's
It's
what's up.
Tuesday.
That's what's up. That's what's up. No, I was enjoying your questions because I'm learning. I'm just listening. I'm just chilling. I just came up here to be what's it called? I don't know.
well,
I'm just chilling.
and to be honest with her, okay, so where like the idea for a signature event came from, I used to bartend, right? I used to bartend, and I ended up managing that club. And the event that we had every week, we used to give away free draft beer
Hmm.
one night out of the week, and we did it on Wednesday nights. Wednesday nights was originally our slowest night of the week. Then we turned it into our busiest night of the week.
Interesting. Okay.
We just that's all we would do. We wouldn't we wouldn't charge admission. What we did was we had a clock. Okay, so people would come in, they'd hand us their ID, whatever, and we put them on the clock and charge each person $5 an hour and all the draft beer they could drink all night.
And how drunk did some of these people get off the draft beer?
Oh,
Because I
extremely
think
drunk. Because no matter what, they can't wipe out a keg. Or
that's funny.
of course I would tap 3 kegs. They damn sure couldn't. They would try. They think they can just red cup out a keg. They can't do it. But my point was that, like, we became synonymous with that. Like, we were the only place that could do it. And even other establishments around town tried to mimic it. It was still nothing like it. Nobody could ever mimic it. And location had a little something to do with it. We were in like we had a college that wasn't very far from it, so college students would come by and get toe up on a Wednesday. But that was our signature. So little things like that give me the idea to kind of do something that's seemingly normal, but do it unlike anybody else. Because music would be blasting, and like I said, it's people think it's free because it's all the beer you can drink, but it's really you're paying us $5 an hour, and the human body can only consume but so much damn beer.
That's true, but I could just
So
see a lot of people taking that as a
$5
personal challenge, like they
$5
do.
an hour, you're really consuming about like what costs us about, I don't know, maybe $1.10 worth of beer.
Oh, markup. Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's a keg, and we're ordering 10
Well,
of
I'm not a
them.
beer drinker. I don't know how
Yeah,
much is in the keg. I can only guess.
Same.
but that
Forget
was our
about beer.
so. But again, I was fortunate with things like the Purge, even like the graphics and stuff like that. Like Uda gave me my first overlay, for that. He gave it to me as a birthday gift. And just emailed me. He was like, "Yo, you use this. This would be a cool overlay," and that gave me the idea to start doing more graphics and visuals for it. Sir Ism had given me the idea to use the siren throughout the entire event. Like people helped me out a lot with that. You know. So that's what I mean. Like,
Well, shout out to them.
You gotta, but sometimes you also gotta embrace that luck. Like sometimes you just get lucky. Like you get lucky and the right person shares your stream, and then people just come by, and then next thing you know, it gets big.
You know it's crazy? You know it's so crazy because I can tell you a few people that in the beginning like have given me advice, you know what I mean? And I know if I would have took it, like if I would have started my channel, you know what I mean, and took that advice, that obviously it will be somewhere, not just in the same spot that I started it in, right? Well, hold on, the devil is a lie. It's not in the same spot because I have at least 100 subscribers, right? So it's not in the same spot. Let me not do that. I love all of you guys. But you know what I mean? Like if I would have listened to them then, right? It would be different. Like, something would be going on. Right now, my channel, I'm not doing anything on it. So of course it's, like nowhere. You know what I mean?
Why don't you do anything on it though? As much time as we the subs spend on YouTube,
I know.
Contributing to the content.
You know what? I do contribute. Okay. Somebody once told me, right? A content creator, Nightish, right? That I do still contribute. It's just to my own channel. No, I don't know. It's like when I get on, I like to check and see who I'm subscribed to. If they live, I like to go join their live. Like, I like to listen to them. And the thing is, I get up real early in the mornings, right? So my day starts really, really early. And when I'm doing things like before I did have time, but I was also not able to work, right? So since I got back to working, it's like when I can hop on the panel, I want to hop on the panel.
Mm-hmm.
When I'm here, or even if I'm not on the panel, I still want to listen while I'm doing whatever. So even if I click the link, sometimes I'm just quiet but I want to get it in, what is it called? Right then every second. I don't want to have that delay. Sometimes when I do it on my phone, like if I'm not on the actual thing, sometimes like I'm late. It's bad enough I might come into the chat late. So even if I click the link and I'm not saying anything, like I still want to hear it as it's going on. So even like if I comment, I want it to be like on time. You know what I mean?
So you like to join in spontaneously.
By the way, this
helps
is what
eliminate
Uda had.
delay.
This is what you see up here now. This is what Uda had sent me. I still got it.
What, this picture that you're using?
This overlay, yeah.
I don't see an overlay. I see the three of us.
It's an
no, I see what he's saying. Around him, where it says Home of the Purge.
Oh, I thought he was talking about him in the middle with the Purge mask and everything. Oh, okay.
He had sent me that, and like I said, I gave the idea for to make sure that it's like graphics that make sure that everything looks different than it looks different. It's just got a different feel than anything else that we usually do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's been dope to see even just the other people and the years after that too. Their different contributions to like the artwork and graphics and things like that. Every purge it's been dope.
Yeah, I mean, and that's another thing. Like you do have to like make improvements to it, and that's why I try to support the other events that that folks are doing when they're when they do have a signature event, because I understand how tough that is to pull those shits off. It's not easy. It's a lot of work. It requires planning, and then when you are live trying to do an event, you only got one chance to get it right. So whenever if I know somebody's got something going on, I try to come through and support it.
One thing I noticed about all of the events, no matter who's hosting which sector, is that you are going to have haters and naysayers who have something to say after it's all said and done. And I wouldn't worry
Oh,
about any of those
absolutely.
people. Like, you can't please
Absolutely.
everybody. It's just not realistic. So your supporters, just rock with them, people who rock with you. I've never hosted an event on here. I've done some like real life stuff, but nothing on the internet. But I have supported quite a few of the events between all of the sectors. And so, you know, all I can say is, as a supporter who has donated financially and just been in the chat, like helping to vote or whatever, like attending the events, we enjoy it no matter what you guys are doing. Like, it has to really be
Right.
a shit show for us to like not enjoy it. So I know that the squeaky wheel gets the, what did they say? Squeaky wheel
Squeaky wheel gets the
oil.
grease.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you have the loud people, the obnoxious people who are going to tell you how bad it was and all the things that they found wrong with it. And sometimes it's not obnoxious. It's sometimes critical criticism that is coming to you to help you get better. But for the people that you know that are just hating because they didn't win, like, just ignore them.
Oh,
That-
I'm
that's what
not even worried about that. Like, it was, and that was gonna happen. You know, people were telling me what they heard, and then, you know, I sent people the link. I was like, yo, I could check it out privately. I can't. I gotta mute you up, Happy, because you got that feedback still. Yeah. No, like, people were like, oh, I checked it out. I don't see what they're tripping about. It's the way you guys usually do it. I'm like, I know. I mean, I wasn't going to deviate too far off because we might fuck it up. We're not going to change what works. Like, we're not going to change what works. So what was the purpose? And now I did try to get rid of some bells and whistles, you know, and kind of get back to what made it cool in the first place, which was, you know, making sure that, you know, just getting rid of the bells and whistles, you know, work in the green room. You know, this was the first one in a long time we did without a green room. So we probably won't do that again. And the only reason I thought we could do it is because people expected a green room. That's probably why, you know, nobody came up and pulled their stuff out, you know, on there. And we didn't just announce that there wasn't one. But
what was the green room? I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, the green room features when we upgrade the StreamYard. It's to the team's account. So when you come in, instead of like how I just let you on the panel, no. If you haven't, like, if I haven't checked your authentication or whatever, and you haven't been on the panel yet, it sends you right to a green room, which means myself or Five, or, you know, before it might have been Witch Doctor, who was any one of the co-hosts. They call you personally, and we can make you, you know, either listen to your voice, make sure that's actually you, or make you cam up to make sure you're a real person. You know, you're not just a troll. You're not some racist or somebody trying to P-bomb us or whatever. You know, but we verify it, and then once that's verified, that's when you send them over to the studio, and then one of the co-hosts can let them up, sound the siren, let them up in order.
Okay.
So it's usually a lot of stuff going on behind that. Very few people use it because that's a $300 a month package with StreamYard.
Okay,
So
gotcha.
very few people use it. But StreamYard even says you should be using that package if you're hosting an event. So it's worth it if you're hosting an event and you want everything to go smoothly. It gives you extra co-hosts, gives you the right resolution, and make sure that you can just verify people before you just let them up. Or even if you're doing some kind of competition where certain people are going to come on stage or whatever, you know, you can check them in the back. Like, instead of people coming in, I think that's one of the reasons why folks were like, yo, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Is because maybe people are used to us, like, I could check your audio in the green room. Okay, your microphone's a little, whatever. You know what I'm saying? I make sure that you're straight and everything. So when people come up, everything's good. You know, everything's good. And I let people know, okay, look, it's 2-3 people in front of you. Hang out backstage for about 5 minutes. I'm gonna sound the siren for you. Boom, boom. So people are a little more patient. But when I'm just doing it regular StreamYard, I just bring you up. You don't know if you're gonna be back there waiting for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or 2 minutes. You don't know. So I get that. You know. So I think, yeah, people kind of like doing that program, but it's still another bell and whistle. So, you know, we did the event with less co-hosting with you. This is the first time I think I've ever done it with just one co-host. And luckily I had the right one co-host to do it with. So that was, you know, fortunate. But we were just more focused on hosting the show than we were with all of that other stuff.
Okay, that makes sense.
But next time I'll do it again without a green room. Happy knows she's seen the green room before.
Oh yeah, I've been back there before a couple of times. One time I was actually
also before you go, Happy, you can also keep an extra 15 people back there. So instead of the standard 10 to 12, you put 25 people in your team. 25 people. Still only 10 on the panel, but you can have 10 people in your studio, 2 people backstage, 15 in the green, or 13 more in the green. So
yeah, good evening, Sharon. No, but yeah, the green room was dope. The 2 times I was back there, but one time, the first time you did it, well, the first one we were in the back too, but I don't know, because the first time, anyway, the green room was dope, right? But the one before that, it was like the green room, but it wasn't like the green room. The green room was like the upgrade to the back room, the regular back room.
Well, if I know who you are, like I can check your authentication. If I know who you are, like for example, we had the green room available when you came up for the Halloween purge, Candy, but I don't think I put you in the green room.
No, I don't recall being in the green room. I think when I came up, I might have been the only person on the panel.
Yeah, you would have heard like a ring, like somebody's calling you when you came in the StreamYard. It would have sounded like a phone call, and then boom, you would have been talking to myself or just my 5 personally, and we'd have been. But I didn't bother because I knew it was you.
Okay, makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah. The green room was dope, though. I mean,
but it was necessary as the event was growing and other sectors were coming through because I didn't know who everybody was. You know, so that's another reason why we had like different co-hosts. I tried to get co-hosts from different sectors that could vouch for people and also help us out with the green room, because usually it's over the course of the weekend, probably about at least 15 or 20 people that I just don't let up.
And they definitely did their job, your co-host, each time, because even DJ Witch Doctor, he's like, Happy, is that you? Like, he's making sure. I'm like,
yeah. No, that's usually like when he co-hosted it. Yeah, he always just handled the technical stuff behind the scenes. He made sure that people were straight in the green room, and he would send them to the studio, and he'd be like, such and such is verified, boom, boom, boom. So we didn't have to worry about who we let up. They verified, they're good. And then also you guys can kind of like Zoom, where you can DM each other, you know, and stuff like that. So you can DM each other in the green room and have private conversation. You know?
Oh, I didn't know that. You know what's crazy? Or maybe I forgot. I don't know, but the part I was gonna say about that, you know what? Forget it. I just forgot.
I mean, like I said, it's good for an event, but I mean, for what we usually do, it doesn't make sense to pay that every single month. It's pretty expensive for what we're doing. I only did it because it was necessary. We had got P-bombed twice, but before we started using it, so it had to do something.
Well, this was my first purge that I didn't lose my voice, so I'm glad. I'm glad I did not. Thank you for saving my voice. I usually, first of all, I'm glad it was a few days earlier than the last few a couple end of the year purges. So even if I had lost my voice, I would have had it back by the new year and everything. However, I'm just glad I didn't lose it, because usually the last, like I said, the couple before that, I had lost my voice, remember? By the end of it, I was just like literally out of there. I mean, I was in there, but I was out of there. You know what I mean? My voice was gone. It was crazy.
Somebody always does. I lost my voice one time, and that's one of the reasons why I don't go back and forth with folks on there. I'm up there too long, so it is what it is. But the goal is, for me, is just survival. Getting through the weekend and stuff like that. And I'm gonna support anybody else that's doing any type of event, that's their own. I remember even Glow she did the DJ battle. She had Witch Doctor and Buddy Lee, and I forget the other DJs that she had up there, but Witch Doctor had won that. I'm like, that was cool. That was a good idea. Of course, I liked Jill's poetry competition. That was great.
When was all of this going on? Did you promote it, man? This is the type of stuff I like.
Sure I shared it.
Man, I love poetry.
I had done the lingerie contest. I hope she brings that back, does that again. And
I bet you do.
I was extremely flattered. She reached out to me and asked me to be a judge for that. So I was a judge for that. So that was cool, and she pulled it off. Did a great job with it. So like those events will always have my support. And it was original concept. It was they were original concepts. They were done well. They had the atmosphere, music, visuals, everything was on point. So like I say, those always have my support. Cause I know you only got one chance to get that stuff right. You said you've done live events before, Candy, so you know how it is. You got to get it right once, and something always goes wrong. It always goes wrong. But hey, when it's over, hey, you take a bow and you sigh relief.
Yes.
The advice I can give you. My bad. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, and then you listen to all the streams and the fallout that's the result of your event, which is just going to help to boost the event numbers anyway, from what I could tell. People are going to go back and watch the original.
And at this point, I don't even care.
Yeah.
I really don't. I'm like, we've done it so many times, already. Well, we kind of expect that people are going to say things, whatever. Like, just my five has co-hosted 3 of them. I think 3 of them with me. She did last year's year end. She did the Halloween, and she did this one. So like we've done it enough. So we know the formula. We know we didn't deviate from it. So if people have issues with it, whatever. You can't please everybody.
I was just gonna say, my advice is just don't be discouraged. This is what you want to do it. Like he said earlier, and like you already know, F the naysayers, do you. This is coming from somebody that has not done it. Okay, so take that as you may. But yeah, like just F what they saying.
I would also recommend though, that people work on growing their channel before they work on an event. Just grow your channel first.
Makes sense.
Yeah, grow your channel first.
Oh no, I was just talking about in general, as far as like I thought we were talking about going to China. I wasn't necessarily talking about, putting on an event. I wouldn't know nothing about that. I myself have not even tried. Yeah.
I'm just saying in general, I've seen people focus more on their event than they do on their subs and their platform. And it's like then they host an event and it's tough to get people to come through because nobody subbed to you yet. So you focus on your channel first, and those ideas will just come to you. You're a content creator, so I creative ideas they'll just pop in your brain. They'll just come to you.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad you mentioned that again, right? Because it was something you said earlier. So I'm glad you just said that, right? So earlier you were discussing it. So you were talking about the content, right? You were like, even if it's negative, so I should, right, reach back, right, and pull up an event I was at, and then, well, not an event, excuse me, on a panel, right? I was on a regular panel, and then pull that up and review it. Even though I was like terrible.
Whatever you want. I mean, it's your channel. You do whatever you want on it.
No, I'm just asking to give more context to what you had said earlier. So that would be wise, something to do. That would be a wise thing.
Yeah.
Okay. He's trying to say about what you said about making it work good, bad, or indifferent. If it's a panel where, like, the host is acting like she was, behaving badly, or the chat was like kind of coming at her, would it behoove her to turn around, do a review of that panel and her own actions, and like either try and explain it away or reevaluate what she did?
Yeah, I mean, I would. If you're gonna do any reviews, try to give an objective review.
Come on now, I'm always objective. That wasn't the question, okay? Because how I do it as a content creator, right or wrong, is how I do it, right? I was just saying off of what you said, I just wanted to make sure I understood you correctly. And thank you, Candy Cane, for getting it through for me. I appreciate you for interpreting it for me.
No problem.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, what as long as you're having fun, like that's the most important thing. You just do what you enjoy doing.
Right. Okay, great. No, because I was thinking about it when you mentioned it earlier that, okay, so because you put the idea in my head and I'm thinking about it, like there was one time they was getting on me, like, you know what I'm saying? They was going crazy, and I'm just like, shit. But I had a good time. But it's like, I don't know, maybe I should review it. It's been so long, it's been over a year now. I was just wondering.
The hell took you so long?
Listen, I'm just saying, like, I don't want to keep bringing it up like, oh, they was getting on me. Like, what am I supposed to say? But I thought about it when you said that, so I'm like, is that a good idea? Right? That could just be something I do one day randomly. That's all.
Yeah. I mean, I would tell any, like she asked me earlier what advice I would have, which I'm not even gonna say I got the best advice because I have I have two channels, but they're relatively small. But I would just approach it just like I would any other, like I would a business. That's it. Just any other business. Make sure you stay true to your brand, your mission statement, and don't let people sell dope in your parking lot. don't let people sell dope in your parking lot.
And for the people who don't understand what that means, what does that mean? Break it down in YouTube terms.
Nah, don't let people muddy up your brand. You're going to be held responsible and liable for whatever happens on your channel and on your panel.
Thank you.
So passing the buck, you can't just say, hey, that wasn't my fault. That's what somebody else did. No, if it happened on your channel, it is your fault. Even if it's not, it is.
Even if it's not, it is. Come on now. Stop
I've seen that time and time again, though. Like a
Dead
picture
serious.
gets shared, somebody changes their profile pic to a picture that's shared on somebody's channel, and the holder gets blamed. Like that's just how the space works.
What up? I got Uda in the chat now. Remember this, Uda? I was showing him. I was like, yo, you hooked me up. I'll never lose that, bro.
What's goody, Uda?
Hey, Uda.
That's one of the hardest working men right there.
Well, I appreciate you answering my questions and for letting me up. I gotta drop because I gotta go cook. You all
That's
have a
what's up.
good evening, and I'll be listening in the class.
That's what's up. She's cooking.
You too. Enjoy. Have a great night.
Thank
Candy's
you. You too.
cooking. I
Bye-bye.
think I'm in love.
Thank
I'm in
you.
love.
There's
Candy's
plenty of people
No.
that cook. Come on now.
Right? True. You know what's so crazy?
But how many of them are Candy Cane from Candy Lane?
Ooh. Stop.
You too funny. I'll post some pics when I'm done with everything. I'll see y'all later.
Okay.
All right, Candy.
Good
I
night.
appreciate you
Bye-bye.
coming up.
Come on, Chad. Show some love. I know y'all can appreciate all of the questions that she had because I know I did.
All right.
She asked great questions. Uda, there goes the link, but Uda is very white.
No, I try to because like I say, people like Uda, Sir Ism, Bomb Cherry, Angry Man, Platinum, Jessica, like all of them, like they came out of the clouds and gave me advice when they didn't have to, So I'm thankful for that. These are people that had platforms of their own, and took the time out to give me advice coming up, that they didn't have to.
Well said.
So I'm thankful for that. Salute, Uda. What's up, big dog?
Hey, shit. What's going on, my brother? Hey, Happy. What's up? Peace to Candy, too. Candy.
What's up?
How y'all doing? What's the vibes?
Candy just dropped down. She said she got to cook.
I know that's right. Shout out to Candy, man. Shout out to Candy, man. She be dropping some jewels. I'll be passing by listening to her, Sister with a strong head on her shoulder. So shout out to
Absolutely.
her.
Extremely balanced, which is something.
Man. I like her energy. Yeah, man.
That's a rarity.
Yeah, it is.
Spaces, man. Just balanced folks.
Yeah. Seeing like she wants some solutions or some answers or some stuff, So yeah, every time I pass by at least her channel, that's what I hear. So shout out to that. Yeah, so what? Happy creating? What you doing? You creating some content or something? Happy? What's going on? What's happening? 2026, you turning up?
Oh, wait a minute. Maybe not.
2026? What do you mean maybe no? No, maybe no. We maybe see, maybe yes. No, maybe no.
See? No, listen. I was thinking about it.
You gotta do it because we add to so many platforms, and I always urge people that be in the chats to create channels and stuff like that, man. Try it, you never know. And we add to channels as a person in the chat, you know what I'm saying? And so many people that came out of chats became content creators. You probably got banned in the chat. You said, you know what? I'm start my channel. And that's some of the goodest, best channels we watch right now. Created a channel just like that,
Yeah, I know, because I follow a couple. Like they definitely were on a panel. Like I was listening, and I followed them to their own channels and stuff. A few of them, like I'm subscribed to them right now, and I really, really like them. So, but my thing is, I've been had my thing. It's just timing. You know what I mean?
Time it is everything, but what's the right time or what's the wrong time?
Yeah, the right time, it was when I thought was the right time, right? However, when I decided, okay, I'm going to try this thing, then so much stuff, and then I wasn't able to do it. So I'm just glad that I didn't really, I don't know. I was about to say that I didn't really tell people I was what's the name, but I did tell everybody at one point that I was gonna try at least 30 minutes a day go live, right? Which never happened because it was days I couldn't even do it, and then I just went back to what I always do because that's usually what I do, right? When I get up in the morning, when I go on YouTube, let's just say that, right? Whatever time it is, right?
Yeah.
I'm looking. If I see all my people alive, I'm going to their channel. I'm not going to start a live.
Yeah.
So it's like I would have to get in that frame of mind, but also I would have to have the time. Now it would look like maybe I have the time if I'm just listening, of course, because I don't have to do anything. I don't have to play with buttons. I don't even have to type. In all actuality, I don't even have to let people know that I'm there, right? But I do. It's just like, I don't know.
You know, like this is YouTube, you know what I mean? So I tell anybody this is YouTube, you know, and when we really think about it on an open mind level, you know what I'm saying? Because like when I first got to YouTube, you know, I'm just doing live panels, 10 hours, 8 hours, 7 hours and stuff like that too. And I like talking with people and doing panels. That's my kind of vibe, you know what I'm saying? Really, really. But when we really start to understand either uploads and how to do uploads and how to use these things for real, then we understand it. Then when we get this talking about certain content, then YouTube starts to shadow your channels and stuff. Like my one community channel, I should have shadowed as a mother. If I go live, probably one person probably coming in. I probably got like 2,000 and something. So
it doesn't come up in my feed anymore.
Yeah, but yeah, you got the one person, and that's me, Barry White.
Look how we beat it, though. That's how we're gonna beat it. The way you beat it is this, you know what I'm saying? Beyond SEO, you know what I mean? Using SEO, certain hashtags, trending things that's trending as far as hashtags and different things to add searchability to our videos, to our descriptions, to our titles, and to all of those things. We have to really like combat the system because they really trying to pressure and do the things that they're doing. But besides that, you got to create new channels, you know what I'm saying, on new emails, all channels created on individual emails. And when you create a new channel now, you will see that the new channel probably grow faster than your own channel is going to grow right now because YouTube is pushing for smaller content creators to grow. So you could probably grow a channel right now and get it to monetize real quick and push your people over there real quick and then use that one now as that one growing now. And then what we need to do now too as well, because what I did as a mistake too, even when I built my main channel, is we don't separate short form content from long form content. You know what I'm saying? Like if we have a channel that's live, then we create the antique clips, the home of the purge clips. So that's where all the clips go. So we need to create a whole clip channel for our clip channel. We need a part 2 of our channel because I come from a channel with a sector where people flag you down and all that. So that's why I always wanted to create like 10 channels and monetize as much as I wanted to, because we come from sectors where people are just flag you down tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? So,
and I'm so glad you said that. It's so important. And that's one thing I did learn. They did teach me that in this space. But I've always said my first channel, I'm keeping it just to still party and BS. You know, I would create, I actually have created a second channel, but I haven't directed anybody to it because there's no content on it. And I've created it a while now. So when you guys do eventually go to that channel, you're going to be like, oh, snap, it's been there this long. Yeah.
I'm saying.
But I'm going to create another one attached to that because the one I have created those years ago, the live and the thing, the one that I have my channel is just for, you know, lives or whatever. Everybody's welcome and whatever, you know?
Yeah.
So I haven't really built on that for that reason, you know?
So YouTube just like, it starts to conflate like, what is it that we're doing? So a lot of times, especially like if we're going live for a lot of hours, then YouTube sometimes don't know how to compute your views. Like let's say I'll go live for an hour all the time and I get 700 views or 1,000 views. Now I start doing 7 hours and stuff like that. And maybe after I do the 7 hours, I got 700 views or 1,000 views. Sometimes YouTube don't get to understand it. Like, what is it I'm supposed to be doing? How much views I'm supposed to be doing and stuff like that. You see what I'm saying? So like, even on a channel like this, like right now, we live right now. It's supposed to be more people probably in this channel right now, obviously. Right. So now,
I'm simulcasting on 2 of them right now.
Yeah. Right. But what we got to understand now is start playing with to see, all right, cool. Let me see what's going on. Let me try to go mobily through my channel, straight through mobile, not through StreamYard, not through nothing. Let me go load up the phone, go straight horizontally or whatever through the phone straight. Let's see what it do, because that might trigger your channel in a different way. You might go live through your phone and 100 people in your channel right now because everybody done got the damn notification that they holding back right now. You see what I'm saying? So we got to try that.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying? We got to try that too. You to get used to certain things. So that's why I like try to do StreamYard. I try to do mobile. I try to do OBS if I'm doing it. I don't try to get YouTube kind of stuck to one thing. Try to move it around a lot. You know what I'm saying? Because you never know what, you know what I mean? So if you try going mobile through your phone, trust me, it might go.
Those are some things that I know I need to do that more. is go live through OBS.
Or mobile, or straight through your
Or
phone, because
like you said,
YouTube suggests
you don't even
mobile
have
because
to.
they want
You
more
don't even
people.
have to do it like when you say mobile. You can go live from YouTube right from the same. You know what I'm saying? Right from the computer.
Yeah,
Or
you do it
anything else.
live through your phone,
You gotta-
and then probably share that through StreamYard. So now you got the best of both now, probably, because it's live like through the phone, and then you like reshare it or something. You know what I mean? Because each thing triggers different. Remember, StreamYard is a third-party application. So my subscribers or whoever's going through this and is sifting my people through this. So it's not like I'm going straight through my channel, triggering the people that's straight through my channel with nothing. So OBS kind of works like that better, because OBS, you got to set up your live through your channel, and then you got to trigger it through OBS. So that's how come sometimes people use OBS and will get more views, because they're actually still going through their own channel and really not a third-party app. OBS runs differently than how StreamYard runs.
That's a fact.
It goes straight to your
OBS has
channel.
an entire calendar.
Yeah, and you got to set up your live. And you go to the back of your channel. You go to create a live in the back of my YouTube. Then I go to OBS and I say start the live. Click, and it clicks that live that I just set up in my channel. So that's why you see how that works a little differently. You know what I mean? The OBS kind of triggers straight through. So when you try those types of ways too, it kind of helps the channel. And then shorts, you know what I mean? Especially on the channel when they start playing with it and they start limiting a lot of the views. Start capitalizing more on shorts. You know what I'm saying? Especially like that's what you're supposed to be capitalizing on a lot of time is shorts, 5-minute videos are the good parts. I mean, purge, whatever you want to put, certain little things, certain little argument parts, you know what I'm saying? Kind of tweak it a little bit. Shorts alone, you know the short's gonna go up. If you get that little argument with somebody in a short, everybody's watching the 30 seconds of that. Everybody's watching the full 15 seconds of that. That's going to some thousands right now, just based on retention, just based on everybody about to hear what the hell his argument's about right now. What is it about? And then I got the link to the video. I done uploaded a 5-minute upload shorter, so that this short minute 30-second about to take you to a longer video. Bang. So I got you. I'm suggesting playlists in my description boxes. So even if it's a short and YouTube is going to take majority of the money off of a short, I'm suggesting you videos and longer form content and playlists in my description box. So even if this was 10 seconds, I might get you to watch a whole hour after you click something in here. See what I'm saying? So now I done caught the view. All description boxes, playlists in them for the certain videos. Start chopping up all of your videos, like especially the purge stuff. Start chopping all of that stuff up, putting that in like one playlist, and start suggesting that shit all the time. You know what I'm saying? All of the good parts going through. It's just arguments forever. It's just beef forever. You know what I'm saying? Like you can go years down the line, bro.
On this channel from the purge that hasn't been uploaded that I know people have forgotten about. We can put out content on here every single day for the next year or two.
I'm saying, son, that should probably need another whole channel with just clips of that on there.
And I thought about doing that.
Clips. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I thought about doing that.
Started now. It's going to be live by the time next year starts. By the time the purge next year, it's going to be big. It's going to be big. If you started now, by the time purge next year, it's going to be big.
Are y'all going to be here right quick? I will be right back.
Yeah, I'm going to sit up here, chop it up.
All right. All right. Thanks.
Hey, I ain't doing 24. Bridget said 24/7 beef. I ain't doing that shit, man. That's periodic.
You just got all the content though. You just got so much content that you could just bowl an exit. It's just, I mean, on a certain channel, just thinking of ways just clip it up and just clip it up. It's just regurgitated forever. You know what I mean? You don't even have to create new content, literally, son. And it's
not for that channel.
You know what I'm saying? You don't even have to create no new content. You know what I'm saying? But the crazy thing about it is it be lucrative though. You know what I'm saying? Things be lucrative because it's messed up as it is. People, we all like the negative stuff. You know what I'm saying? People gravitate. We like to see the crash more than the people get out. You know what I'm saying? We just don't want to be in the crash. You know what I'm saying? So people like to watch it.
A lot of folks don't mind being in that shit, man.
I too.
Prefer to be in it. So it's okay. But that's why I said the other day, I was like, yo, we back to boring. So if you want the effery, man, you can, hey.
That's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? And most definitely trending topics.
You're gonna have to
stay on trending topics. We gotta be on trending news. What's trending? things that's trending currently. We got to be up on trending news, and even if we uploading videos on some trending stuff real quick, on fire up a quick 5-minute video on something, screen share real quick. What's going on? What happened with who? Maduro? 5 minutes real quick. Boom, 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 boom. Put some SEO on that, search engine optimization on the video. Upload that, bang. You know what I'm saying? You never know.
And you know this, like all of the attention that you got with the Diddy trial. I did when the Diddy verdict came out. I streamed Vertical while I was covering that. That shit was, I got like 40,000 views.
Yeah, I was doing crazy shit in that shit. But the Vertical shit is so crazy. They take the money though. They take more than money, bro.
40,000 views, and I was literally working while I was doing that shit.
I'm telling you, you could do that right now because the Vertical. This is what I'm saying. If you create a channel right now, you just deal with verticals, bro. Anybody right now, anybody in the chat, any one of us, you could be doing 20, 30,000 every day, son. Madam, everybody's doing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was
like
like
it goes in the shorts feed. You in the shorts algorithm,
like 4 hours or some shit, but that shit was like 40,000 damn views.
I'm telling you, but if you're still doing them right now, you would do them still right now because you do straight horizontals, which is good. But I think that maybe you need to add that function now where you try to start streaming vertically too, because the vertical streams have a tendency to do more views, which brings in, because it's in the shorts algorithm. So it's like how when we scroll through on our phone, it automatically plays. So people are viewing it as it's playing. But a horizontal video, when you scroll past it, it don't play like that. You got to sometimes click it to play it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
that's why, you know, a horizontal view is real views. A person actually clicked that. They watching that. This video right now. Whoever clicked this actually clicked this. So it's not like nobody scrolled by like TikTok, like, you know what I mean? Because that's why YouTube added this feature to combat TikTok, is why they added the vertical. But the whole thing is now, even though you're doing vertical live, because remember, I was in a trial, I did like 5, 6, I was doing 6 million type shit, right? So when you gauge it, 1 million views alone should gauge you about, let's roughly say 7,000. Let's say $6,000. Okay, 1 million views net you about $6,000 each. Okay, but when you did with the vertical, they play into that money differently. So I'm saying, so a lot of that vertical money that I got, they play with a lot of that money. But as far as the horizontal, this is how you really get the money. You really get it by upload. Really, when you get horizontal uploads to go up, because one day I posted a video of Young Thug. Young Thug did the interview when his first interview when he came home from jail. And when I posted the shit, I streamed it live while they were streaming it. The craziest shit in my life, I swear to God, yo. Unlock some shit in my brain, and you know I'm not a stupid nigga. I'll tell y'all too. I'm not, you know what I mean? Yo, bro, I streamed this shit. I'm like, yo, because I'm watching. I'm like, you know, dude, this Young Thug. I say, let me just watch it, bro. So I stream it on my channel, and I'm just watching it. I don't know what it's gonna do. Probably, hopefully, it'll do a little 1,000, little 2,000 thing. You know what I mean? I ain't mad. Boom. How I stream this shit, but the shit go crazy, and the shit go to like 400,000. Some nutty shit, right? Crazy, right? It go retarded on my channel. People is on my channel messaging like it's live on my shit, like a Young Thug on my damn channel. It's crazy. I did a few videos I uploaded because I'm thinking about uploads and shit like horizontal. So I was like, you know what? Let me just flood it. So I just did uploads. I put shorts, all types of shit. Everything, man, shit is on 100,000. It was crazy. Feel me? And just based on those videos and uploads alone, YouTube gave me like about, I don't know, man, maybe like around 10 racks.
That's what's up.
And that's not even you see what I'm saying? So you got to understand. So when you see people streaming fights and this and this and that, it unlocks something in my brain to understand why people's doing that shit. Because listen, it wasn't even my contact. And then the dude flagged it. Remember the dude, what's his name? The dude Banks or whatever, the dude that did the interview. He ended up flagging it to say this is my content like you're supposed to do. But he never struck it off my channel. He let it ride. But now if it's on my channel, he just get the money from it. Who cares?
Yeah, he just claimed it.
But whatever views it got from it was mine. Yeah. So but the whole time I'm wondering, like, yo, I hope these people don't play at me. My shit that did even though this nigga does and I'm like, yo, send that through. Why YouTube still sent that through? I said, nah, that's what's going on. So when we start to understand, like, we need to stay in what's trending. Who happened? Who's standing sharp? What happened to them? Got back? No, we on this shit. You gotta be like, we gotta be on what's trending besides our topics or whatever we want to talk about personal. We gotta stay trending to stay in the algorithm constantly. Because if I'm constantly talking about every day about what's constantly trending every single day, come on, bro. I have a more higher percentage likely to trend. You know what I'm saying?
People are looking for that.
And this is how we going. So now, and then, so if I got a personal topic I want to do right now, it's personal. I put my personal thing, I got probably put that at the end of it. What's the most major search thing right now currently? Put that in the topic. That's one keyword. Then whatever going on. Yo, what happened? Oh, Max B came home too. All right, cool. Let me add him to it. Bang. Whatever's going on. Oh, Jim Jones mad? Oh, Jim Jones is mad. Let me add that to it. Now let me add my title too. So maybe I'm going to speak a little bit about that, speak a little bit about this, but I still really want to go into my topic. But still in all, me putting all of these keywords and searchability into the title and description box is adding searchability. So if somebody was looking for a Max B video, they're going to find my video, even though my video is about this other shit. I just have to mention these other things because YouTube understand even more because of AI. So just mention what we talking about. Yo, Max B, yo, look, we getting it, and you might mention it, but we might not even go into all of that because you're going to go into your topic. But it's still going to give you the SEO and the searchability that when somebody look for Max B video, when somebody look for the Jim Jones thing, your thing going to pop up. When somebody look for the title that you was looking for, they going to pop up. So that gives your video 4 titles in one. It's more searchability. See what I'm saying? So you got to do these things when YouTube is kind of like limiting your channels and stuff like that. You got to deal with SEO, that's search engine optimization. That's
no, it's easy to get shadow banned on here.
Oh, that's what
real
they do,
easy to get shadow banned.
What they do,
you
bro.
know, even the Purge channel, like I used to be able to just go live from this motherfucker and it'd be 150, 200 motherfuckers live viewing, and now it's like nothing. But that's because I stopped going live. That's kind of like what happened with your one community channel.
But they knock off the notifications. That's what they do. Yeah. This is how they do it. They knock off the notification. No one sees it. That's why you got to constantly telling people to, yo, listen, unsubscribe, subscribe back, and hit the notification bells. Everybody going to start getting your notifications again. So this is what you got to tell people constantly. Yo, listen, everybody unsubscribe, subscribe back, hit the notification bells to make sure you get my notifications. The more, 1 by 1, 2 by 2. That keep clicking them off, you're gonna start seeing that they're all gonna start seeing your notifications again. You see what I'm saying? They're limiting you, and that's why we got to build the other channels, because as those grow, those gonna bring new subscribers back to the main hub, which is gonna bring more viewers to the chats that you're doing your live on. You know what I'm saying? So we use the shorts on the other channel. That's why you just do an antique, you just do like a purge clip or antique clip or whatever, boiler room clip, whatever you want to do, and you just do the clips. And you just clip them to death with all of the good shit. So you got 5 years worth of purge. What are you talking about, bro? You'll eat till 2040. You crazy? Yo, bro, them shit's gonna be going up when you sleep. You start getting them good arguments. What, nigga, you ain't shit. What? And you title that thing right, and we start talking on the back end with the SEO. You search that thing right, man, you playing games, nigga. All them shit's on thousands, 10,000s. Shorts is on 100K. It's good arguments. You know what I'm saying? Real good arguments. And then you just upload in the 5 minute. You really don't want to upload in 5 minutes. You really want to upload when you get monetized checks on YouTube. You want to upload your videos at least 8 minutes and 30 seconds long, because that's how your videos get mid-roll ad exceptions. You know what I'm saying? You get the mid-roll ad thing. Because if a video is under that, they don't qualify for mid-roll ad. That's some other way of how they add ads to your video, some stupid shit, but it's more money though. You know what I'm saying? So you just make sure the video is like 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Just like 8 minutes and 40, 10 minutes, 9 minutes. Because if you could get a person to watch the full 9 minutes of something, 8 minutes of a 9-minute video, 7 minutes of an 8-minute video, YouTube is going to ship that out. So you get the best part of something.
Dude, I gotta get up with you, because I don't think a lot of that's not going to necessarily apply to purge clips, but I'm going to get up with you, and I'm pretty sure you know why.
Out of here, nigga. That purge shit is out of here. You need to create a whole double shit for the purge.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Look, my thing has not changed since the purge before the last 2 purge, right?
because I know what you're saying. It's a lot of clips, but there's certain language and shit that you use that's not necessarily advertiser friendly.
No, it's all good though, but the channel gonna go so big, it's gonna big this channel up. It don't even matter, even if the shit don't even monetize,
It's
even if you don't get no
promotional
money.
purposes.
It's gonna.
That's what I'm saying.
You're gonna
It's
get money
for
from it, bro.
promotional
Because you're gonna get money because you could remember you could bleep stuff. You could put things in the app and say bleep out the curses and all that. Tell son, you could bleep them out. You could drop this video in the app right now. Say yo, bleep out all the curses. Gonna bleep all that out. That's a monetized video, bro. We heard what they said.
That's why I said I got to get up with you on that.
You know what I mean? So don't get it twisted. You can still find ways to get that bread off that thing. Cause we already know the curse word that they saying. You know what I mean? We could get it. We ain't fools. So it's ways that we could do that. We ain't AI now. So there's no limit now. You know what I mean? So, but I'm just saying it'll be the best way that you can really, really like benefit from the content that you've really produced for this amount of years right now. Even many people have benefited from what you've produced, right? Which is real. You know what I'm saying? When you could do something like that, many people can benefit from it as well. You know what I'm saying? And I think that the Purge was one of those kinds of things from it first came along. You know what I'm saying? I think it was a very ingenious thought. I told you that from day one. It's a very, very, very good thought. You know what I mean? And yeah, I just think that just the clips of that shit, like kind of like how like a fatty, like they do, yo, listen, this on this one, you know what I'm saying? You hear the voice coming like fatty, yo, on this one, yo, and just going to the Purge. Remember, we don't understand what's going on. It just needed a quick little explanation, like the fatty shit, a quick little explanation in the beginning. Say, look, on this one is Lady Who versus his ass, and they about to get into it because she tired of this. Boom. And it's over, bro. You talking about that video's on 10K tomorrow? You dumb or you crazy, bro? People gonna sit back and watch that. They're gonna go back down the history of line trying to find where the beef started. They're gonna go try to find the channels and the people. A lot of beefs that people have done been deleted off YouTube. That's the craziest shit. Niggas gonna be searching forever. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't find where shit started from. Channels done been gone and all type of stuff where shit really started from. You know what I'm saying?
A lot of shit.
So you know what I mean? It's deep. This shit deep. You know what I'm saying? But to the new viewer,
I sent Beachy. I had edited it and put some music behind it. You remember when her and Game Changer got into it on here?
Oh,
remember that?
Lord Jesus.
I was like, that was a classic. So she did like a flashback Friday.
Yeah,
and
Beachy get her back. Beachy get her back. There you go. There you go.
That was a funny one, man. So much shit is going.
You got
down.
mad shit toes. I'm talking. You got so much shit. Then you got a shit to a point that this is like you could make this. This shit could be like a conversation piece because you could have a whole conversation. We already see the argument. We could get to a decompression, break this shit down. Motherfucker could get analytical with the breakdown of what the hell that happened. Like this shit is real. This shit could be first 48. Doom doom doom. Yo, listen, what happened? Look, yo, people like.
Yeah, you just reminded me. I love the way you set that up. That the Purge, as you breaking it down, all the episodes, the morning show thing.
Oh, the morning.
Yeah,
show.
that was genius. Yeah, the morning.
I don't know if Uda saw that. I told folks I was waiting. I was trying to do that for years. I don't know if you saw that one, Uda.
Yeah. But you know what's gonna be dope? If you could get the people that was there and you review it with the people, that shit gonna be dope. You get the part throwback shit. And let's say you get to the Purge 2 years ago. You get the two people from it. Boom, right now. It might be cool. It might not. It might go up right now with the conversation. That's a literal Purge right now happening as we. But hold on, y'all. Wait a minute. We gotta get to a part of the clip. You know what I'm saying? But look, it's real. We got two people right now that probably done change their perspectives or maybe not. So we could get into the flashback right now, reverse, see it right now, and you got the two people right now. It's like you right now and me and her had the shit on the Purge, and now you got me and her right now, and you screen sharing where the shit started or whatever the shit happened. It's dope, son. It's shit like Days of Our Lives. She's like a whole soap opera. You got me, who was on the Purge. You got Happy, who was on the Purge with you arguing, me and Happy, and we right here, and you right here in the middle, right? Just like this, man. And you got the screen share going, and you sharing the beef, and people watching that. And it's about 20 minutes, 30 minutes if you want to do it. Uploads, bro. Crazy. Even live is even live is real. You know what I'm saying? Especially certain beefs or certain shit came from real places. So they still have texture to the place where people still probably want to understand it now today, or maybe still want to hear about it today to say, damn, I wonder what happened now. I wonder if they could be cool today. You know what I'm saying? So you could like do that right now. You know what I'm saying? Like literally the first person, like 5-6 years ago, you could bring that back. Whoever came from that, boom. Like,
yeah,
so when you
like
think
I
like
said,
this,
I pulled a
nigga,
few of those, and I was gonna
nigga.
pull some more. Did you see that?
Put the
that
people
edit?
too. If you bring the
Did you see
people,
that
it's an
edit that I put
ingenious
through?
thought, and if you do this, you're gonna be Maury Povich in the middle. You're gonna be Maury with this shit. If you bring the people, you're gonna be Maury with this shit, son. Let's go Maury with it now. It's 2026 Maury. Maury now.
This right here? I'm gonna just show you the beginning real quick.
Yeah,
I'm proud of this one.
Thanks for joining us here at Morning Time America, and welcome to our post-purge morning broadcast. We are live from New York, and here on the East Coast, another purge has just ended. I'm Rachel Stemp, and as you can see, my usual co-host, Carson Cruz, is not with us this morning. We thank him for his sacrifice.
Rachel, you have a little...
Oh,
that's
do you mind?
You got it.
All right, everyone, Melanie to the rescue. Please welcome former Human Interest correspondent and now co-host, Melanie Stevens.
Thank you so much, Rachel. I am so excited to be here. Big shoes to fill.
Oh, really? Well, let's check in on headlines from last night's purge.
Oh, man, I told him I
Yeah,
came, I saw, I purged. You know what I'm saying? See
Right.
y'all again next year. I heard
Dope.
you always look at me. I always get my damn name in y'all
Mother
weak
looking like a
ass
little
mouths.
joint.
What the fuck
Watch
wrong
yourself.
with you bitch niggas and weak ass
Watch
hoes?
yourself, mother. You are.
Yeah.
Buddha's is outside.
Nah, it was a lot of that. A lot of that.
I like
But
that
nah,
though. I like that. I like that, man. I like that, Ant. I like that. I like that a lot.
We
Yeah,
motherfuckers
like
must
that.
have found speech you still talking that bitch. Put your goddamn this shit up, bitch. I don't give a
For sure. Okay. Well, I'm gonna call a couple motherfuckers out who I see. It was a motherfucker when y'all know I'm the champ round here, and I came to reclaim the title.
Yeah,
and
OG
it was
was
a
in his bag. He
motherfucker
came
around
out
here
of
goddamn who was crying for damn near a week that I won this motherfucking MVP. And I see her goddamn Jay-Z looking ass in the goddamn chat right now. Yeah. You Jay-Z goddamn it, big
Okay, look.
lip
Hold on.
mother-
Pause. We take it from right there to like 8 minutes and 30 seconds, 40 seconds. And look at the title though. Look how much SEO about to be in my title, how much keywords. Yo, whoever talk about somebody look like Jay-Z, the extra searchability that I done added in the title, right? So look, right now, based on the clip and about how I'm about to title this part right now, just based on what he's saying right now. Cause some joke shit, all right, cool, we good. Then we got the Jay-Z, whatever else he talk about. Cool, we can add it to that because people searching for shit. They're going to find this. And this is how we kind of titling it for SEO because we can't title videos the way we think about videos. We have to title videos the way people are going to search for videos like this. That's how we have to title videos. How would a person search for a video? If a person's typing right now, what would they be searching? So I want to make sure I'm clapping. Everywhere you can search is like a trap. I'm setting up traps. So anywhere you think you can search, you're going to come right here. So I'm kind of like setting up the shop to say, you know what I'm saying? With like a clip like that, bang. This is how you just catch a clip like that, title it, yo, son, nigga, call it, some Jay-Z shit. Da, 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 da. I'm like, what? Don't want the person to see the title like Jay-Z. They going to go click it. You know what I'm saying? They're going to watch it and say, what the fuck is this? Now they want to understand. Now they're going through your channel to figure out who the fuck is these two niggas? Why is they beefing? And all this other shit's going on. You know what I'm saying? So this is how you kind of clicking on the audience retention, clicking on why do people have to watch? Because we don't watch nothing no more. And our attention spans are shorter and shorter as we get into the digital age. And as we keep using these smartphones and we're using AI now, it's thinking for us. So as more time you use AI and all this other shit, it's like you take away from your own ingenious and the things that you make you naturally think of thoughts. So that's why these things was really, really created. So you still got to use your brain power, even though you're going to use AIs and shit. You know what I mean? But yeah, trust me.
Makes a lot of sense.
Trust me.
All I want to say is though that clip, he said all of that shit just to turn around and be a motherfucking hypocrite. No, rest of the fucking show. So he lucky he got his introduction off and all his little bullshit right there. Cause he turned around and cried like a motherfucking baby. and lost. Okay, thanks. Like it was just so stupid after that, though. But anyway, I enjoyed you, OG. Loser.
No, he was a runner-up.
OG was busting though. I came in to listen. Now he came in on
Oh
smoke.
man, please.
He came in on
Yeah.
smoke. He was
Nah,
actually
he
funny.
cried too much. He eliminated
Who
himself
won the
though, for real,
MVP?
for real.
Who won the MVP? Who won the MVP?
Medi, right? Medi won. He's the winner. Medi won. Medi, what? Montana.
Who's that? I don't know the name.
The first one that he just showed just now.
I want to know who won this one because I was listening to it and that shit.
Yeah, Medi. The first one he just did.
What's
Yeah.
his channel name though? I don't see his channel name. What's his channel name?
Nah. It's a Sidewalk Gang in the lab live. He got a few channels.
I think I heard it in the lab.
Yeah, in the lab live. He's got in the lab live. He's got.
Oh, then he was going in then. He must have went the fuck in. I don't know. I must have heard his ass because I was in and out the purge. But
you know what's crazy though?
OG was busted. OG was busting shots.
Nah, not this time. I don't care what y'all say. Listen, I was a judge. I wasn't in it to win it. I was a judge, right?
Yeah.
Well, I was never in it to win it. Like I never stood a chance to any of these purges that there be known. But I don't give a fuck. What I'm saying is this year though, like I strictly would just like I said, he was a hypocrite because he said all that shit and then he turned around and he MFing cried. Okay, he told us.
Why? Because he lost?
No, excuse you. I'm not no effing hater, and you know I'm not no hater. I don't hate at nobody.
What do you mean by he cried?
No, he cried about the winner before the winner won. And he cried about, first of all, he was a sore loser from last year.
I remember him.
No, but he was also a sore loser from last year. He's talking about some, I didn't get the whole money. You still owe me $15. Like, it was some other crazy shit.
Hold on.
Yo, he told Ant that Ant owed him $15 though. I was like, hell no.
Hold on.
I try to leave shit at
crazy, but leave it be. Leave it be. Leave 15.
Oh, my bad. I'm just saying it was funny.
Leave $15. Leave $15.
My bad.
It's all good, but that's crazy. That's still crazy. We're gonna leave it be. I thought we done purged out the little 15. I thought the 15 done purged. It's all good.
No, my bad. And no, for real though. But I just found that funny. So that's why I was like, he was just a sort of loser late.
That was kind of crazy. But you know, he was putting in some pain, so I can understand that it's buzzer beaters. The shit ain't go. The shot ain't hit. You mad? The shot ain't hit because he was putting in pain.
He was still the runner-up.
He was in the chips. He was in the chips. I bet he was in the chips.
Nah, he was the runner-up by default. No, because for real, Medi and Medi girlfriend was really first and second place. I'm not gonna hold you in.
That nigga funny.
Him and his girlfriend was like first and second place for real. You know, let's be clear about that.
I give it to him. He a funny nigga though. That nigga's a funny dude. I give
Yeah,
it to him.
I'm
He's
gonna
funny.
be uploading him
He's
versus
most definitely
Platinum
funny.
because that was pretty. That was pretty cool.
You know what I'm saying? He's funny.
Oh, you know who?
Gotcha.
No, but shout out to everybody in this last purge. You know, especially because we just talking about the last purge right now, right? But shout out to everybody that participated because everybody, you know, I'm not gonna lie, they was doing their thing. I mean, it was different from all the other purges prior, but I guess that's because less people actually hit the purge or whatever. However, once again, I enjoyed myself, but shout out to everybody that was up there. Again, you say you didn't want to go in detail, so I'm not going to do
Next year,
that.
we bringing a fucking therapy couch as the background. Hold on, man. Next year.
Now, wait, are you going to do the spring?
Nah, because niggas.
Are you going to do the spring?
If I am, I can't announce it early.
Why not? Why you can't announce it early? You need all the
When you become a content creator, you'll understand.
Oh shit! How you gonna try to fucking play me like that? I thought you said I wasn't a content creator. You took my badge back. I'm no longer a content creator for real. That's fucked up.
You have to get it back. Get it back. Get it back.
That people in front of the curtain are on a need to know basis when it comes to shit that's behind it.
No. I understand. No, I get it. But shit, you have to take my fucking content creator fucking shit. Don't listen to him, okay?
But it's either you got, you know what I mean? You got to have the right stuff. You got to have the right stuff on this thing. This the internet. The internet don't lose.
And that's a beautiful thing because you've been dropping gems. You know what I mean? You've been dropping gems. Like,
You
this is
don't-
why I appreciated Candy came when she came
I
up, because she was
appreciate
asking the
everything
right
Uda said,
questions.
but at the same time, you can't expose your hand.
No,
you
you're
can't.
absolutely right.
Yeah, bro. Not
You're
on this
absolutely
place.
right.
Not in this place.
But I
This is the
appreciated
Elephant
Candy Cane
Graveyard.
for bringing out the stuff from you, but Uda, and I also appreciate you for dropping the gems you've been dropping as well. You know, this goes for anybody and everybody, whether they new content creators or old content creators. But this is some heavy stuff, and I appreciate it. You know, I hope you all out there appreciate it. Shit. If you haven't shared the live, share the live, share the live. Thank y'all.
We need new creators.
Like
in
this
space.
video, donate.
We need new minds. You know what I'm saying? We need minds that's building with each other. You know what I'm saying? Everybody solo.
My bad.
That shit is corny. Everybody for stuff.
This is a replay, so we are.
The NFFA is projecting that participation in this year's purge was the highest in history.
In New York State, multiple Department of Motor Vehicles offices were burned to the ground last night. The fire seemed to be the work of a single disgruntled purger fed up with long lines and bureaucratic red tape. DMV officials today say that wait times have tripled.
You know how I rock, man. We all good. But, yo, hey, May. No. May, Mella, all you bitches, bring your motherfucking ass back up here. Your emperor here now. Your emperor done requested for you to bring your ass back up here so I can drag your ass the right way. Bring the country coon in the house now, motherfucker. It's the goddamn purge. This goddamn first time the emperor been up on the purge. My name been called out. May, bring your goddamn bad skin. Goddamn, bring your fucking bad dinner cooking ass back. Your husband couldn't even goddamn get no dried up pussy from you because you want to motherfucking goddamn come up here and go at my boy Clue. Now, bitch, you the same motherfucker that sit here talking about, oh, the Emperor Coon and all of that there, the Emperor Mahogany Dragon. Bitch, Mahogany ain't drug shit over here. I'm that nigga. You see this nigga with this whip? That's me. You wanted to see what the emperor nigga? That's me. I'ma whoop your ass. So bring your ass up here so you can get this motherfucking whipping. Just like that. Yeah. Just like the motherfucker that. Let's go. I'ma be waiting on you, bitch. Don't have your emperor waiting too long either. Because if I have to come find you, if I have to go to other fucking channels and spaces to find your ass, motherfucker, I will.
And in our first purge fail of the morning, a Florida man is dead after accidentally purging himself last night. The man was reportedly roaming the streets in an armored car and wielding a grenade launcher when things took a turn.
He forgot to roll the window down, didn't he?
Indeed, he did, Rachel.
Well, I hope he had a blast.
Fuck that shit. Keep it gangster, nigga. Keep it gangster, nigga. All that young Gen X bullshit. The fuck? I don't like your shit. I don't like your shit. At least could have been a face like mine. You gotta go ahead, KJ, wink at him one time. Oh, my nigga! Nigga, I love that nigga. KJ, you the nigga! I'm in this bitch. Turn this hoe up, man. Fuck it, nigga. Ain't nobody to argue with? Oh, so ain't nobody to argue with in this bitch. I'm the only one up here? Well, let me say this then. Fuck you, okay? Big motherfucking eyeball having ass nigga. Oh, motherfucking think I got talent, oh, blind piano playing ass nigga. Oh, guitar resting ass nigga. Fuck you, KJ. Oh, big nose breathing ass nigga. Oh, motherfucker, I think I'm smart, but I'm dumb ass nigga. This motherfucker, nigga. Nigga, shut your whole ass up, nigga. Ain't you supposed to be on the way? Let me find my motherfucking key, bitch ass nigga. Bitch, hurry your scared ass up there while you take it all day, nigga. Come get this motherfucking take your bitch ass to church.
Well, while the purge is over here on the East Coast, there are still a few hours left in California. Let's check in with our West Coast correspondent, Chad Weatherby. Good morning, Chad. How are things in Hollywood?
Terrific, Rachel. People are just out exercising their 28th Amendment rights.
What's that alarm, Chad?
Well, our producer thought it'd be a great idea for us to get right in the action, Melanie. So here we are, right in the thick of it.
Well, I know our viewers appreciate your commitment to bringing them the latest. So would you say you've seen an uptick in purge activity out there this year?
Oh, little nigga. You's a little nigga.
Is that what you? Hey, all the ladies, he's tall. You niggas really think that's all women want? Go ahead, put that all nigga right there. Look at that nigga. See, you know what? He don't know who he's talking to.
You know what? I came in right after that.
Come on, man.
Chad? Chad, can you hear us?
Looks like we lost Chad. Now, coming up on Morning Time America, more purge headlines and a look at traffic and weather. Stay with us.
I just think the whole concept was dope.
Yeah,
you know,
thank you.
I
Appreciate
enjoyed it.
I've been waiting to use that for a while. Somebody finally came up and purged themselves, so got to kind of fit that in there. And we got more of that coming up. There's a lot more of that that episode. We just have to, edit it and shit like that. But that'll be
Yeah, I get it. I'm not gonna be in none of the edits this year, and I don't care. But I would like to put in a request for the future, right? Because I know this is the only thing I've been heard clear on, and I just think it's funny because I can't believe I did it, because it's not like, anyway, right? My intro to the purge before last meeting, not the end of 2025, but my intro to the purge I did before that, I think that's the one for me, If you ever highlight it, happy.
I got it.
No, I'm just saying one day.
You talking about you versus E Black?
Wait, what? No, I said my intro. This before I versed anybody. No, just me coming in. I'm not talking about. You said me versus somebody. You got me versus somebody, and you can hear me clear.
Yeah,
I'm not just arguing with everybody that was coming at me.
I actually have the clip already clipped where E Black came up. You said something to him, and he said, "What you want, you dirty ass hoe?" Yeah, remember that? Yeah.
No, I don't remember, and I feel like you just try to come at me like, what the fuck? I know this nigga.
I have to review these things before the purge to determine.
Oh snap!
Edit. So
that's funny. Oh no, I may not remember some stuff. Of course, I would have to go back over the footage.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, usually, when I hear myself back, it's like either I don't hear myself, because remember when I was purging, right? With the exception of the last purge, right? When I was purging, it's like, they kept telling me I'm loud, but then when I hear the replay, I'm not that loud,
Yeah. Well, no, you're not, but you were loud enough to totally fuck up a bunch of edits. Yeah. But it's
what the fuck? Huh?
Well,
so you referring to the last purge? This one that just passed?
When you're doing the ad libs and shit, while two people.
Oh, so everybody else can do ad libs except for Happy, right? That's what I be talking about. That's that fuck shit.
No,
and it's not even ad libs. If I'm talking to somebody and I'm going at them, how is that ad libs though? See, there's a difference.
Do whatever you want. I just can't edit it. It makes it worthless.
Oh fuck! No. See.
It's bad enough when two people are talking or yelling at each other, but as soon as a third person starts singing and shit, then it becomes totally unclippable.
Wait a minute. So only Happy can't sing when she fucking getting on these motherfuckers. Everybody else could take Happy shit and fucking sing.
Okay, did you hear you want me to replay those goddamn edits? If there is a third person, okay, let me show you something. Okay, if you see some shit like this,
right? No, you don't gotta plan.
Let me show you.
Yeah, wearing ass bitch. I said that back. So you done with these bra wearing ass bitch.
Now imagine a third person singing fucking Michael Jackson fucking ad libs in there. I can't clip that.
Don't fucking mix that shit up.
That shit is not
Don't
funny.
mix that shit up. No, I understand what you're
I'm
saying.
just saying,
Absolutely understand what
I
you're saying.
can't clip it. There's nothing I can do with that shit.
Look, don't be mad at me. If I came first, though.
This right here is bad enough, but as soon as a third person is in there, I can't even make this. I can't do shit.
Hold on though, but hold on though. See, and this is the thing, right? I get the blame game, but when it was me and somebody else first, and somebody else come up on their shit, how you can't blame Happy for that? Like, come on now, stop. At the end of the day, though, I was on this purge, right? Because I enjoy it, because I appreciate it, and I was here for. I love having fun, and at the end of the day. I came here. I'm just a seat filler at the last two purge. I'm just a seat filler. I'm just here as a seat filler. It's not like nobody was coming at me. You know what I mean? Like I had my little beefs. I said what I said. The people I called out was not up there, and then the people I did call out, we went back and forth and shit. But they also had other beefs and shit that had shit to do with me. Like it is what it is. You feel me? But I didn't have, I don't discriminate. I never discriminate against anybody. I purge with anybody. You know what I'm saying?
As a third or fourth person starts making noise too, it's just noise. I can't clip it.
Yeah, I understand that, but I'm just saying, let's put it into perspective. We're not gonna act like
clip it. Put that into perspective. Can't.
Okay, the perspective is it's the purge, right?
I can't clip it.
You can't clip it. I was already talking to someone. Okay, so I'm just saying, Happy doesn't get the blame.
Are we
for this
speaking
crap.
two different languages? I can't.
I speak so many languages, and that's the thing. People don't know about me. I am not bilingual. I am more than trilingual, baby. And when I Google the definition, 4 different languages. Yeah, so I guess that would be quad, right? That's what I am. Quadlingual. Whatever, or quadlingual. Lingual. Thank you very much. Like, stop playing with me.
All right. So imagine this right now. Imagine 2 people come up here and just start. One person starts yelling and the other person starts singing. Do you think I'll be able to understand what you're saying?
Baby, if I was already singing
yes or if
yes, because you can hear the 2 people. The only time you can't hear is when it's 3 and 4 and 5 and 6.
I asked you if you think I'll be able to hear what you're saying. If one person
if you can't hear me, the guy with all the great technology, then I don't know, because I don't know if everybody can hear me once I'm going out. The only time I know is if y'all say you can hear me. Right? And even then, it's not that I know for sure. I will have to check it on my own to make sure if I'm coming through loud and clear on my side. However, when I'm in the purge, right, I'm not looking to see
and upload you singing.
Baby, you clip and upload anybody else singing. At the end of the day, yes, you do. Because everybody has took my shit every time. What you mean when? Every time, first of all,
when the fuck have I ever clipped and uploaded you singing?
I said every time. Everybody took my shit and they all singing. Stop playing
when the fuck
with me.
have I ever done that shit?
You ain't clipped them singing? Are you crazy? What you talking about?
Fucking singing. What the fuck is it?
No, you clip these motherfuckers singing. All of them up there in the purge fucking singing. They want to be like Happy so bad.
No.
Now if I said that, now what? Ooh, I hope y'all don't want no smoke. I don't want to purge no more. No, that ass no, but that ass no. The thing about it is, I get what you're saying, right? I totally understand. I'm just saying, if I'm already there and it's me or one other person and a third party comes late, I cannot help that.
Shout out to United.
That's all I was saying. I can't help if a third party comes on.
I ain't even know her like that. But I heard the stories.
Go ahead and talk, Happy. See if you can hear what the fuck is saying.
They say she emotional, dangerous and delusional, dangerous and delusional, dangerous and delusional. Play with heart like jewelry.
Can you hear what I'm saying, Happy?
But beautiful,
Yes, I can hear everything you're saying. Exaggerate much? Because there was no beat, no music, no nothing behind it. So we're not gonna do that. You got the drums, you got everything else going on. A whole full-blown production. And I heard every word you said. So we're not gonna do that. Because two people talking to each other, this ain't that.
Play innocent in the daylight, but she pray while you sleep. She got angels on the neck, but demons in her speech. She don't talk about the past, she just say it's all beneath me. They say she emotional, dangerous.
Exaggerate much?
Play with hearts like jewelry, play with hearts like jewelry. Cold but beautiful, cold but beautiful. Every man think he the one, every man think he the one. Till he find out what she'll do, till he find out what she'll do. Yeah, emotional, yeah. She dressed like Sunday morning, move like Saturday night. Voice soft as a whisper, but she cut like a knife. Some say she broken, others say she ice.
All right, Happy. Shout out to Nightish. That's Dangerous and Delusional. Produced by Nightish.
The exaggeration is real though. Like the fuck? I had all of that going on? A full-blown production?
No, you didn't.
Stop.
No, you didn't. You were just noise.
Yeah, I know. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you very much.
I used to date a woman like you every time she opened her mouth.
No, you didn't date a woman like me, babes. It's only one of me. Thank you very much. You did not. You did not. Absolutely not.
I'll agree. That's why.
Here we go. So now you on this fucking Nightish shit. Now, oh, so what you thought? You was about to disrespect me right now?
That's why I used
Absolutely not. I ain't going for that shit. You can keep that for another day, another night. I don't give a fuck. Save it for somebody else. No, I'm singing now because I want the people to hear my singing.
Hey.
You know, since you love my.
Oops. Hate when that happens. Yeah. That chick I used to date when she used to open her fucking mouth and it was just noise all of the time. Yeah. I wish she had a remove from fucking stage button. Real. All right, Happy. You get them final thoughts out. I'm about to get up out of here.
Blah 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 blah. That's how you had to end it out, like as if I did something so fucking wrong to you. It's all right. You don't gotta ever worry about me again. Okay.
Oh, I'm not worried.
I know you're not. You better not motherfucking be for sure.
I ain't worried. You're
Trust
happy.
me. I got you. Okay, I got you. Don't worry about it.
Happy.
I'm always happy. And
why would I be worried about happy?
And that's the problem right there, because I'm always happy. And I think that's why everybody stay mad, because regardless of what they say, what they do, that's not going to change me. It's not going to change my attitude. None of that shit.
Hey, and you know what,
I'm
Happy?
steady fucking chilling because I'm grown, and I told y'all that since day one.
I met some.
And how many years ago was that shit? Let's go. Run it
I
up.
met some annoying fucking women in my life, and you don't even crack the fucking top 20. So
I know I don't. I know I don't. I know I don't.
Like,
because I know I don't, because I'm not here to annoy you. I'm here for the topics. That's your channel, anybody else's channel. I'm not here to annoy you.
Out of those 20,
and let's be real, a lot of people love.
Were there to annoy me. They just fucking did. I think it was just something in their goddamn DNA or something.
They would wish. A lot of people wish I go back to just cursing people out. I think they mad at me because I'm not doing it. Oh well, I don't give a fuck. You feel me? K Sarah Sarah. It is what it is. Happy New Year to everybody out there. If you haven't tuned into any of the episodes so far,
I think I will clip that
please
part.
do so.
I'll tell you this before you go. I think I will clip that part where you were dropping Mahia down, or whoever you were dropping KJ and Mahia down, and they didn't know you were dropping them down. That was pretty funny. They was cussing you out, and yeah, they didn't know it was you. And then when it was just funny when they realized when I told them it was you that was dropping them for $2 and shit. They just started.
You like she right there.
That was.
I'm like, yo, snitch much? Like, what the hell? That's what I'm
Well, how
talking
the
about.
fuck were they supposed to know it was you? The super chat says Barry White, and you up
No,
there.
I know. Well, look, I gotta support my girls, no, because they came in there. See, that's what I'm saying. They trying to take over everything. Mind you, okay, I wanted the women to do their thing. You feel me? Like shit. The men gonna do their thing regardless. It's just something. Okay, yes, it's because I'm a woman. It is what it is. I don't care. But if I gotta hear people argue, I mean, I'd rather hear the women argue than the men argue. And I know it's vice versa for y'all men. It just is. It's just something in us, you know. Like shit. Like you just say, you can't stand here. The women and blah 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 blah. Right? It's too much. It's annoying, and vice versa. It gets like that for me when these two men is just saying the same shit over and over.
Believe it or not, though, it's actually even now. It's as even as it can be. I think we've done a total of 9 purges. Right? Hold up. 5 years.
And you talking about as even as winners goes, right? That's what you're talking about?
Yeah.
And I get that. I absolutely get that. This purge, I wasn't sure. Like I said, I told you what the couple, right? You said it was 2 men. I'm not gonna lie. I thought Prime was gonna be at the top.
I never said it was 2 men. I think you just said.
Yeah, you said it was OG was the second one after Mahia, right?
The runner up.
Yeah, that's 2 men. Right, and I'm telling you, I thought that it was gonna be Mahia and his girl.
Well, they both couldn't make the final because they both could only get that. They were competing for one spot. The final.
Oh,
spot.
they was on the thing together, but that's what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is, before it got to the end,
just saying,
I'm
when
thinking,
they both hit the panel, there was only one spot left, so only one of them could get it. Had it been 2 spots available, they both probably would have got it.
Well, they both got it. But yeah, it was good. I enjoyed it. But
we've done. I'm trying to do the math. Hold up.
Yeah,
we've done what 5 year-end purges, a spring break purge, 2 summertime purges, Halloween purge, and a Friday the 13th purge. So that's like 10 purges. I think we've done. Yeah, something like that. 10 or 9 purges. Like 9 purges. Either way. Yeah, like 9 purges, and I think we've had 3 men, and 3 or 4 women. Yeah, 4 women, 3 men as the MVPs.
I'd rather people tuck it out, even if they do gotta yell, curse, sing, use their voices, and not they freaking, you know. No physical, you know. Well, as far as like putting hands and feet and all that other shit. You know what I'm talking about?
So it's even now, and that's only because men have won the last 2 purges. That's it. Other than that, the women were kind of running that shit. Angry Man was the only man to win a purge up until this past Halloween.
Yeah, well, the men have so a woman has to win the next one. You heard?
Why?
Y'all better come back and bust their ass now, because they think they want to come. That's 2 in a row, huh? You said why is that? Because why not? Because I want to see a woman win. I like I told you in my head, I thought a woman was gonna win this one, bitch. Like I seriously thought, but he came in at the end and swept that shit up. Like it is what it is. You feel me? He took that shit. It is what it is. The sisterhood ain't shit. It sure ain't. I was the first one to say that shit. Man, please, I've been saying that shit for years. Sisterhood ain't shit. First of all, the first thing I said was, what sisterhood? And then the sisterhood ain't shit. I'll be the first one to tell you.
You up
I'll be the first one to tell you.
A woman to win. That's some shit.
Absolutely, absolutely. Just because I have an opinion on how I don't like the quote unquote
sisterhood support.
Okay, what the freak the sisterhood got to do with Happy wanting to see a woman win? Shut up. You making no sense, and that's what's wrong with you men right now. Because you claim you don't want the race war, but here you go bringing it to that bullshit. Look at him hyping me up. So we really, you know what? I want to see you on the floor. Yeah, you was playing. I was playing. I'm gonna purge on your ass next purge. How about it? I got you. I'm gonna hold it in the city. No, it ain't. I could try nothing. I'm gonna get on your ass, boy. The fuck you talking about?
You think
you heard what I said?
Person to attempt that,
and I will be the first person. So what? Like I'm scared to go first. See that's the problem with people. You got to be a leader, not a follower, baby. And it is what it is. Next.
You know how many people that came and called me out in the first hour of that shit? You really think I'm about to lose my voice?
Like I say, and you see, I did the same thing. We just talked about this. See, Anthony, you ain't gonna flip this shit around. You're a smart man, okay? We get it. You are intelligent, sir. That has nothing to do with the facts, okay? We just already discussed this. We're not circling back to that. So what if they tried or they didn't try? So what? We both already established that neither one of us is trying to lose our voice. What does that have to do with anything? Nothing. You see what I'm saying? But they like to distract. Okay? He's going away from the facts. Absolutely not, sir. Not today. Not tonight. Was that all?
You don't even know if I'm going to be the host of the show. So have a nice day.
And you're absolutely right. I don't. And you know what? I will find out though, sir. And you don't have to be the host for you to pop in it and me purge on your ass.
You don't know what
you don't gotta be there for me to get it out and let it out and say my piece. Do you?
Raven Knight.
As long as
oops. Should hate when that happens. What up, Glow? Final thoughts, Happy.
Okay. Final thoughts. I had a good time. I learned again, and I'm happy for it. Like I said, it's true. You learn something new every day. I just appreciate all the gems that were dropped again by you and Uda. You know, since I've been here and stuff. Thank you for letting me up. I had a good time. See, look, you said you was leaving. You were like, so why are you here? Like, and I'm glad I came and I stayed. Hell, I even left and came back. And y'all have a great night, a wonderful evening. Hope y'all is doing well. Shout out to y'all. Mwah.
Peace out, Happy. Yeah. So Happy's out of here, and I'm about to be the fuck up out of here too. Let me go ahead and end that poll. So on the Boiler Room, 53% of the votes have said, yeah, our identity as an online space is gender warring and relationship debates. So we'll just go ahead and end that. Now at the home of the official YT Purge, ooh, that's it's pretty close, but we got a split 29%, total of 78 votes between gender war, relationship debates, and just trolls and CC beefs and effery. That's pretty goddamn close, man. So I'm gonna end it. So yeah, but yeah, both both channels say gender warring. It was close, pretty much by 1%. And trolls and CC beefs. But the fact of the matter is, both polls are so damn close, right? Yeah, both polls are so close that means the space really has no fucking identity at all. And I think maybe we need to work on that. So state of the space address, of course I keep on postponing it, but there was a reason for that. Like I said, it was tough for me to kind of gauge the state of the space, so I will be paying more attention to see what goes on. And I'm gonna have to give a some kind of assessment, for the rest of the year. Phew, shout out to Candy Cane from Candy Lane. Shout out to Drip, coming up. Hood Servative, Soul Provider Speaks, Udon Go, Candy Cane from Candy Lane, as well as Happy, coming up, chopping it up, shooting the shit with your boy. It was fun. I am going to get all the way up out of here. More clips, edits coming soon. I appreciate everybody coming through, everybody that supported. Super chats, cash apps, always greatly appreciated. But please feel free to send more. We always appreciate that. And shout out to the one and only Trinity Time Travels, who is always first. Okay. Our number one promotional purge sponsor for the year 2025 year-end purge. And one of our day one supporters over here. So we appreciate her, as well as Raven Knight. Of course, our top moderator, Bridget M. Glow just hit the building. Shout out to Drip one more time. Lil Rock, appreciate you. And of course, American Negro and everybody else that supported through the chat. I saw Miss K.A. was in the chat as well. Cynical One. Everybody else, man, we appreciate y'all. I'm gonna get up out of here, enjoy my evening. I got some damn lasagna in there. I'm about to tear that shit up. All right, in the meantime, you guys have a wonderful night. All right, go ahead, touch grass. Don't neglect your social life. Don't neglect your health. Don't neglect your wealth. Y'all have a good night. I'm out.